progresses, they've kind of learned how to deal with the laning phase, like they improve their laning phase, and it allowed them to actually eventually get to their mid-late game timings, whereas Liquid, mostly they don't really have like a true late gamer, right? They are trying to end the game at a specific timing. And yeah, the recent results show that Liquid has not been able to, pressure and end the game fast enough. That's why they're losing to actually, or not having as great of a result as the beginning of the year.
I'm not sure whether this is in favor of XG or Liquid here, but there are inconsistencies in results for Extreme Gaming. I know they did phenomenal. They won PGL Valahia, but then in Riyadh they didn't really show up. Maybe they're just at ebb and flow, and right now they're really switched on. This is going to be their event. It all starts here. If they win this best of 3, they're going to be going all the way to the main event. They're going to have a couple days breaks, but it does also secure them top 6. It all starts here. Game number 1 for our upper bracket best of 3. Let's see what these two teams are going to bring out for themselves. Sniper, the Naga, Beast is making its appearance in a first phase ban, Sanking, Wind Ranger, and Enigma. So XG kind of looking towards taking out what is 33's confident at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting when you said it all starts here and the camera just happened to be on Gen Q. I think that's really a good point for XG, because when you think of XG throughout the year, it's like they're winning a tournament here, and then they're like, what happened to XG for the next couple months, right? And then they come out of nowhere, win a tournament again. Like, you have mixed feelings. Is this team good or are they bad? What might it be? But I think it really hinges a lot on, is it a good Gen Q patch? And Walahia, he was really good at this carry style position 4, playing the Marcy specifically, building BKB, becoming like 6 slotted on support. And I feel like heroes like Mirana fit him really well in this meta as well. This is why XG is also doing really well. So yeah, I think Extreme Gaming, a lot of their success really depends on, is it a good Gen Q patch? And it looks like we're still a bit torn. Aurora's good, or is it like better to be a bit more greedy? It feels like you can kind of do both right now.
Yeah, you start with a couple of utility items.
Wah, dapat 2 like kita, terima kasih guys. Belum mulai, belum apa-apa.
Transition.
I mean, isn't that why Doom is being preferred by the teams, even though he has a very bad win rate, because he can kind of buy the auras, but he can also secure late game, because you get Midas, and you build your aura items, and if the game is going too fast, you can maybe sell the Midas and complete your next aura item and then join the fight, and maybe rebuy the Midas later. So I feel like that's the value that teams really like in the game.
That's the idea, but is it happening?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
I already kind of worry for Liquid here with Doom versus Marcy Lena, because where we've seen Doom struggle in these games is he gets dumpstered in laning phase now.
Yeah.
And I struggle to think of a safe lane duo, which it will be the safe lane duo, that is harder to deal with than the Marcy Lena. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say as well, like the reason why I feel like Doom is getting dumpstered, as you mentioned, the laning stage, it's not really like a hoodwink patch, right? You don't have like these pos 4s. Like Dark Willow was one of those heroes. Like it was like hoodwink, Dark Willow, like Snapfire, like every single game, just securing anything for your offlane. They're going back for the Dark Willow, but this is not a pick that has been super just popular right now. It's not something we're going to see a lot, but I think maybe they're remembering why was Doom so good in the past. It's because we had a strong POS 4 that kind of allowed it to get its laning stage. The way I look at Doom in general is like, you just kind of sit there and farm, someone gets out of position, your POS 4 stuns them, then all of a sudden you press Scorched Earth, you chase them down. And another thing about 33 and why his Doom is slightly different than everyone else, Winter kind of like touched on it, but like he adapts his item build based off what creep he gets. We've seen time and time again, like, no, Doom's gonna own this game. He finds a heartbeat creep, brings 3 mangoes immediately, and then all of a sudden he just like destroys his laning stage. So he's very clever about what creeps he gets and tries to find whatever creep he has at his disposal to help him win the laning stage, where I feel like a lot of Dooms don't have that same creativity.
I think when you're playing against this type of Doom, like as a 5, like I try to block the camps myself. I don't even leave the camp open.
I just no option.
Yeah, I just prefer not to give him the option to have the camp, even though it might mean that my levels is gonna be a little bit affected by it. Yeah. So these are the small little things that you have to really consider. You know? And on the Dark Willow, I've seen some position 4 players when they're laning with a Doom. So early game, what you do is you buy a ward, and you put a ward in behind the tower to scout. Around the twin gate, you see the 2 camps, so that the Doom would know what camps are spawning there, so he can come over and use them. So I've seen players do that, and which I feel like is very, very good for the Doom's game.
Wow, I feel like my brain literally just expanded by 300 IQ points just listening to that insight. That is such a great way to play when you have a Doom as your offlaner and you're the +4 for them. All right, this is the one that was highly contested between the two of them. We knew both offlaners, XG and Liquid here, loved Visage, and they're going to be able to pick it up for themselves.
The lock.
Okay.
Oh,
What?
Oh.
No, it's they're picking Slark up here right now. Most likely he's going to shift Lena into the mid role, it looks like. Unless they're cooking something really interesting with this Slark.
Lena?
I'm just gonna go ahead and just ignore the Slark for now and just look at the other heroes. I think the Visage definitely gonna be an offlaner, and I think you're putting Marcy with it because Jin Q, as I mentioned before, and Malahia, this is his bread and butter. He's really good on the hero. He can be very greedy with it and have a lot of impact. Lena, we thought it would be the carry, but who knows anymore now that we have a Slark. We did see the offlane Slark the other day, but I feel like when you do have like a Marcy and a Visage, that won't be the case. So something between the Slark and Lena is going to be a little bit funny. Either it's just going to be stock standard and we have Slark carry, Lena mid. We do know that XM does not like to play Spirit Heroes in the mid lane. So if he does...
plays lane winners, which Lena is
Lena is a lane winner, so it looks like they'll probably just be a last pick position 5 here.
I mean, the slot pick here, you know, yesterday we had a game where it seemed to be like a really good slot pick, but you guys mentioned that, oh, slot's not good enough still, you know. But here, do you think it's good enough, you know, for him to be picked and survive the lane?
TBD. Depends on their 5, I think.
I don't. I am curious where Extreme is going with this. I have faith in them that they're going to pick something that makes it all come together, but this seems to me like a very Liquid favorite draft so far. Very little disable for the puck. I like the support duo between Clock and Willow. They have enough damage to kill pretty much anyone. If it's a Lena mid, Clock hooking into the Lena is one of the... How do you survive that? You don't.
Yeah.
Like, Clock can solo kill Lena a lot of the time, even as a 5. Doom versus Slark, it's not like it used to be where Slark runs into the trees and he heals. You can't heal through Doom. Like, Slark is an amazing Doom target. You have to jump in and then immediately ult so you don't get doomed.
What are these bans, by the way, on Liquid?
which one?
They don't think
they banned Void Spirit. They think they need a mid.
They think the Lina is a 4.
Or
Oh, the Slog's a 4?
They don't think what we're thinking. That's all I can say for certain. They think they need a mid on Extreme Gaming.
Or maybe they're just trying to cover. Maybe they think the Void Puck matchup is bad enough.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, Void Spirit is definitely very good against Puck with the Aghanim's.
And they think it's warranted to have a 5 Slark for that.
well, in what world does a 5 or a 4 Slark give you? Like, what does it give you?
I don't think it gives you anything.
You
So
pick it
I think
fourth.
Lena most likely would have to be that support, right? But then it's like, what MMR bracket we in right now? We see Lena support.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, who would play Lena plus 4?
this is some like 5-head
Pause
draft
full screen by
where
disabling chat
either
from
Extreme is
desktop,
going
right?
the very next level,
Have fun
or they're
watching.
going so next level that it's going to become previous level.
Yeah, they're gonna go back with their TA here.
This is
Play it
this is
fast.
the bike meme, the guy riding the bike and he shoves the stick into his own wheel and causes himself to crash.
It could be that.
It could be that.
It could be, but
TBD.
Well, what's the opposite of that if he doesn't stick it into the wheel?
Just goes on a nice little bike ride.
it's like ET,
Yeah,
on a flying bike.
Flying bike.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think it's gonna be one or the other.
One predict, yeah. One
I don't
predict
think
and then
that
we go
bike
back.
is just gonna go out on the pavement, you know.
No. He's not just going to keep riding normally.
Of
It's
course
either crash and burn or soaring through the sky.
Lovely. Got it.
Well, Liquid are gonna have to reveal their last pick here before anything else.
Extreme Gaming.
I'm be expecting a carry, and Luna makes it all the way to be able to be a last pick despite the phenomenal performance she had yesterday.
They don't have to respect it, you know. That's all.
No,
there is
no
to
one
it.
does. No one does.
Oh, still not banned. Everyone bans this hero against him.
Okay, what is
It
this?
is a 4 slot.
The 4 Slark. Okay, cool. Shin-Q, he's cooking.
What is he doing? What are they doing?
So
I mean, I will say, okay, I
Dude,
much
what's
rather
up?
see Jin Q on this than DY.
Yeah.
So there's
agree.
that. We'll build from there. I don't know how far we're gonna get up with this building, but it's going to lane with a Visage, so you can trade a bit with Dark Pact, maybe get some Essence Chick staff, and then all of a sudden, Visage can do Visage things. He does like playing with these melee guys, and Jin Q loves getting farm.
You're so confused by this, he had an aneurysm.
That's not entirely sure, man. Like, he's gonna transition into a carry, and he likes doing that. So if there's someone that can make it work, maybe you should.
Okay.
If not, we'll see.
I'll lay this one down here too. Okay, Slark now has Barracuda, which will reveal wards at level 1.
Yes.
Wow.
Which also means he has 10 HP regen at level 1. This does hypothetically make him a better laner than previous, a better early game hero than previous. And I know people have theory crafted the Slark support before.
How before? Are you saying, like, you know, within a couple patches before?
Ages ago.
I mean, that was just with the shard,
when
right?
they have the when they added the Aghanim shard, it's like, oh, this is now a save hero. You just need 1,500 gold and 15 minutes.
We'll see. It's hard to say.
Woody, you have time to give some of your thoughts between these two drafts too? No brain aneurysm, please.
I have no idea what they're doing.
Miguel.
I understand what Liquid is doing, so Liquid.
You understand one team. We're gonna stick with that one. We're gonna get hopefully a little bit more insight.
Team with the most roles on kill.
Before we get into game number 1.
Indeed, I'm joined here by Maps as, I mean, of course, the question
Where
I
with the
first want
highest
to ask
network by
is,
10.
your support duo is
Network
Slark
10.
and Marcy. That's very interesting. Is that a response to what Liquid drafted, or is this something which, you know, you think is really strong and you're going to pick
The
off
number
them?
blink dagger
你们选了
chased
非
by
常有趣
25.
的辅助搭档马西和小鱼人，你们是应对了 Liquid 的战术呢，还是觉得很强就自己选了？
Satu
其
dua.
实 Liquid 他自己应该知道的，我们在训练正是用这个英雄跟他训练过。
I think Liquid
the
has a
least.
feel on what we're
Yeah.
doing because we've done it in scrims.
Yeah.
Okay, so you feel like this is a draft which
Mati
is, you
ni
know,
kena
going to win. Do you feel like you got on the upper hand in this drafting phase?
对于你们选出来的阵容，是不是觉得比较有优势？
Oke ya, semoga benar ya. Oke, kita dulu.
怎么说呢？就看队员发挥吧。大家也比较了解，因为我们来之前跟 Liquid 的训练是比较多的，是。
It really depends on how the players perform because prior to coming to TI, we scrimmed a lot with Liquid.
All right, and last quick question. What are the confidence levels like coming into this matchup against Liquid?
自信心有多少
5、6、7成。
？5, 6, 7?
5, 6, 7. All right, that'll have to do, I guess. That is going to do it for our interview, which means we can get into game number 1 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the joke that just keeps on giving as Insania takes first blood against Xingqiu, the position for Slark. Trent,
yes.
You know, we're waking up early. We're seeing some craziness go on. I'm not sure exactly how to feel about this. I think it's going to be an interesting little dynamic to watch. Yeah, there's a lot of damage done to that Slark. He didn't really stand up that strong.
No, it's genius because, you know, we heard the panel talking earlier. Liquid, Jenkins was saying they don't like those morning games, right? Now imagine you're there rubbing your eyes, getting ready for your game, and there's a Slark, and you're like, oh, Dame Slark, yeah, that's pretty good. You know, and then it's like, thank you. But, of course, Maps has let us know, yeah, we've done this in scrims. They know what's up. So some scrim partners here, it would seem, and we'll see what Liquid has concocted versus this support Slark that they're apparently already aware of.
I mean, on its face, there's like some elements, like the more you... It's like a drug. The more you're thinking about it, the more it's just infested your head. It's like you can't get it out of there. I'm thinking about it. The Barracuda, he's playing against a Clockwork. You're trading like the Essence Shift stacks. Maybe in the later stages, you're scouting out. Like if you're trying to find a fight around the mid game, and he breaks the smoke, immediately hits Dark Pack. All these things sound cool.
Yeah, it has been done in the past. Soxon has played a little bit of the sports Slark, I remember, in a few officials too, so it's not completely out there, and now in theory it should be better than it's ever been with the changes to the innate. So let's see how it goes.
We're just giving all of you out there listening, you know, your things that you can say as you pick this and grief in your games.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's fine. Just link the ID to this match.
Yep.
Hopefully it goes at least decently well for Xingqiu, so you'll have some excuse.
And, you know, it's fine. He just runs away. He's healing back up over there. They're going to trade a little bit more with Clockwork. As Nisha's already taken a bit of a beating. 8-6 in that mid lane versus 6-0.
I mean, it's the XM Viper. Like, they truly got him with this one, right? You pick the Lina nice and early, and then you pick this fake carry. So then, even if they knew there's a chance for the support Slark, they probably... I mean, I guess they did still ban mids anyway. So
oh, yeah.
They really did know, but kind of crazy that XM gets his Viper of all heroes.
Right, and you think about some of those other picks, and I mean, you can see the Void Spirit being a problem or something. It feels like this is maybe one of those
news,
where...
Dude. There's no way. This is the Void versus Viper. I feel like we've had this discussion too many times.
I know. You're absolutely right. I do feel, though, that like this is probably one of those matchups that this is going to be some of the worst of it. This laning stage is going to be really rough, but in the later stages, you know, Pucky's moving and manangling and getting all over the place.
Moving even?
Yeah, Pounce. Trade some hits, a Soul Assumption, hitting onto Insania. But it feels like you can outmaneuver the Viper later, even if you're not doing a ton of damage / killing them. But who's to say?
Well, that'll be the plan.
ZQ runs back in, asserting dominance in this lane. Sort of. He has Essence Shift at the very least and a Blood Grenade. God, it is going to be a really interesting one to watch. Like, because it feels like as a support, he's going to be so free to like set up for good fights. But in the fights, I feel like he's going to do nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Or he has these like incredible moments. The Shard will certainly be his biggest contribution. General map and macro stuff should be the big deal with this, right? Like the panel was discussing this idea of the wards, the vision, being able to shut that down. Gaining gold and XP from wards, that's certainly no joke. And you're a little bit more free to do it compared to the core Slarks because you'll be roaming around a little bit. The other combo, of course, that got disrupted because of this is the Marcy and the Visage. It's a bit of a classic, right? All kinds of combos you can do. But you can still link up. Lena's going to be off doing her farming thing for a while, so DY eventually will still be able to join up alongside XXS, and we'll get all these nice little rebound combos, and then the sidekick and the birds, and yada yada.
It'll be something to watch for as Mickey gets brought down low, and certainly showing that there's some value in this lane as well. The Slark Visage paired together. And mid lane, every time I look back at it, it's feeling more and more into the favor of XM. 24 and 13 right now.
What part looked good? Was it the denies equal to the last hit?
Yeah, that's pretty rough. And it just keeps happening. Like, even as he's going uphill, it feels like he's not missing that often. A level ahead of Nisha right now. This TI, it has felt like there's been a couple more of these like shutouts in mid happening. I was thinking back to the Monkey King games that we watched yesterday.
Yeah, it has felt like maybe there's a little bit more of that flavor of the old mid lane, where it feels like one person can actually like stomp over and it's not just a water rune session.
Yeah.
Also, it feels like slightly less rotations to mid, less time like covering runes and stuff. So, been a little bit more static on the side lanes. Otherwise, you know, using the Twin Gate, because going mid takes a while. Twin Gate, you just hop right through.
That's something that we can definitely see happen.
Oh, get him.
Oh, some pushbacks. The latch is there, the damage is out, and it's enough for the kill, and now ZQ beaten into Mickey won't be able to do quite enough damage there.
Nice, raindrops and wand though.
Staying alive. That's what you want to see from Mickey. So coming up on that 6-minute mark, both supports position 5s have died independently twice. As double null talisman for the Visage. We get all that mana regen and a big mana pool.
Yeah, plus that death toll coming into play nice and early. I actually didn't realize that if it's... you don't have to hit them with it. As long as the projectile's on the way, you also get the credit.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Cool.
I thought you had to at least hit it first, and then you have like the 3-second window, but yeah. So if someone's about to die, just immediately send that thing at them. It doesn't matter if you hit or not, you still get the bonus.
Ooh, Nisha getting a haste rune a little bit too slow there. Was ZQ to make the move over. As 33. And I mean, with all of the talk of the Slark and everything else that came out, I think it should be noted again, like, I don't know, what would we say about it? Like, the boldness and the assurity that Liquid have in themselves and how they play the game. Doom has lost 7 games in a row. And they come in and they first pick it still, no worries about it. The panel talked about it a lot, but it's really nice. Oh, and you can see, yeah, first Slark pick. Hasn't really seen a heck of a lot of it.
Hero win rate, 0.
Yeah.
I assume that means there was one other pick, I believe.
That's what I'm thinking as well, yeah.
And that, but see, they didn't win.
Or so production is like, 0. We know what's going to happen here. I need to play it out.
All right, we have both supports here lurking on the side. This is now the classic Viper, okay? Dota's been around a long time, and I've seen this happen many times where 3 heroes come in to kill a Viper, and suddenly Viper is a double or a triple kill. So you got to be a little bit careful. No matter what changes in Dota, some things stay the same.
Bro, DY is level 5, Insania is level 3. They drop down the coil immediately. Xingqiu starts hitting a couple cogs, already dead on Clockwork. And Liquid have to back away.
You know, Marcy and Slark are surprisingly good defensive supports for protecting your mid. You know?
Yeah.
Like, being able to rebound off, that's free.
Oh, true.
For the Marcy, but Slark as well, like, you come mid, you can just check for a little bit of vision, so you can lurk really close to your Viper and you know they can't see you, and then you get a pounce to hold them next to your Viper.
The Barracuda is definitely, I think, going to be like the main big thing that this guy brings to the table. Scouting out wards, and I was thinking about it too, like breaking smokes. As soon as Barracuda pops up and gets broken, you just immediately dark packed and you should be free to break a smoke.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Farming up there as Xingqiu comes on in and is battling with Insania over who gets this medium camp here. But so far, so good.
Yeah, we're gonna have some parallel ideas here between the two teams, right? A lot of Luna farming, a lot of Lena farming. Whoa, that's only 1 letter difference. That's kind of crazy.
True.
But coming into this tournament, like, you know, someone asked me like, what's my favorite hero for Liquid to play? I would say Doom.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they play extremely well around this. They have some content pieces they put out where they have the team talk over matches they've played. They're very entertaining. Shout out to Team Liquid. They're pretty cool. And one of the more recent ones, it was 3-3 playing Doom. And just like the way he talks about it and this whole, like, you can tell that he just develops a plan. Like, throughout the game, he very easily identifies who I need to Doom.
Right.
And as long as I Doom them, we just win the game. So I think that's why they like this hero a lot, because it allows you to simplify team fights down quite a bit. Like, you just have a condition that if you get the Doom on that correct hero, the fight just gets infinitely easier.
And do you feel like there's one particular one in this game that he wants to hit or feels like he has to?
I think it's tougher. I think they've done a good job of the draft. Number one, there's going to be these saves from the Slark that are going to be really annoying. But typically, it's like the controller, right? That I feel like you want to take care of for the most part. It does depend a little bit on your lineup, but you think about like these like, let's say Puck was like their team, like Pucks, Kunkas, Embers, those kind of heroes. But you have an XM mid, so it's not going to be those heroes, right? It's going to be this Viper, and if you Doom the Viper, I mean, that's a little meh.
He already isn't using his abilities that often.
Yeah,
like,
Lena would be great, but you're kind of assuming you're not going to get the Doom on the Lena, because just by basic positioning.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. Insania trying to stay alive here. Xingqiu is going to juke off to the side.
So that's going to put the pressure on the Clockwork, because then Clock has to get the flares, the hook shots, set up for these really good Dooms.
Well, and we saw him already try and make that move over for Ame and wasn't able to get it. Now the rotation bottom is DY. Gets level 6. Nice play there. Ooh. The dispose into LSA. And, well, XG off to a really good start here. 4-2. It's still very, very even across the board, but this is sort of that fake Doom net worth that we always talk about.
Have we checked the player camera just to ensure that it's actually XXS on the off lane? I saw that Rod of Owie pop up there on the Visage.
Oh god.
Now completed here for XXS. Just want to clarify, yeah.
Interesting.
Make sure he hasn't subbed in. And he's ready to make some maneuvers. The Rod into pipe. No Gleipnirs here.
Right.
This guy's OG.
It's going to be, I mean, obviously Willow's a little bit hard to catch and kill, just because you can go into Shadow Realm, kind of get some separation there. You can still get like bird drops and stuff like that, but Clock is going to be pretty vulnerable to this.
And they're smoking up there on the move. Not very often you see this these days. Super early Atos into roaming. And hopefully this will help out the Viper's itemization too, because that's one thing that hero struggles with, is like getting decent control. They kind of have like 3 right clickers.
This is the LSA, and now with no more Shadow Realm, this is going to be Boxy completely in a bad way, and well, it just gives away a little healing salve there too. As Xingqiu running right into Insania's face. And again, how many position 4s do you feel like can do this against Clockwork?
Yeah, not many. Just really does not want to die. I like the one tap, yeah.
The little
tap. Yeah, you like that ulti?
Away. That was nice. And it's a relatively low cooldown too. dude. The more I see, it's just
Soft.
I know I'm gonna get reported.
I know earlier I said I really want to play a lot of Dota today, like when we're done and watching the games and stuff. Just to be clear,
you can play Stark. I'll play Darkseer. It'll be good.
No, I don't want to do that.
A prize.
5-2 Insania trying to make some use here of this first hook shot. But nobody is around at this point in time in the game. Does look like he's bringing out another bracer, so getting pretty tanky on this clock.
Just gonna match those bracers of Slark, you know?
Yeah.
And ZinQ. Let him determine the item build.
A lot of stat items and a little bit of just this early game jostling back and forth.
Yeah, we're chilling. 14-minute Wisdom Runes, I think, could be a good one, right? You're a Clockwork. I'd love to smoke for that.
Right.
Flare, Hookshot, Seal a Wisdom Rune.
Well, and I do think that there's going to be this eventual time. Oh, just off the mark. That extra movement speed from the Barracuda.
He's too fast. He's 4 and 7? Clockwork, my guy?
Uh-oh.
That's not great.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Dire wins 17%. Not what you want to see.
In theory, he should be pretty darn good this patch, obviously, with all these ranged carries, but...
I mean, this is the thing that's tough. You've got Willow, Clockwork, and it just feels like you can't do anything. Like, who are you going on? Oh no, and now the Atos, they got him caught. I mean, Bird drops, dispose, and extra damage out. The fear is pretty good. Although, with still birds on him, and the Soul Assumption thrown, Insania might be able to get a deny on Roche, and he will. Well played.
All right, easy peasy as we continue this rather quiet game now by knocking another kill off here. Yeah, there is a puck. I don't know if you forgot. I know you probably did forget because Niche hasn't done anything.
Right.
It's such a bad time mid that you would think with Willow, Clockwork, Puck, you're just killing everywhere, right? You have double great initiations into burst damage from the Willow, but that has just been delayed by so much.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, Ame is going to be way the back on the other side of the map, playing in very safe areas, trying to get towards the Gleipnir. Viper is just like, even though he's standing right here, you never want to go on this guy.
No.
There's no way that you would want to make that move. And now the movement, they doom the Slark, able to find him, good damage out. Now this turnaround is what they needed. Can they get the kill on XXS after the fact? Insania still sticking around strong. Nisha making the move forward, and with Boxy in the area, this does look like it's going to be the core kill that Liquid were looking for. DY nowhere really to go as they find the Curse Crown connection, and XG a bit too far forward there as Liquid punish.
Oh man, just chaining that after and after for more kills. Exactly as Ame actually finished up that Gleipnir there too, so could have been dangerous maybe if he could have rotated a bit earlier, but wasn't quite set up for it. We'll just return to farming the bottom lane, but great scoops there from Liquid, finally get some maneuvers out of Nisha, and is looking for potentially the Blink Dagger right after this Witchblade. We'll see if that's what he winds up going for. ZinQ just immediately is back scouting for wards.
And maybe trying to set up with this Orchid reveal would be really nice. ZinQ spots Insania.
Look at the way he's maneuvering.
Dude, he's just out of vision. The assassin that does nothing.
Can this work?
Trying to find him. Nope.
Nah, I don't think so. He's just gonna take the farm. I mean, it's nighttime, so he's working with the vision. But yeah.
It feels like it should be so much better. And then you realize that it's just a Slark.
I mean, it's great vision for taking this tier 2 top though, right? It's going to spot any rotations that come from the mid and towards that top tower, so they can kind of control this area. Ame's rotating up here as well, so this is a concentrated effort here from XM.
In a way, it definitely feels like a poor man's Night Stalker draft. You know, like, they're going to be making these moves around nighttime. There's no way that as Liquid, you want to be running out when Slark's going to have full vision.
Well, they're going to use that ward to fake this pressure up top and immediately go for this Roche. They have the Lina, they got Sidekick, they got Visage. And Liquid not going to be able to contest this one.
Rocket Flare does reveal that it's happening, but so hard to get numbers out to this direction. So first Aegis in hand for XG. Liquid, though, maintaining a gold lead right now. We'll see where they decide to go and how they feel about the pace of this game. It's going to be a Blink Dagger completed for Nisha now, too. So they're starting to get a couple of these pretty big items.
Yeah, there's kind of a question of just like, at what speed do you need to move here as XG?
Right.
Because I feel like they're the ones who sort of have this looming threat of like, we should probably be getting stuff done. Like, I think Liquid look pretty happy to chill back here. Doom, Puck, Luna, they seem kind of happy. But they're thinking about making an aggressive maneuver here at level 12 here on the Puck. Arcane Rune in hand.
Double blinks is really nice, and XM hides in the trees, recognizing that potential danger that could be coming their way. If he steps out, I think it's an easy jump, but instead they're looking down bottom and they find XinQ, and they're actually just gonna doom him. Okay.
Oh, here we go though.
Overextension possibly. He used everything on that Slark, and now 33 goes down.
All right, well, here we go though. Now we have something interesting because he has committed for the Blink Dagger on the Puck, and the Orchid's finished on XM. So there is the chance now if they do get aggressive, they can catch out Nisha. But I think that's partially why they also just kill XinQ, because they recognize that they only really want to fight with like full forces here.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get their kills, get back out. They know there's an Aegis, so eventually they are going to come. They're just trying to like set them off balance so they can't get organized and move. But now they have the pipe, so I think that 5-hero wind-up's going to be coming here. They're just going to throw themselves at a tower. But Mikke has a Manta now as well, so he's also quite formidable in an actual engagement as they smoke up to move forward.
It is unfortunate because you imagine how different this move right here from Extreme looks if it was the Viper that they killed instead. It would have taken longer for him to come back.
Boxy pops the smoke.
Yeah, that was well played. And now that's going to buy enough time for Mikke to get out, although he runs in. Now Dark Willow realizing, yeah, there's a lot of people here. We'll throw out the Terrorize. And that should still secure the tier 1 tower bottom. Might even stick around for the Wisdom at 20. Or 21 rather, but the Tormentor Wisdom.
Yeah, it's a ways away. I mean, they could just keep this pressure up on the tier 2. Because they have wards, right? Like, they can see Mikke, they see Insania. They want to at least force them back right now. You have Visage, Lina, sidekick.
Buildings starting to fall.
That's a quick 1-2 punch.
That's really, really good. And yeah, it's just going to take it down. They had Glyph available, but Liquid no intention of stopping that. So that it was a 4K gold lead. Now we're down to just 1,000. And at the 20-minute mark, I mean, if you want to, you could go for that Tormentor.
Yeah, Nisha did trade for the top tier 1. Mikke has been hitting creeps the entire time as well. Again, more vision, spotting where Mikke is moving to up top here. So really good wards from XG. Likewise though, Liquid have a few. Got one place on the Radiant side down there, spotting XM.
I mean, you would anticipate that this would happen. This is why you're taking the Slark. A huge part of the decision-making here is he's always got a sentry in hand. Very annoying to play against. Does feel like down bottom, DY gonna get out of trouble. And yeah, they didn't decide to stick around that long. I guess the other thing is 20-minute mark, we're looking at daytime again.
Yeah, that's, I mean, both sides obviously have some advantages at night. On the side of Liquid, you have the bonus damage that's helping out everybody, as well as just her own vision, but Slark, same thing. And Sania is going to get the free Tormentor Shard there. They did already purchase the Shard on the Slark.
Okay.
And have not taken their own Tormentor quite yet, although as we've seen from their ability to take down towers, they could do it really fast if they get organized.
Yeah, still a lot of damage coming out when you've got that sidekick action working for Marcy. And of course, just Visage in general does a lot.
So now, the hardest thing though is that the Yules is done for the Puck, there's PKB on Doom, and there's a Manta on the Luna. So how do you actually start a fight as XG? Like, Gleipnir and Atos are kind of your jumps. Unless DY is somehow going to get a rebound.
It feels like that's not even what they're trying to do. They're just walking at objective and say, come fight us.
Fair enough, yep.
But right now you can see this movement, and they're actually even leaving that bounty room. Want to make them feel safe. XG, they decide to smoke up as well. XinQ, he's going to break it immediately. Dark Pack wants to walk away. Do they have enough to bring down this clock? They do. Can they find more? Do they want to go for more? I think it looks like they're just going to call it right there so they get the pick off, get out. Don't manage to take the tier 2 tower though.
Now the Aegis was expiring really soon, so bag it up. They don't want to offer a good opportunity for a Doom or a Dream Coil. Gonna reset. I actually think DY's Shard would be really nice here. If they roll that one on the Tormentor, I think that's best case scenario for them, because that would actually be their best jump at this point. For when they, you know, and when you're pressuring these towers, if you see Liquid coming, like, you do want some way to actually jump heroes when you want to. And right now, that's probably going to be their best bet.
I'm really curious. I mean, I guess I was thinking about it, like, can't you just ignore the Slark? You know what I mean? But the more I think about it, if he is there to save somebody with that shard, you kind of need to be able to take him out. And in a way, it feels like Doom is the only reliable way to do that. It's
pretty much,
strange.
Yeah. And he's got 4 permanent edge. So you don't want to just ignore this guy. He's kind of a beast right now.
You're not wrong,
yeah.
Man. Dangerous.
Whew.
It's definitely...
Oh, Barracuda.
You're seeing the value.
It's cute. Oh, wait. Oh, he didn't notice. Wait. He's calculating.
He's going to go.
Oh, he's got it.
This is the D-ward action coming from the
191 gold.
He's on top of it. So 23 minutes in now. Still relatively low on the kill score. But it has been Extreme setting the tempo for the game. It does still have that feeling that Liquid, once they come online, get all 5 together, and decide to actually take a fight, things will start looking better for them. But you need that BKB on Mice. Still incredibly farmed on this Luna.
I mean, they actually can't start a fight on XG, though. I do think that's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
They literally have no way to start a fight. Like, everyone should be able to just escape all the time.
Yeah. Towers
like, he took the Watcher. Like,
yeah.
He is not concerned.
He's really not afraid.
Xinq's queuing up Basher. Because they need something, right?
What in the hell?
That makes sense. He's not. He already has the shard. Like, what else do you need?
I know, it's a fair play. A Force Staff or something, maybe? I don't know. You know what? If Xinq pounces, you can't force away from that anymore on Slark. That's a thing.
Oh, that's true, actually.
He's their catch. Xinq is their everything.
It was a weird change.
Sorry, Lena, you have to go farm somewhere else. Slark's taking mid-wave. All right, getting closer and closer, though. And the other thing to obviously keep in mind about the Liquid dynamic is that, you know, you take or win one decisive fight, Luna is just going to rip through towers. BKB. Oh, 33.
Really didn't want to die.
Yeah, understandable. But, I mean, also a testament to where Liquid see this game going. And it sounds like, from App's interview, they've played against this before. They were scrim partners together. I imagine what Liquid are feeling is that, like, if this just goes later and later, eventually we'll win if we take a good fight.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're just going to be like, you know, they can only pressure towers. We're just going to cut waves. Their catch is abysmal until this support Slark has Ags Basher.
Right.
And so we're just going to chill. Like, maybe like a Scythe or something from someone.
Yeah, that could be pretty solid as an eventual answer for Extreme. Which, I mean, they can farm into it. But it definitely is feeling like one of the lower damage games from all these people, as everybody's just kind of dodging. And it seems like consistently the only ones that are dying are Insania and Xinq.
Well, they want to keep it interesting for the fans.
It's true.
Yeah. They know they enjoy the blood sport that is Dota 2.
Are they actually the only ones that have died? Okay, no, XXS died one time.
Is that really it?
33 in Boxyard.
Yeah, okay. There's more deaths. But they were helping out early. 9 matches and 8 wins. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Getting it
whenever they get Chrysalis. Luna just be winning.
It's the Conda. Oh, I mean, look at this, too. No BKB, goes straight Conda. Mickey's like, all right, we're not fighting. I'm getting my items. Although they do smoke up, that was under a ward.
Yeah, in that vision for sure.
They might not have caught that, though, because it looked like Mickey was about to run up.
I mean, XXS just booted out of there, though. I think they saw.
They have an idea.
Oh, the BKB now here for Ame. Roche has just respawned. It's a fresh nighttime, so Roche will be up here for a while. Bonus damage for Liquid.
I mean, this is a little bit dangerous because if Liquid are now going into this fight with no BKB on Luna, she can get bursted here. And in fact, they're going to start heading up.
You know what's really good when you don't have BKB, though?
What's that?
The Aegis.
That's true. Can they get it in time, though? Boxy there to break smoke. ZingQ immediately out. Find him with that Curse Crown. 33 looking for his target. Who's he going to jump on? They go onto the Marcy, still saving that Doom. LSA connects one down. 33 BKB. He backs away. Liquid, they buffed them one time, able to keep a little bit of distance. And now Nisha commits with the Dream Coil. Look at that damage. Onto the Visage. This is completely fallen apart for XG. And now Liquid should have a free path for Roche. That could not have gone worse for XG.
Yeah, really good positioning from Liquid, because Boxy just recognizing like how they want to play this, right? They're going to send in the Slark, and once there's the vision, then he's going to do his thing. So they put an Op Sentry combo, he hides in the tree line.
And they didn't have to use Doom on him.
And they missed the jump. The Marcy stun doesn't connect anyway, because again, their initiation is very difficult to achieve.
Oh no.
Now they got problems.
Thought about it. Goes in, ZingQ pulled over, and the Yule Scepter lift up. Poor guy, he does not have anywhere else to go, and we'll have Pounce back up.
You have to. Like, I actually do think you have to do him to get the kill. He's level 16, so Nisha's still going to take the kill.
Yeah. And Aegis now in hand for Luna. For XG, where do you go now? I mean, things have started to really come off the rails, it feels like. You've gotten fighting items, but they've been losing the fights. Luna didn't even have BKB in that last one. Tough stuff.
Yeah, it really is. You have the BKB now out there for XM. I'm curious to see how much pressure Liquid even bothers placing.
Yeah.
You know, like they're kind of chilling. They do have level 20 here on Nisha though, so able to take the Waning Rift cooldown. He's feeling really spicy, but considering how weak their catch is already, I feel like the Waning Rift cooldown just feels even better.
Right.
But he has been considering it for a long time. So maybe he's like, yo, Boxy, how spicy are you feeling with these terrorizes right now? Can we hit some wombo combos?
Let's see if they manage it. Certainly an option. ZingQ again scouting things out. Sees some heroes. Luna spotted him as well. But with the Aegis still in hand for 3 minutes, feeling pretty good. Insania being a bulwark in front of the rest of the side of XG, who still do not have good ways to take fights. It is funny because it, like, in a similar way to Night Stalker 2, the Slark can see you coming at them, but you just can't do anything about it. He has no answer.
Yeah. It's just the warning bells. Oh, there's a Luna. Well, I can see you, she says.
Oh, God.
I got that night vision, too.
Oh, my God, bro. Oh, no. Oh, God. Get him out of there.
All right, good pipe.
He stayed alive. That's the highlight right now.
Still has Shard, you know, still valuable if a fight breaks out.
True.
Man, Liquid, yeah, again, just there's not really a whole lot of incentive for them to move in.
No.
Moving in is the only way that XG can fight.
Yeah.
Like, they need you to start the fight. it's just like up top. When Insania died that one time as they were like trying to stop them at the tier 2, I think once that moment occurred and Insania just dies, they all walk away, they're just like, you know what, let's just not fight them anymore.
Yeah.
Like, why bother?
There's nothing to be gained there.
They're getting more gold on the map. They're looking like they're going to outscale them.
Now, eventually, they're going to have to deal with the Slark with items. The unfortunate part is that Slark is still a garbage carry right now, so I'm not sure if it actually matters. We'll see. Time will tell.
He's fine, but he's not going to be that high.
No.
He's not going to get that level, that gold. And there it is, the Basher.
He's ready to bash. The Bash Bros. ZingQ online. You know, I once saw ZingQ play Queen of Pain, build a Blink Dagger and a Dagon 5, and it was amazing. This man just thinks about Dota on another level. And Boxy, he's going to be found, immediately brought down. Don't go into their area, it's a bad time. Oh, wait a minute, but the turnaround, walk forward, Doom already out. They need to do some damage out from Lena, and they're actually doing it. When Liquid initiate, suddenly XG, they managed to win the fight. Unbelievable. as they take down all 4 of them. It's going to be a respawn on that Aegis. Marcy had to buy back, gotta run away with everybody else. XXS in some trouble, pulled back in by Nisha. Does he have enough damage to get away? Can he survive? No. So that's 3 now dead for XG.
All right, that was a crazy cleanup considering. That was not looking good.
No.
I thought that was going to be a complete disaster for Liquid, but it ends up being quite fine for them, especially with the buyback there from the Marcy's. You can see they get a pretty good gold edge. XP, kind of the same though. Only 1,000 more, but oh my gosh. That's 4,500 XP for Nisha. Seeing as how he's the only person who hasn't died, I think, in this entire game.
He's huge.
At 5-0 and 6.
Yeah, didn't you say he was just talking about the
and a
level
half?
20? Yeah.
He was just level 21.
Him and Mickey having really good games here. As that is going to be the Satanic coming out for the Luna. And Aegis no longer there, but it's still 20 seconds until Ame is back up on this Lina. Use your shard on the racks, Charlie. Can you save it that way? I don't think so.
No. That would be crazy though.
Yeah, it's like the old Arc Ward.
If we don't say his name, he won't get picked, okay? Just
Okay.
keep pretending that he's not real.
I'm still waiting for the Arc Ward and support to come out. I mean, we got XinQ playing
come back.
Slark. That's right.
Yeah. That was one of his couple of the first professional games. I think Kuro was just trying to pad his stats though to make sure he played all the heroes. As here's your replay here. So Boxy, they start moving in, you know, oh, D-Ward. You know, that's a good idea. And as you can see, if you can actually get caught by something like a Gleipnir and Atos,
yeah,
then they can get a kill and start this fight off on some good footing here. 3-3 comes in with the Doom. That was kind of terrifying. When the Lina turned here and it's just inside this shroud hidden, you can see the potential here for the support Slark.
And they just didn't have quite enough damage to bring down Mickey quickly enough.
Yeah. And all the bounces from the glaives just coming back through.
But it does show how strong you can be just as this turret on Lina. And imagine how different that goes if, like, that's again one of the best case scenarios in terms of Lina being caught with the Doom. If she's free to just hit things, it's still a scary ass lineup to play against.
Yeah, Lina was Doom and Boxy cast 0 spells.
Yeah.
And it still went kind of even.
Yeah, I guess it's, you know, one side good, the other side bad there. Does have Daedalus done. And Nisha almost at that 25, eyes up towards the Maelstrom, or Mjolnir rather. It's an item that I feel like we haven't seen in a while. Everybody else is getting these Gleipnirs.
Mjolnir?
Yeah.
Wow. The power of the Dream Coil.
So 35 minutes coming up now. Scotty is where XM wants to go. And Liquid likely gonna wait for the next Aegis before they try and make any type of concerted effort towards another high ground push. But they did at least get that one set of racks mid.
Back to chill zone.
Right. I mean, the other thing is that I could very easily see if like Liquid get a team fight around a Roche movement or something, they could just run it down mid and end the game too. They don't have to go for the other sets of racks if they don't want to.
Yeah, they have the power of the Luna. All right, that's huge though. You can see what happened to Lina in the last fight. Having this AC now on the Visage, that could do a lot for them. The extra armor trying to protect you.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Can they get her? Looks for it. Dual Scepter lift up. The connection, it's going to be there.
Chain stun?
Oh, so much damage, but it's not quite enough. He gets the phase shift out. Still trying to beat into him is XM. They back away from that Luna. Broken for the moment. Do they have enough extra damage to throw into Mickey? Trying to take him down. Nisha's low too, but on the other side, Ame goes down. Still XM strong and in top of all of it. Mickey. But look at the Satanic. Oh, he's keeping him alive. Mickey living through it all. He don't want to die. As he take down 2, it was enough for the buyback though. On to Lina, pulls them all in. They shoot with the rampage. You gotta be kidding me. How did he live through all of that?
He's 10-0 and 6.
What in the Sam hell? Oh my God. And look at him, cool as a cucumber in the corner. You're not cool, get out of here.
Oh, there's a smile, there's a little smirk. Okay, he's like, yeah, that was pretty good. 3-3 again gets the Doom drop there. Make sure that they control this Lina. Give her a bad time. She's now bought back into this. Can't salvage the fight. And Liquid, they're certainly free to just walk this down a little bit here, and they can also get the reward of Roche. It's actually just respawned.
My God, Liquid take a fight in dominant fashion. And I mean, they don't need to go high ground if they don't have the Aegis, but if they're all dead, that certainly works.
The Satanic was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such a bad way to start the fight for XG because they spend so many spells and so much damage on Nisha and he escapes, right? You're trying to get this chain stun, you're trying to win the fight, and then that happens. And then somehow it's still looking kind of okay, even with your Doom, or rather your Lina getting doomed and just not able to do anything. And you turn on this Luna, and then she barely survives with the Satanic.
It's so crazy. I mean, yeah, like, I can't believe how close they were to killing Nisha. The presence of mind, too, to save that Yules to keep himself alive until that last second, and then gets the phase shift out of there. What a nuts play. And now, XG staring down the barrel of 27,000 net worth lead.
Insania's just standing at Roche and just like telling guys, come on. Come on. He's like flaring from the Roche pit. Either that or it's an insane bait. Like he just keeps flaring from the Roche to make them think that they're all there, so they don't know they're off to the side. I think that's actually what he's doing. He's
Zinq, he's silent, can't get out of there in time. He doesn't get anything off. Buyback comes out. Now the stun onto XXS.
Extreme coil.
Trying to stay alive is not gonna work. Gotta run, turns around. BKB wants to fight. DY, he's also gone. They're all falling apart. There's no answer. They buy a refresher as he passes through 33, making it all work in beautiful concert. And Ame is also gonna get caught too. Pops the BKB, turns, wants to fight. Where's the help though? They don't have it. Another Doom laid down. GG is called.
Man, the
Nikkei and
game.
Nisha, look at these guys. Unreal.
All right, that was so cool though. Insania's standing in the Roche pit, right? And he's throwing these flares out. So he's giving them the angle of like, oh, we're all in Roche. We're all in Roche right now, right? Because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Like, Clockwork stands in Roche and you flare while you're all killing Roche, trying to see the enemy if they're coming, if they're smoking. Meanwhile, Liquid's actually hiding off over by the bridge to the west on the map. Very sneaky plays for the final play of the game.
Sneaky plays from Liquid as they take the victory in XG. They got to go back to the drawing board as we head back to the panel.
I don't think you have to look too hard at that drawing board to come up with a different idea. I mean, the support combo there, Marcy and Slark on the side of Extreme Gaming, might have been a little too far over the edge. They might have been getting a little too creative there. Jenkins, as our Slark connoisseur in the house, what did you think of his build? Not only items, but skill build as well.
Yeah, sure. If you're playing like a vintage Slark on the house.
On the house?
Yeah, I mean, it's... Listen, I get it.
Vintage Slark on the house.
It's
if
you really want to grief your friends, you pick a Slark and you say, "Here, have a Slark on the house." That's what you do.
I see.
And that's vintage.
Yeah, it's vintage. In season, actually. It's Slark season now.
It's seasonal.
Thank you, Jinq, for that. Usually, you pick it when, like, Falcons will pick the off-lane Slark whenever there's a Sven that's picked, because Sven will either be the carry or the position 5 in that patch. In either case, you're going to be able to hit this guy in the laning stage and get a bunch of essence shift stacks. So you are guaranteed to like win the trades in the lane, have a good lane, get some good items, and then actually be able to play the game as a non-carry Slark. That's kind of the one thing that I didn't get about it here, is that I don't see how Slark is good against any of these heroes in the laning phase. Clockwork is a melee hero, don't get me wrong, but it's not like Sven. Clock doesn't right-click you, he runs at you with Battery Assault. You don't actually win that trade with Essence Shift. So it seems like they wanted it for the vision that it provides and the information, but then my question to Extreme is, who's benefiting from the vision that the Slark is giving? Who initiates?
And they kind of got abused by the puck, because Liquid saw the supports and they pick a puck, and you have no way to catch him outside the... He got a Orchid on the Viper, and they have a Rod of Atos on the Visage. But as soon as Nisha has a use, how do you actually catch him? It's very difficult for them. Like, we saw one fight, he just blinked up. I mean, he got caught, but...
This is it. This was the fight where he ends in a rampage.
They still couldn't kill him. Without the hacks, they couldn't kill him. I think the puck just totally exposed the weakness of Extreme Gaming's draft. The lack of catch.
Yeah, if I'm Ame there, I'm really wishing Jin-Q was playing a lion or something this game. Most definitely. And like, they tried it. I do like the fact that Jin-Q does play greedy sometimes, but he also sometimes gets a little too creative on like what he wants to be greedy with. And I think the Slark was no exception. Very on average, I would say, for supports, you're still getting anywhere between like, 10 to 20,000 hero damage per game. He did 4,000 hero damage this game, which is pretty much nothing, right? Like, he's not really doing much damage outside of laning stage. He, as we saw in this game, barely got to touch any heroes. The only utility he was bringing for his team was the Depth Shroud, which in theory is kind of cool, and it has been, used before, and it hasn't really stuck for good reasons, because I don't think there's a good item build for Slark position 4 that really translates into the game. So yeah, Jin-Q, he tried it out.
Wasn't it?
Basher is not it, unfortunately. And phase drums, like, it's back in 2012 now. Like, this build has not been very popular for a while. He tried to make it work. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I think it's an easy fix going into the next game, though. Just don't pick something really weird, and you should be fine, because Liquid is a very fast team, and they will exploit you if you do not pick fast heroes.
Yeah, it's something this team is really known for. I mean, we've seen it already this year, just how much Extreme Gaming like to pick quite obscure supports for themselves. Sometimes it pays off. There's moments like this where it doesn't. I mean, Nisha getting the puck for himself, phenomenal. It wasn't their overall last pick, though, either, okay? This puck had an outstanding performance, wasn't shut down in the lane, and on top of that, they were able to last pick Luna. Luna was that last hero for Liquid's lineup that rounded it out, and I can't believe it got to that final stage, Winter. I can't believe that they were actually able to get their hands on it, and then you see the impact it had throughout this game. You could just sit there and farm and slowly amount this lead for them.
Yeah, I feel like they are more concerned or too concerned about their own draft. Like, I think it's quite common sometimes you make this mistake when you're building your own draft. You kind of forget about what the opponents can pick. You're really pigeonholing into, oh, if we're going to pick this combo, it's really good in our scrims and we're going to put this together. But you're forgetting that, oh, your opponents can actually do something different. And maybe what you're doing is going to be really, really hard to accomplish in the game. I felt like the lack of catch is just causing them so much problems in that. And maybe if they didn't pick the Viper and they picked something else that could allow them to cover that hole, give them some sort of catch, so maybe the puck wouldn't be such a big problem.
Yeah, I completely agree with Winter. I was going to say a similar thing. Maybe this is because I'm a Slark enjoyer. I don't actually think the way that he played the Slark, at least in the way that his gameplay was, maybe the item build was questionable, but his gameplay was pretty annoying. Like, he was scouting a lot, he was finding back lines, he was dewarding wards. Like, he was being an annoying hero and giving good information. Something like a Tramp Protector, right? But I agree. It feels like the Viper is one strategy, and then this Slark is another strategy. If there's a mid puck on the side of Extreme Gaming, then all of a sudden you have a catch hero who's abusing the vision. The best catch that they had was Marcy 5 or Viper with an Orchid. It's really scuffed, but there are heroes that you can draft in the other roles that have catch. It doesn't have to come from the position 4.
Yeah, I agree with that. I want to shift focus back a little bit to the Luna as well, and we're seeing it more and more, and kind of like the different builds that we're seeing, right? Like, there's a lot of different builds you can do on Luna right now, and this particular game, it's going to be facet dependent, right? And there's 2 different facets you can do with Luna, and one of them will be like the Moon Guard talents, and I think if you play versus melee carries, it's really good because you can just man fight them with that. But you're playing against a Viper, a Lina, you're never really going to get them. Look at his build here right now. It is like level 19, I think, in the game, or level 20, I forget, I can't really see from there, but he does not
18.
skill his W at all. He has stats instead of it, because that skill is only really good if you go for the facet that makes it good. So that's like more of the greedy build where you can just like get stats and just kind of like perform that way. And we see heroes like Lena loves getting stats too. Wind Ranger loves getting stats.
Shadow Fiend
loves getting stats. So a lot of the popular heroes as a carry like to have one skill that isn't very good, but their other skills are incredibly good. So you can just kind of skip it, get your good spells, and then just dip into stats. And now that Luna can play 2 different ways, if you're against a range carry, you can just go with the stats build, really tanky from afar. If you're against a melee hero, you can get the Moon Guard. You can just get in their face and kind of tank it out that way. So Mickey's showing us yet again, this hero has a lot of different ways to be played and continuously is winning games here and in the playoffs now.
Just to piggyback off your point a little bit, I think all the heroes you mentioned are BKB satanic heroes. And in Dota, if it's a binary thing, whether you're dead or alive, right? Like if you have 100 extra HP, if you have 1 extra HP, if you have a Satanic BKB, you pop it, as long as you're alive, you will be at full HP. So getting 1 stat point, while it may seem like, oh, well, that's only 20 HP, not a big deal. 20 HP could mean surviving 3 nukes instead of not surviving 3 nukes. And then all of a sudden you turn the fight, Satanic BKB, and then you win the game off of a single fight.
The other thing is how much more damage can you put out if you're living that slightly bit longer as well, you know? Like if you have that extra 20 HP, how much more time does that equate to you being live? How much more damage can you put out? Either way, there's a lot of different aspects to it. I like that we've broken down Luna could be played in different ways, highly contested what facet people are picking and therefore what skill build. But let's go ahead, have a listen in because Liquid, they gave us some insight into team fights and around that game number 1.
I need help, guys.
Lena's dying.
Okay, I run to me after, guys.
Lena dead if you can dodge him.
I'm running, I need help. I'm kinda surviving, guys. I'm kinda surviving. 2 seconds, Samantha.
They buyback Lena, can we help?
No, kill the Vicious, kill the Vicious.
But they buyback the Lena, yeah?
Okay, I'm vibing.
Okay,
Very good.
Holy shit.
Get our Kane.
Yeah. Fucking show, boys.
Always calculate.
Yeah, don't kill it.
Oh, there we go. That team fight, they knew that was the end for them, that they'd secured the win. They were going hard for it there, and phenomenal display by Nisha. But it was mostly Mikke talking. I don't know if that's surprising for you guys.
That's a good thing. He's the focal point of the fight. He's the carry.
Yep.
And I feel like if you're the carry and you're like, you know you're not going to die, you need to kind of give your teammates some kind of heads up, you know? Like sometimes as a support or the other heroes around the fight, you don't really know whether you want to commit or back away, you know? So it's important that the carry says something. And he led his team really well there.
Yeah, I think it's cool that instead of saying, like, hey guys, I'm getting gone on, help me, he like trusts his team. They say like, we have the Lena over here, and he's like, okay, help me after. Like it's a really subtle thing, but that communication means that like whatever his team is already focusing on, he's not like interrupting that. He's not like calling that off, because obviously the lean is not on his screen, right? He's looking at himself, keeping himself alive. So he's like, yeah, I trust you guys, but afterwards, like, I got some issues over here. And he survives the fight at like 10% HP because of this.
That difference of 20 HP that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
This is slide. It's big. Game number 2 for this best of 3 draft will be looked at. We're going to talk about it before it happens here and what you guys think is going to be changed up. This Lunar, I think it's going to be a change in priority as well. We already know Jinkyu hopefully is looking at a different hero for himself. But on the side of Liquid, how are you hoping to emulate this Game 1 draft and this Game 1 win again?
Just pick the same heroes, I guess. Like,
okay, but you're not going to get the same hero, surely.
You say that, but I don't know. Like, I feel like they're not going to look at this and be like, Luna was the big problem. We can't win versus hero. I think they're looking more inward, as they should be, and kind of like looking at what they picked for themselves. Where, yeah, I am not a huge fan of just the cores. Let's not even get into the supports yet. Like, you have a Viper, Lena, Visage core trio. Like, these heroes don't synergize very well. They're all backline, do a lot of damage. Nobody really gets in there. You could argue Visage can kind of do that, but he doesn't really initiate either. And, of course, that does put a lot of pressure, I guess, on the Gen Q to get in there and do something. Slark's not the best hero for doing that. So I do look at the Slark and be like, it wasn't the greatest pick, but I also don't really agree with their 3 cores that they picked and the synergy they had.
Yeah, I mean, they last picked Viper.
It's the last pick. I think they kind of maybe just like really wanted to pick what he wanted instead of like, because as a drafter, when you go to the 24 pick, the overall last pick, there are always 2 considerations. Do you pick, if you have a last pick mid hero, do you pick the hero that he just wants to win his lane with, like, or he feels really good, or you pick something that's really, really good with the draft? And in a perfect world, obviously you want a pick that can do both, you know. But most of the time you can only choose one. And they kind of chose the comfort that he really wants to play the Viper and making the draft feel a little bit difficult to play in the game. And didn't work.
His second most played hero on XM is Storm Spear, and that was available as the last pick there. And I don't know, do you guys, I was going to say, do you think it's that bad against Puck? Because I feel like that one can go both ways.
Really? I mean, I feel like most teams, it might be able to go both ways. You're talking about like rushing Orchid or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I agree with that, but that is like what I would consider very volatile, right?
Yeah,
it's either it works or it really doesn't work, right? So I think the safety-wise, most people would like to be the puck in that matchup, but it could work. But yeah, he destroyed mid as the Viper. I see like why he would want it. Viper's kind of like his hero. It just unfortunately did not fit with the other heroes that they did draft. I mean, I have to just put that game as just like, it was just a draft fail for XG. We didn't really get to see them play their best Dota here. Liquid, they played Liquid Dota. It looked good. It's really up to other teams to stop these teams that are like performing really well, such as Liquid. And maybe they're overthinking it on XG. It's like, Liquid, they're a very fast team. Maybe we need to bring it to them in the laning stage, pick these Vipers and these Lenas. But maybe they, somewhere down the road, forgot like what made them a good team and their own stability in their drafts.
Yeah, I do wonder because we got that insight from Maps. They'd been scrimming a lot against each other before coming into TI with the Road to International. And so there's already things behind the scenes that we don't know about. I mean, we were curious what was going to be the position for, if it was going to be that Slark or that Marcy. And Liquid already knew it. That's why they were banning those mids. They knew what that support duo was. So there's already a lot of pre-notions between these two teams. And I do think that has a little bit of a mental effect when you're drafting, because who's to say that Liquid might not have been stomping every scrim as well?
Yeah, like for me, I'd rather not draft against, like if I'm in the playoffs, I don't want to draft against someone that I've been screaming a lot with, you know. I'd rather draft with someone who doesn't really know much about. I mean, some people might disagree with that, like would say that, oh, you know them well too, you know, why not, you know. But I feel like I prefer not to. And, you know, it might affect everyone in the team, like how they approach the game, you know. It's always going to be in the back of them, oh, we did this a couple of times in scrim against them. Even though you have like 100% win rate, you know, like the Visage last game, they have a 100% win rate on Visage, and that was the first game they lost with the hero, you know. Something like this could be really bad for you, know. You go into the game, you feel like, oh, we always do this against them. Are they going to find a solution, you know, and it affects the mental aspect of the players.
Yeah, this road to TI has been really cool. Luna's first phase banned now. So
I told you guys, I was like, there's no way she got to last phase.
I told you yesterday this hero was actually OP, and teams need to pick it more, and they did. And now it's first phase ban. But there's been like an evolution just at this road to the TI. Like Wind Ranger just came out, was winning every game. Then teams started picking Kunkka, and now Kunkka's like winning every single game. Now, Lena was perma-banned. Nobody wanted it. Now nobody's picking Lena, and when they do pick Lena, they lose. Yeah. Now all of a sudden Luna is the next best hero. Nobody knows what the hell is going on, I feel like, with this meta right now. It's like changing every other day.
So how would you rate the carries now? Wind Ranger, Luna, Lena?
It's a very complex equation, I think. It depends on what heroes are in the pool still. Like, if you first phase ban a Kunkka and a Centaur, maybe Wind Ranger looks great all of a sudden, right? Like, I don't know what the hard counter to Luna is right now. This hero looks incredibly strong. So I'm going to put her on S tier for now, but just like the pro players themselves, nobody truly knows right now. Like, they're still trying to figure it out. And a lot of heroes we thought were OP, like Doom, all of a sudden are losing a lot now too. So it's been really cool to see, because most of the time we get to like TI, and sometimes it's like, oh, it's a boring meta. They're just picking the same heroes. We know what's good. It's not this way at all. Like, all these teams are experimenting. There's so many different counters to different heroes, and it's been very interesting to watch.
Yeah, a lot depends on the bans, and also teams have shown that they're willing to draft an entire team to make something work. We saw the Tundra play Windrunner, and then play the we're gonna put a bunch of buffs on him strategy.
Yeah, it was Maz, Invoker, Marana, Wind Ranger,
Marcy,
and Marcy. That was the 5.
Yeah. So teams are willing to draft entire lineups to make things work, and I kind of feel like that's probably what needs to happen to solve Luna. You need to draft in a way where you can make like a carry Slark or carry Ursa work, one of these like traditionally good or Lifestealer, like these heroes that just like sit on the Luna, you know, magic immune or immune in some way to all of her damage, and get some sort of like stacking thing on her that lets you man fight her. But these heroes are not good, so you probably need a whole draft to make it work. But I wanted to ask you guys about Treant Nature's Prophet. What do you think? Like, who's favorable in this matchup? Because I've heard people argue in both ways.
As a lane matchup or game?
Game matchup.
Oh, game.
Like, who counters who?
I kind of feel like depends on the position of the MP. You're talking about like carry MP?
I think this will probably be mid NP.
I feel like NP doesn't really do anything to Treant Protector. Where Treant Protector
you can find
does stuff to NP. So I would say it's Treant Protector favored. but I don't think it's like a hard counter. Because like if you're NP, right, you don't really like buying a lot of dispels for the root. You're not going to buy Manta. You will buy Satanic later on, sure, but that's like way down the road. And good tree players will just, you know, wait for your BKB, then root, and then of course the living armor, pretty good versus NP as well.
The way you play MP is mostly you're like alone on the map. And I feel like Trian kind of likes to find heroes that like to play like that and catch and allow your team to gank the hero. I think that's the only thing I see that I feel like Trian Protector likes heroes that play like that.
Yeah, and if we're talking about towers, I don't think Tree stops. And
no. I don't think that's a thing anymore.
That's like irrelevant.
Living armor, in my opinion, is now like a hero buffing ability. I mean, nobody really even cares if you lose tier 1s anyway. It's not. Games are not about like stalling out. I mean, I've just heard the argument like NP buys Gleipnir Shard and you like reveal the tree in the trees.
Sure. I mean, I'm
do a
sure
lot of damage.
There's some merit to that, but it's not like gonna make it so that I'm not gonna want to play Trian Protector into that. Sure.
They both have tools against each other. Let's put it that way.
This is a solid Timber game, I would say. Visage Birds do almost nothing to Timber. Nature's Prophet, mostly physical damage that you're dealing. Spawns trees, you do more damage based on trees, and you gain mana with his innate based on how many trees you kill. That's actually kind of nice in fights. You can queue a Sprout and you just don't lose mana.
Yeah, and we see yet again another game where Puck is against 0 point-and-click stuns.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to do the exact same bans XG that Liquid did after they picked up the Puck. If it's just going to be Void Spirit, Monkey King to protect that Puck in the mid lane, in the mid matchup. Because whilst we think the Nature's Prophet might be going mid, there is very easily the chance that it gets swapped to carry there and McKay ends up picking it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be carry just because the amount of heroes you can pick from the carry pool that can control a Puck are far less than the amount of heroes you can pick from the mid lane that can control a Puck. And I think the only thing Liquid needs to really round out their lineup here is pick a hero that can control the Puck, because they don't have a single hero that can do it right now.
Yeah, and that's DK or Monkey King, which one of the two will be available.
I mean, they played a lot of Tiny too, and that's a hero that's been good versus Puck too.
Do you think Tiny into Timber is fine if you're countering a Puck on mid?
I don't see a problem.
Because I mean, I guess the same argument applies to DK.
I don't think they're gonna find a perfect pick there. You have to like choose what you want to get and what pick your poison and what you want to give up.
Is there any ranged hero they can pick that can control? Are they gonna play line mid or what? Like, is that the next option?
Rubik is the only one that comes to mind. They've played Rubik mid in the past.
Sure. I mean, if you steal silence, like you're not stealing any stuns either, because it's not like Stream has a lot of them. Telekinesis is kind of a sad stun. Really want to set that up with something else. I think the DK Tiny. Like they were never gonna hit the Monkey King.
Monkey would have been by far the best pick.
Well, that's for Liquid right now. Let's focus on what Extreme Gaming could potentially pick up for themselves.
It's a classic Ame.
Draw Ranger, Morphling type of hero.
Oh, so you think there's plenty of options right now in that hero pool for him?
He's got a tree against PA.
That is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Interesting. No one wants to elaborate why the interesting reaction.
Well, I mean, it's always going to be good versus Visage, just because the birds don't like chewing through that. You're playing versus a Clockwork, which means you can always jump outside of the cogs. It is a hero that can burst Nature's Prophet, get on top of him, and kill him very easily. For the same reasons Puck is good, this hero is kind of good as well, which yet again leads me, they need a hero with a stun, because both PA and Puck are mobility-based heroes.
Now I'm leaning more towards the Tiny as the pick for the mid lane. I think DK is a better hero. Tiny's...
Wait, how about like going something like Bloodseeker against PA and Timber?
Bloodseeker mid?
No, as a carry. Then
carry Bloodseeker, and then I guess Prophet would go for an early Orchid mid to try to solve
too bad.
I think they just need a stun. Like, let's not overcomplicate this. Just pick a hero that can stun PA and Puck. Otherwise, you put yourself in a situation that XG were in last game, where you don't have any initiators and you have to snowball all 3 lanes.
It's not so bad this time since you have like Clockwork. You kind of have some.
There's also a low chance for an Earthshaker.
I mean, Earthshaker, whatever, stun.
They do go. Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. It probably doesn't pout as well in the lane against Puck as the DK does. But a Tiny has way more kill threat versus a PA because you're doing a lot more magical damage with the Avatos combo. And I think Avatos, with the Willow magic damage and with 33 throwing a couple of soul assumptions, they do have answers to the PA until very late game, where maybe they don't have enough burst for her. But they can actually shut her down with this. Whereas I feel like with the DK, PA will probably get to that point where you need to right-click her to kill her, to have enough damage to kill her, but DK doesn't like building MKB.
So nobody on the stream can see this, but how many visages do you see?
2.
Okay, cool. Anyway, moving on. I agree with Jenkins a lot here that this Tiny is great, and I feel like you have an option to not only catch puck easier than with the DK, you can also kill the Timber with the rotation, right? DK does absolutely nothing to Timber throughout the entire game, but at least you have the burst damage on the nukes to make rotation to XSS and make that happen. Or you can go to Ame. Pretty much whatever lane you move to on Nisha, there is kill threat, and I think that's what they needed.
I didn't feel like, because I feel Timber is going to get a really good game, he's going to have a good lane into the MP, and they're going to have to just play around him, and he's going to snowball and defend and drag the game for the PA. PA is going to need some time, yeah, sure. He's slow, but I think Timbersaw is going to be able to provide that.
But what if they rotate the supports and the Tiny to Timber? That's the only way that I think they could shut him down.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment.
There's big commitments, a lot of different questions. Either way, Liquid one game away from securing themselves going to the main event here, playing on stage. Let's jump on into it. Game number 2, Lyrical and Trent.
Why aren't they doing anything?
Thank you so much, Nat. Oh, man. Ame PA. Let's go. I'm ready. It's been a while.
It has. It's the first PA of the tournament here. They've tried to make it work. They played it recently, a couple months ago at the World Cup. Did not go too well. But, you know, get that Battle Fury, like the panel said, take some time, farm up some items, and come back as the roaring force that you can be, Ame. Maybe.
I mean, the thing about it is, if you think back to those old days, he was like the guy that would go Aghanim Scepter Rapier. And it was just this, like, blow up that one target, go from target to target to target, keep on killing them. And that style of Dota, you know, people talk about how it's changed a lot. It definitely feels like it's one of those dynamics where, like, you have a hero that doesn't really kill people that often. Even in that last fight, right, there was the Satanic where Mickey just barely stays alive, and it's a matter of, like, who can kind of grind out a fight a longer period of time. We'll see if they can make the switch up and have PA actually blow up a couple of these guys.
I'm just confused, though, because it's not a ranged carry, so I don't really understand why it's being played at TI 13.
That's a good point, you know? You're not wrong.
The road to TI has been many a ranged carry, not much of a melee carry.
True. And then, of course, that methodical facet that we hovered over and saw right there as well. The 6 attacks, and then you manage to get that crit afterwards. It's that little bit bigger. So we'll see some pretty big hits if he can get to it. Time will tell how this ends up working. And back in the mid, Puck again. XM says, fine, you did it to me last time, I'll try and do it to you this time. Should have a better game, I would imagine, than last time against the Viper.
Yeah, 100%. This should be a better time for the Puck. But then again, I mean, it's Tiny. Tiny is considered another, like, counterpick to the Puck in the mid lane. Maybe not so much in the laning stage as the post laning stage. Some quick blowups there, and 3-3. Little bit far up there. Gets taken down. First blood over to Ame, I believe, got the credit.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, that's one of the things. If you can get to a quicker battlefield, that's amazing. And PA is one of those heroes that, like, you've got this natural slow that's built into it. If you have the damage that can follow it up, you do manage to have a kill in lane. Kind of cool.
And, you know, we could say it is a melee carry. That's one of the benefits of PA, though, is that when you have the dagger, you can actually utilize that, too, so you're not quite as shut down as some other heroes can be. As you can see there, trying to work with that for the CS.
And DY there to scoop up a couple of denies. After the fact, forces out the Shadow Realm. Back to it. Yeah, it'll be an interesting one watching this, and also what Mickey's rotations end up looking like. Playing the position 1 Nature's Prophet, already 7-4, versus that 4-1 on the Timbersaw and Insania. It's going to take a beating in this lane for sure.
Yeah, only 1 game so far for them for that Nature's Prophet. And that was for Nisha, so we'll see what kind of changes they can utilize out of that safe lane instead. A couple different ideas for the Nature's Prophet lately. You got the Max Treant, you got the Max Sprout with, like, much more magic base, just like nuking people around the map. See which way he goes. Most importantly, get a lot of TPs going.
Sania, getting body blocked by the tree, and they decide to turn and fight XinQ, see if they can bring him down. 6 stacks, a 7th, and he falls! Oh, a nice little bait coming out there from the Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting this to be a pretty good lane for XG. You really don't want to be giving up kills here. Like, you have heroes that can space away from the Clockwork, so it's kind of hard for Insania to get his full power out here. But just a bit too early for the Batrider to really punish him.
And Insania, you're seeing him like sort of walk this fine line where if he can manage to get on top and start to whittle people down, it feels good, but you really have to bait them into a bad position, I think, more than anything else. As the break and then the double root turns into a death for DY.
Okay.
I mean, this could be an issue. Despite that first blood going the way of Ame, this is not going to be an easy lane either.
Yeah, 3-3, of course, one of the more popular Visage players lately. Oh, that was kind of crazy.
That was well played.
Cogs to break the trees.
Who says that 5s don't have reactions?
It's all that Oracle play, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He's always ready for the saves. This time he's just saving himself.
You were talking about that as a potential pick.
That could have been fun, but then Boxy has to play the Clockwork, you know?
Yeah.
Clockwork 5 is so good. The ability to just like help your team so much throughout the entire game, as we just saw in the previous one when he played it. So,
we're seeing Liquid manage this lane pretty effectively. They push it out, get the 3-minute Lotus. Now can try to head on over if they want to and help secure mid runes, but they certainly don't have to. A little bit of Cogs pushing around, misses on that one for XXS. Not what he wanted.
Almost got the next one too.
But all of the lanes right now looking really good for Liquid. They're winning in 2 of them, and then in terms of obviously up top, it's not a huge win, but it's you know, about even. XM starting to play a little bit of catch up here. I guess it's mainly just the bottom where it's going quite well. 24-10 versus the 16-2 for XXS.
And he's using that second point early on in the Cogs too. Like, unfortunately, he missed that other hit because, like, typically, you know, you like to get the other 2 points of battery cell first, but makes sense, right? If you can get some mana burn onto this Timbersaw, because the more levels on the Timbersaw, the more likely you're gonna have some threat on the Mickey. So try and reduce that.
Yeah.
Especially with the exposure therapy in A, where you're getting the mana every time you cut the trees, like Jenkins was talking about. It can have some issues in combination with Sprout, of course. You think about if you were to max Sprout and try to nuke him, then he's also just going to be getting mana back every time.
Right, it's a really interesting lane because you can kind of mess with the Timbersaw in 2 ways. You've got, like you said, the breaking of trees with Cogs, but then also, you know, later on, if there's a Timber Chain, maybe you can drop a Sprout down to try and interrupt that.
Yep.
There's some outplay potential there that you don't normally see.
I gotta say, mid is going exceptionally well for XM. Yeah. It's 31-4 to 29-3. Like, this is totally fine. I didn't expect him to get, like, smacked around or anything, but you know, you kind of expect to see a few more denies generally.
I mean, he only has the CS right now.
Yeah. I guess just because by the nature of like the matchup these days, and tree throw is only at 1, the bonus isn't as good as it used to be, but still, kind of crazy.
And it does feel like this is going to be a really good niche pick for the game, too. Something that's worth thinking about is XM's going to get pushed back there by the Cogs for a moment. But the idea of, like, you know, finding a blow up onto PA. The PA is going to be vulnerable to Tiny for a very long time in this game. Once eventually there starts to be some of those movements. As 33 taking some hits, but with the TP rotations in, they're actually going to toss the Visage in. 33 is like, sir, is it going to be enough though that they can bring down Ame? In some trouble, wants to get out, but nowhere to go. Sometimes what looks like a throw is actually the next level play, and 33 gets a double kill. So much gold.
Jeez, pass him over, man. Give me the coins.
Wow.
Pay the ferryman. Take him away to the underworld.
That's crazy.
33's getting rich. That actually puts him at the top of the net worth right now, despite having only 29 last hits. 3,600, almost 3,700 gold.
And at the 7-minute mark, while there's action mid, there's some other action going on over to the sides. XinQ not gonna be able to get there in time. Insania sneaks one. Oh, that's gotta be frustrating. This poor tree.
Yeah, and Mickey's about to be level 6 as well, so in combination with the clockwork, you know, you got to be a little bit careful roaming around, low HP.
Well, I mean, this game was always going to come down to Ame having a good time, but I will say that XM at getting these levels, things feel in some ways kind of nice there, but he doesn't have anybody to play with. Both supports are level 3. It does not feel like they have the tools that they need, as this tree is just going to make sure that that catapult doesn't do what it wants to do.
Yeah, he's a puck who's super dependent on his cores in this game. I mean, mostly one core, the Timber Saw.
Right.
The damage coming up from a Bat Rider and a tree this early is just pretty weak. Like, he's going to need coils in combination with Timber to try and land these kills. And, you know, credit to XM. Like, we always talk about how he plays the snipers, the vipers, the razors. Those are his kind of heroes. He's a Grandmaster puck. Like, when it comes to actual playmakers, he does have this hero on lock. So you can already see it from the laning stage that he has really been grinding this.
Yeah. Knows those common counterpick matchups and has been able to deal with them somewhat well. Ame still just looking for a way to get farm in this game, and now at 33 he's gotten level 6. I mean, that double kill really just
Ame.
often it feels like.
Nisha's on the hunt, looking for a dire carry.
Oh god.
Where could he be?
Oh no, are they gonna get him?
Oh, I would say so. There's a safety bubble.
He at least salved
Nisha,
up.
calculating, doing some math here.
Waiting for it, hits. Avalanche hit, toss, hit. Is it gonna be enough? No.
Did
he not have?
Did the Wrath of Nature not hit?
I think it didn't. That was a little bit strange.
I must have just lost the vision on him or something? Or, yeah, I don't know. I thought he was about to get blown up. I was expecting the big 400 damage nuke to come in.
I think Nisha was too. But no such luck.
No, not this time. It's a very disappointing invis room. That was a lot of time.
Yeah.
For Nisha to roam around there trying to find him, went through the camps, and not even get the kill.
I mean, they're farming on other heroes at the same time at the very least. But yeah, it's a 4,000 gold lead already in just under 10 minutes.
They have lost Lyrical. They missed this one kill. It's over. Stop making excuses. Look at that. His confidence is shot. He misses the avalanche here.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Gotta run Zinq, not gonna happen. Dude, the double wisdom runes are just devastating. Honestly.
It's a painful one.
Oh, this could be big, though. Wait a minute. They bring in XXS. Now they have it. Double. Oh, no. The Chakram's not going to be enough. They got to run away. Liquid just bring the rest of their heroes, and suddenly it's like, oh, this is over. And now the stun, the pushback, XM does get the coil onto a couple. Do they have quite enough to bring down little Nisha? It does not quite look like it. XXS moves back in. There's the clockwork hook shot. Tries to go in with the second round of chakrams, but it's just going to be a Timber Saw dead. They are all falling apart. All 4, all 5 gone.
The Wrath of Nisha came through and did some work there.
Oh, the Wrath of Nisha did that for sure. There's no doubt about that. My God.
Oh man, that bounced all over the place there. Last little right click as well into the puck there from Boxy. He gets the credit, but the Wrath of Nature is what helped secure it. So good in these early engagements.
Jeez.
Man, it just feels like XG's lineup it doesn't quite have the synergy to make the early game work together, you know? Like, if you can't connect a coil plus this Timber Saw to try and get a kill, they just have nothing left at this point.
They needed a tree in mid.
He tries to get the return. Oh, by the way, the 3 points in cogs here.
Yeah.
From Insania, connects with the punched one, and then the Wrath of Nature comes through right at the top of your screen there and gets a little boop zap onto XM to help Boxy get the last right-click kill.
Absolutely destroying him. It just was too much damage spread around onto not a small enough number of targets. And like at the end of all of that, Visage is, you know, just amassing boatloads of gold. And now they've more than doubled the lead that they had earlier.
Yeah, it's a 9K lead at 11.5 minutes here. And this is a 11.5 minute Blink Dagger finished up on Tiny. This is one thing that the Tinies have really struggled with. At least the games I've been casting, I feel like this hero has just been having a terrible time, right? Waiting so long to get this Blink Dagger, feels like they have to like sit and they can't move around unless they get the perfect power runes, but no, not a game like this. Despite missing that kill earlier with the Invis, the big 5 hero wipe in the mid, gives them the Blink Dagger, has the damage combination of a Willow and a Clockwork. Like, this makes the Tiny's life so easy.
And Ame is just broke as a joke right now. Still eyes on a Battle Fury eventually that I think is never going to come. 10-1. It's incredibly hard for them to deal with this. Yeah, Ame just has to run away. They break the smoke on Nisha, so at the very least they're able to get some separation there from the PA. But an incredibly difficult moment now. They do have Tree, which is going to try and help keep these towers alive. If they can outspam enough, but we're looking at a pretty long ways away of anything going the way of Extreme.
The +2 HP on the tower doesn't really inspire confidence, I gotta be honest with you here.
No, not at all.
Bottom lane.
Maybe. Oh,
also mid, everywhere.
Yeah, they're all starting to fall. They get the Bat Rider, and XM has to run the fear. Ame almost dead.
They're being attacked on all fronts.
There's nowhere to look. They're coming out of the woods.
Oh man, this is looking like a real beatdown. It's just all at once. Everything has just collapsed for them right now. This is a ridiculous gold lead.
Yeah.
I mean, Mickey is like doubling Ame right now. In fact, more than doubling him.
Well, and like Nature's Prophet is always a hero that gets farm, but like the fact that they were able to play this lane so well, so quickly, and now Mickey is also going to be going into the Gleipnir, like.
Are we sure they weren't passing a Midas around?
I know, right?
I've seen this lately, okay? I've seen these gold leads at 13 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
we double check these patches.
Check him BC. They're getting closer.
All right, thank you, Ops. All right.
Appreciate that.
Safe this time, Liquid.
All right, are they going to get this Wisdom Rune? It looks like they will. So that's something needed.
Off screen.
Yeah,
just hitting Ancients. Just waiting for the next big ulti here in 4 seconds. Hey, can you guys jump somebody so I can get this wicked Wrath of Nature on them, please? Thanks. Nisha with the amplified damage. Somebody's going to die.
Ame just has to run. He's got to get out of there. Whenever Liquid shows up, they have to walk away. You cannot fight this right now at all.
Oh, they are just controlling this whole map. There's no other option, is there, for Ame? You just have to go Battle Fury. You just...
Yeah.
I don't think there's any, like, crazy PA build where you can actually just get involved and try and do something. You just gotta play for the late game.
The 360 damage crit, like, that number, seeing it just does not feel good. It's not a good time.
No, it's really not.
Nisha.
Oh, that's not good.
There it is. Yep. He's like, hey, you killed him too quick. What the hell? XM trying to catch and kill a wave. And now just forced to run. Oh, they're coming for him. The pig pull. Nisha's hunting. Nisha's looking. XM is going to phase shift and get the TP out. But yeah, Roche is open at any point.
Mickey jumps on XXS.
Oh no. Yeah, they got him there. He's in trouble. Starting to fall and dead. Last Orchid hit for all it's worth. I mean, this is the moment where you're like starting to theory craft how do you speed run finishing the game? Because it feels like they're playing PvE at this point on Liquid.
Yeah.
Absolute demolition. Grabbing waves. We'll pull them back to the side. Allow the other creep waves to head forward. This 33 will farm this one up.
I mean, I'm just looking at these Radiant heroes and I'm thinking, like, how do you kill someone? I mean, they could kill Boxy. He's killable, maybe. I mean, he has a mech, though.
Yeah, like, if he Shadow Realms, realistically, I mean, I guess, again, the Puck and the Timber playing together is going to be, like, your recipe for success.
Except if they play together, they can't be farming and doing anything.
Yes.
But if they're farming, then the rest of Liquid is also just farming.
Yes.
So they need Liquid to be the ones who are coming and trying to make some sort of maneuver and overextend, but Liquid are just like farming their way to objectives, so they're not really missing out on anything, and then they're taking down your part of the map.
Yeah, they have been wholly under control. And the other thing that's nice here is these like treants that get summoned, they do a lot more damage to towers now. Honestly, I wouldn't hate them going high ground. It seems like that's their option. 17 minutes forcing out the glyph on the tier 3 tower. I mean, that's good enough, but if they want to, they can keep going.
do have a pipe done here for XXS. Perhaps
Toss back.
To overextend.
Find him immediately onto him. Pipe. Is it going to be enough to keep this man alive? No. Terrorize and Fear comes out. Now XinQ, he's also caught more trouble as they try and toss back. XinQ don't even need to. The coil means you have to stay at our high ground. As Liquid will take the first Tier 3 tower. This got to be one of the earliest ones in the tournament. Demolition here as a clean execution comes out.
And 3-3 micros the bird to grab the top wave as it leaves the base.
Yeah. Oh,
He's pulling it over. He's like, oh, we can farm this, guys.
Ame still not going
He
to.
grabbed
They got both waves. They pulled both waves in. That's full racks done.
He's like, I've been practicing with my couriers for this, you know? Every game when they're losing, he grabs them with those. That's what the birds are for.
Insane.
This guy's just too efficient.
15-1. Who's the feeder, by the way? No. Oh.
Yeah, but he's top net worth, so he can pass. It's okay.
Unbelievable.
Oh, actually, he's not top net worth. Mickey is right.
Could be top net worth.
Yeah, no pass.
Indeed. What's going on there? Zombie. They're all surrounding him. I think that they could still kill. You probably need Nisha. So they get set up. Smoke. The birds, they move forward. They're trying to scout out. They don't know. Now the flame break pushback runs in, tosses one away. How's it going to work? They're immediately going to take down XinQ, trying to see if they can get this finish onto XXS2. Everybody is surviving. XXS is gone 17-1. There's the hookshot connection. Devastation of the highest degree as Team Liquid for the third year in a row is going to be going to the International.
That's right, we'll be seeing them at the Royal Arena. And they're looking pretty happy about it and doing it in very stylish and fast fashion in Game 2.
Whoo, man. Didn't need to wake up this morning. They just get right out of bed, roll on over, and take down XG 2-0. My God, because again, you think about it. This is a team that just ended up coming in, knowing what they need to do, and they executed perfectly as they're going to TI.
There. That was a fantastic performance from Liquid with a very quick, swift, and dominant 2-0 there. They are guaranteed top 6. We're going to a Royal Arena, getting to play on that main stage in front of a crowd, and what a way to do it. Let's focus a little bit on Extreme Gaming first, and then we can flip to Liquid because we will be having that winners interview with them soon as well. But Extreme Gaming going down to the low bracket. They're going to have to play again in 2 days' time if they do want to be able to move forward here in the road to the international, make it to that main event. PA, Phantom Assassin, first time we've seen her in this event. Might be reasons for it. Winter, the first time we're seeing it picked up.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was quite apparent, right? PA is very weak in a lane, so he kind of got really bullied hard by the Visage. The Visage got like, what, 8-minute Orchid? And the other problem with that is it actually gave the Willow a lot of freedom. I was kind of expecting Timber to have a good game against the MP. He was kind of the backbone of the draft. He needs to have a good early game so that he could defend and delay the game for the PA. But because the PA lost his lane pretty hard, and that allowed the support from that lane to rotate and go to the bot lane and rotate over to pressure the Timber as well. So that kind of made everything become twice as hard, you know, after the laning phase.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that actually. Like, do you guys think this is one of those matchups that has just changed because Natures and Timber have both changed as heroes? Like Timber, for example, you know, his level 1 reactive is not as good. People are maxing the Q and the W. Natures plays around this big tree, which gives him this like extra damage in lane. Is Timber good against Natures in lane?
I'm not entirely sure that Timber's good or bad versus it, because I think the support duo matters a lot. And I think in this particular matchup, like, they had a chance of winning this lane. If you were watching a little bit, the Bat tried to dive and kill the Clockwork, but Mickey had like a perfectly placed Sprout. He ended up getting, I think that was First Blood. Now all of a sudden that snowballs the lane into a situation where now Timber can't be aggressive. The Bat can't play up on the laning stage. I think the matchup has changed a little bit. I think NP, if you can't kill that treant, this hero is always going to be fine in lane. Like, he's going to CS with it, he's going to harass you, and it's not like Timber can use his nukes to harass him. And even if you level your armor, you're not pressuring the NP at any point. You're just playing defensive. So yeah, in that regard, I think this matchup is perfectly fine in the laning stage for the NP, but maybe later on in the game, it's definitely good for the Timber, but it was just too much of a snowballed game. This Timber never came online.
I mean, I find as an NP player that a lot of the heroes that used to beat me in lane, you just hit creeps. You out deny. Like, you have this tree that's this big body. No hero can, unless it's a hero that can literally like instantly kill creeps, you can't kill the tree, and it's just an extra thing to help you last hit, kind of like Lone Druid with the bear, which you're a huge fan of. But also, you gain damage based on the tree and the level of the tree. So not only are you making the hero stronger in terms of lasting, but you have essentially an extra hero as well. It doesn't really lose lanes.
Yeah. Well, look, one of the outstanding players in my eyes on the side of Liquid was Nisha, and that's lucky because right now Nomad has been able to pull him aside, and we're going to have an interview, Nomad and Nisha.
Nisha, as we're going to talk about that series, I mean, you've qualified for the main international, you know, you've made it through the road, and now you're there in such a dominating fashion as well. How's that feel?
Feels good. Yeah, we made it to international, finally. But yeah, feels good. We play pretty well. Vibes are good. Still early days, but looks good.
Looks very good indeed, yeah. I mean, this was supposed to be a close series. This was an absolute smackdown. I mean, what happened?
I think the first game was kind of close. But second game, I actually don't know what happened. I think side lanes went very well. We got some double experience. But mid was like 50-50, and then I realized we can just run at them, and it sounds easy.
Easy indeed. I mean, you did mention mid there, and I actually want to talk about that a little more. Game one, you know, a little bit tough. You know, it's not the easiest matchup. What's your communication like with your team in that situation when you're like, were you screaming for help, or were you just like, this is our mid game is fine?
I mean, I didn't let them know that much. I just mentioned on minute 6 he'll be stronger. But he's like too good, you know. He's too good on Viper. I just can't play. But I think it's Puck favorite for sure. So just skill issue.
Skill issue. So what was your reaction then when he does come out with that Viper pick? You know, what are you saying in the booth?
I think we expected it a bit. I think William mentioned it, that they will like pick it anyway, because their ball is like strong. They did it. I don't think everyone was happy about it, but we just accepted it and played the game. Because playing map was kind of easy, that game. Just need to be patient.
Absolutely. And finally, last question. You know, now you're headed to the main arena. You know, what's it going to feel like to play in front of a big crowd?
It's going to feel good, yeah. Playing in Peru was nice for crowd. It's always nice to, you know, feel the energy, because today was like zero energy, so you can absorb from crowd. It's nice, yeah.
It's gonna amp you guys up then. All right, Nisha, thank you very much, and we will head back to the panel with Nat and the gang.
Great to hear some words from Nisha there. Jenkins, I can't wear these.
Okay.
Look, I can't even make the joke there. Let's talk about it though. Nisha had a phenomenal performance. He didn't even die once throughout this whole series. He went 12-0 on the Puck in game number 1, and then I think it was 2-0 there in the second game on that Tiny there. He was doing so much for his team, making a lot of space there, and yeah, I don't think there's an argument for anyone else wanted to have MVP or standout player for this series.
Yeah, definitely not in the first game especially. He had a pretty rough laning phase, but still he was able to contribute so much. And in the second game, I feel like even though he said it was a 50-50 lane, but yeah, I mean that lane is still it's a good lane for him. And after that, he pretty much already said that he didn't need to do a lot because the side lanes kind of won the game already.
Is that like the most humble thing to say, saying Viper Puck is 50-50?
I'm not a mid player, so you have to explain.
I mean, in
why.
fact, he said it was Puck favored lane.
But in that XM is just really good at Viper.
Yeah.
I respect that.
That is like really humble.
That's humble.
The way I look at it is like, that's an impossible lane for Puck. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do in that.
What do you guys think about 33?
He's a cool player. I like his name.
I love how Jenkins is trying to set this up here. But 33 was the only person on the side of Liquid to die in game number 2. He was playing that Visage, so even though he was the only death, he did have the most amount of net worth for the longest time in that game. And luckily for us, we have a 5th person, someone who knows so much more about this game and Visage, and he's going to break it down for us. Purge, please, tell us all.
Thank you, Net. Visage is kind of broken right now. That's kind of what's been happening. Basically, the hero gets way too much gold when you get kills, and it's kind of facilitating the hero in a crazy way. There was kind of a cool thing that Extreme Gaming did, actually, at the start of this clip, which was just kill him. They started First Blood, and they gave it to Ame. So they're thinking like, oh, this is going to be good enough. This is going to give us a little bit of a laning advantage. But the downside is that the PA doesn't really do that much damage in the laning stage. It's more of a passive carry. So eventually what happens is they just like out-harass them with nukes. You use Soul Assumption when players take damage. So if you just pair it with literally any 4-position hero and you attack the enemy hero and they trade hits, you're always going to lose that fight. And if Visage gets a kill or a kill happens shortly after you Soul Assumption, it's just an extra 100 to 200 gold per kill. So you're getting like almost twice as much gold as you are supposed to when you end up getting kills. And even when you do try to kill him, it's hard. And the reason for this is because he's already rich as hell. Look at this. 2 bracers and a full wand, and he's been holding his wand charges. We're at 6 minutes into the game. So you use these early kills to buy these stat items so that it's then harder to kill him the next time you fight. And he just has more stuff than you. So how are you supposed to win these trades unless you bring overwhelming heroes? And them having a profit obviously helps too. The tiny rotations obviously help as well. But ultimately, this kind of cascades. He's the top net worth hero in the game. He's got good last hits because he's leveraged this last hitting advantage into more net worth. And now his fights are strong because he's almost got his Orchid finished, and he's just, again, really, really tanky even when he's in danger here. But I don't know, man. You got to break this thing in the laning stage or it gets completely out of hand. It's very Bounty Hunter-esque because if you just keep winning fights, you just get too much gold.
That's tough. I mean, you even tried it there. Extreme Gaming going for a second time to try and get that kill on top of Visage. Didn't really work. And more of a broader question, I guess, about this difference between defending or taking fights in off lane or safe lane is you see your safe lane and they want to go and they want to aggress onto your opponent's off lane. Do you as supports or as other cores want to be there, even though it takes you longer once you TP from the tower to join the fights? Or are you more, they shouldn't really be fighting in safe and we should be looking towards taking and aggressing on our off lane more?
I mean, I think pressure is the name of the game. If you're not going to be relieving pressure, you should be applying pressure. So if they're going to make that move on that side of the map, then all of a sudden you have to make pressure elsewhere on the map, whether it's mid lane or the other side lane. But typically speaking, mid lane is kind of hard, depending on matchup to matchup, because you can't really do a lot there unless there's a catapult or you have like a DP, something like that. So you just have to be there faster. But how do you get there faster when there's an NP in the game, for example, right? So it's very difficult, and I think this series overall was difficult for XG because they're playing against, self-titled fastest, team in Dota, and they play. I
like how you said self-titled. Self-titled, by the way.
Yeah.
No one else has coined it.
I'm not going to say they are the fastest, but they just played very slow, and Liquid took advantage of that.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal performance by Liquid. No one can take that away. They had a great time here. A 2-0 going on to the main event. They'll be in Royal Arena, and I believe they have 4 days break now. So who knows what they're going to do with that time? But either way, congratulations to them. We're also going to get another team joining them in the top 6. We've got Cloud9 up against Aurora. That's going to be our second upper bracket best of 3 here happening today. But before we do that, we were able to sit down with one of Aurora's players earlier before the road to the international started. So let's see what they had to share and say with us.
Aurora have been one of the strongest teams coming out of this SEA region this year, but can they make a deep run here at the international? I'm going to find out with their coach, Sunbi. Sunbi, firstly, hello, and welcome back to yet another international for you.
Yes, hello.
So you and Jabs have kind of had this relationship where you've been moving through teams, forming different teams, but ultimately it's been you and him at the core. Why do you guys trust each other so much, and what's your relationship like?
I think we've been together since Fnatic, from like 2018, 19, around there. Mm-hmm. We have developed a very good professional relationship with each other. We didn't always get along very well, but I think because of the hardships that we've endured, we've developed a really good in and outside of the work relationship that's working out for us.
You yourself have been around in the scene for a really long time, first as a player, then as a coach, you've been around a long time, and yet you're still putting so much work into this, you're still such a kind of passionate and hardworking coach. How have you kept that fire alive for such a long time?
I was never really all that successful as a player. I think I did play this game for a very long time. I think I've always had that in me, even back in high school. I really, really enjoyed this game, and I really like seeing how this game develops. And it's really fun to watch high-skill Dota, and for me to have a part in it is a real blessing. So I don't take this for granted, and I just want to try my best always.
So you're one of the few teams coming back to the international, maybe not one of the few teams, but one of the teams coming back to the international with a very similar roster as last year. Now, how much have you guys changed though since then?
I'm not sure. I think not enough. I think the game is challenging and we have to constantly evolve and adapt. Have we made the necessary adaptation to be strong, to go far? I'm not sure. I think we're trying. Hopefully we can make the necessary transition here and really do well.
I want to get now into some in-game stuff a little bit. We've seen Auras be kind of come into their own a little bit towards the later half of this season, but there have been some changes recently. Do you think it's all right to play without them at the moment?
Auras are very strong. I wouldn't say they're easy to execute on a macro level, but on a micro level of just pressing them, it's certainly easier than like Blink Dagger. And I think they're just a very powerful tool. I think they're here to stay for now as long as, you know, they're the way they are. Can we play without them? Probably. Is it recommended? Probably not. I feel like at this point, if I go into a pub and my offlaner is not building auras, I almost feel like the game is being ruined. So I don't know if that's a good direction to go because it's not very fun to play or to watch, I feel. But maybe it's always been like this. Maybe auras were always strong. I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, how do you balance that then as a coach? You know, you mentioned it being easy to execute. You know, when you're drafting, when you're coming up with strategies, you know, how much are you thinking like, you know, am I pushing this too far? You know, am I cooking a bit too much and I just want to simplify things a bit?
The players are, that's sort of like the struggle that you always have because, you know, I am not them. I'm not 14k MMR, I'm not 15k MMR, I'm not nowhere close to that actually. They got like double my MMR. And they're clearly better than me. Mm-hmm. So how is it right that like my ideas are better than theirs? It's more like a discussion point. I think it's usually we ping pong ideas and like whatever that comes between us should be good. That's how I try to like work it out because, you know, I have confidence in myself too, even though my MMR is garbage.
No, we see that confidence come out in your discussions and stuff, and it's good to see. And do you think these guys have what it takes to go all the way at the international if everything goes right for you?
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't feel that way? But certainly, yes, I do feel that way. The boys are good.
Absolutely. So sometimes this can be a boring question, but I think for this international, it's actually a really interesting one. What team do you think is your strongest competitor? Who you're looking at?
I think XG.
Why so?
I think XG have this level of composure where they feel like no matter how, and I feel this way a little bit about, well, strongly about Falcons and perhaps to a level like GG too, but definitely more Falcons and XG. I think they have this composure where they feel like at any state of the game, they feel like they could solve the game.
Absolutely, and that's something you guys try to emulate where possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it requires a lot of like skill and Dota knowledge, like Dota IQ. You need to be high. It's not easy, I think, in game.
Never is. Zambi, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you very much for having me.
The coach of Aurora there, Sunby, having a good chat, giving some of his insight. He said Extreme Gaming was potentially their toughest opponent. Well, luckily for them, you know, if they do win this best of 3, they won't have to go up against them in the upper bracket. But for now, they got to focus on coming up against Cloud9, who is your dark horse, Sophia. You've said it every day. You want people out there to know that this team, they've got something for them. In fact, they've been doing really well. They've been able to get a majority of wins here for themselves, and I'm sure that you have belief they'll take this one a nice 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be shocked, especially after watching that interview, if C9 do lose to this, because like this is the most unconfident I've seen Aurora sound in a long time. And whenever I see interviews from C9, especially if it's no one, like he just oozes confidence, whether it's warranted or not, right? And I think that's really, really important in the game of Dota, that you're just really confident that you're going to win, because if there's ever that like voice in your head that, you know, I can't do this, I'm not going to win, it's usually going to win out and you're not going to get those wins. So I think this is going to be very important for Aurora that they actually believe they can win this one, because I know C9, they're on the up. They made roster changes. Ever since they made roster changes, they're winning and they're confident.
May I politely throw a counterpoint into your witch's
I want you to
cauldron?
do it very impolitely.
You would like me to do it impolitely. Well, you're an idiot. You won TI a very long time ago, and you're completely washed. The last team you played on was Fart Studios with me, so that's a very embarrassing
You're not even
thing
14k either.
And Aurora,
my point.
Aurora has momentum. 23 Savage said that he was worried about Team Zero. This team is not screwing around this Team Zero. They're very good. It's not just that people don't know how to play against them. And he won. He beat Team Zero in an absolute slugfest of a series sphere. And so I think that interview was recorded at the start of the tournament. Maybe they were lacking the confidence, but when you're at rock bottom, the only way to go is up.
But they're not at rock bottom.
No, but maybe they were.
Oh, you're saying before this they were at rock
maybe
bottom.
they were, but now they have momentum. They beat a team that they think is one of the stronger teams in the tournament, and now they're up against C9. No problem. We're not going to see 23 Cabbage today. We're going to see 23 Savage today.
Well, look, you got the faith in Aurora, but on our screens right now, Cloud9. This is the roster. A lot of the faces might look familiar, even if the org itself doesn't ring a bell for you. This is the X-Entity roster, all of them coming over here. Watson, No One DM, Kareomi, and Fishman. You're a big No One fan, Fia. You absolutely adore him in the mid lane, and you think that he's on the rise. You've been impressed with how he's been able to come back professionally.
I mean, just real, recognize real. I'm not like a huge fan or anything.
No, I saw you fanboying over him in the lobby, actually. You're like, hey,
he's not a
fan
of any.
The word you're looking for is respect. I have respect for the fact that he was able to transition from a mid laner to a carry. That kind of bombed out, failed, and then he didn't really play on many teams for a little while in the interim. Then he gets on this roster, gets another chance to play mid, grinds it out, and I wouldn't expect him to not only have the motivation, but even the skill to be able to come back and show the performances that he has. And I want to highlight these two players because whenever I say Aurora pop off, it's Lornoff from the mid lane. He pops off really hard. He looks really good. And I feel like this is going to be a matchup that's really important. They have common heroes in the Monkey King, but Lornoff hasn't won with it yet. And I think no one, he's either 3-0, 4-0 with the hero. He's crushing with this Monkey King, ganking from lane to lane. Lornoff is still figuring out what heroes is working for him in this particular patch. So this is like a mid laner right now that knows his hero pool versus one that needs to figure it out really quick because instrumental part for this team of Aurora is Lornoff.
Yeah, going back to that point, like why is he so instrumental? Because he has 2 carries on the side lanes. That's like the problem. That's why Aurora is like one of the slower teams because they try to play with 2 carries, and oftentimes you see, okay, if Lornoff is having a good game, sure, he can kind of facilitate the greedy farm that his side laners need, But if he doesn't have a good game, then what, And in some of their drafts, he doesn't really get prioritized. They prioritize jabs, or he's prioritizing his own, lane, And if you prioritize your own lane and you're on a greedy hero, you need to farm, and the space maker is not getting a good matchup, then who is going to make space, That's where their problems arise, in their games.
I started noticing more and more what has been popular for our mid laners to draft for themselves or to pick up in the draft is something that can play with the supports. Do you feel that Lornoff fits that a little bit more, or do you feel that's more no one style, or how exactly would you describe the differences between those two teams?
I don't think it's like Lornoff's style or no one style, it's just strategy. That's how you want to be focusing on. Like when you look at the draft, when I'm thinking about my support heroes, I'm thinking about the 6-minute runes, the power runes, the catapults, the wisdom runes, right? So in that particular moment, 6 minutes until minute 8, minute 10, your supports and your mid laner usually are going to be playing together. So you want to have spells that make sense with each other. I always talk about if your supports are backline supports, you need a mid laner that can have some sort of ability to initiate to go in front. Or if your mid laner is like a puck, then you need supports that can go in front. Like Treant Protector, Taz. It's really, really important to think about that in the draft.
What about lane synergy? How much does that kind of focus for these two teams? Do you find that they both like to go for team fight drafts, Jenkins, or are they very like, let's dominate lanes and try and snowball off of that?
I will say C9 as a team plays entirely differently from a lot of the other teams at this tournament. At the very least, differently from the other successful teams, because C9 is winning. The teams that are winning right now are not picking any of the heroes they're picking. Like, they're playing Katomi on Tinker a lot, which, when you talk about lane synergies, they're not really like synergizing it with anything. It kind of washes the lane. You just push the lane out. You're healing the creeps. You're healing your team. You're not really getting any kills. You're not really providing that much threat. It's more of a defensive hero TPing into towers, trying to like counter-rotate an anti-game.
Fishman Bane, that's another.
Fishman Bane, setting up across the map, getting himself killed, right, in like really goofy ways, often going for the the Wisdom Rune and just dying for it. But like people are rotating to kill him, and he's making a lot of space for Watson, who's playing TA, and other teams are not favoring the TA. It's his most played hero. So I think that's probably the most difficult thing for Aurora to solve here, is that if they're scrimming against all of these other teams at TI,
are they going to have solutions?
They're not scrimming against the heroes that C9 are picking. I guarantee that.
That is the least amount of crossover common heroes, by the way, that we've seen with that graphic.
Yeah, that was a lot of heroes.
No, it was little. Normally, it's all filled out, all 8. Like there's a lot of crossovers.
I mean, on the sides.
But on the sides, it's all individual, and they're not really going to maybe be contesting either what has already been picked up in the past and proven success. And there's not that overlap of both these teams are going to be vying for it. So they have very different ideas of what they want. I feel they also open very differently here with their drafts and where they want to progress from that.
Yeah, I feel like C9 in particular, they have their own version of what still fits within the meta, right? Because like they're still picking like the auras, right? On DM, he's just playing, Enigma and Underlords, like his type of style. But there's small differences on like the carry pool. Like we have like, what is it? Invoker. Yeah, Watson's pulling out Invokers from the carry pool, which is definitely something no one else has done. So it's a different version of it. And same with Fishman. He pulls out the Bane, but they're still building auras. They still have the Tinkers in there with the aura strategies as well. So it's just different heroes doing the same thing. That just works for them.
Now, this is just our specific carry-to-carry matchup here. They've got a little bit more of the common heroes there, but yeah, 23 Savage not yet having played that Luna for himself. I'm assuming then if you're not wanting to pick it up for yourself, you'll at least definitely look towards banning it out first phase, because Cloud9, I'm sure they've done their research. They've seen how well it's been scaling in its win rate and its pick rate as well here. Tinker though for supports. That one's been real hit and miss me, and I want a little bit more information from you guys around it, because Tinker picked up yesterday, didn't garner any success, especially for Team Spirit who picked it up for themselves. Is this just people are fixating on a little too much? It did well for pubs, got nerfed, and they're still hanging on to what could have been?
I feel like the lane has been a lot weaker, after the nerfs. And in the games yesterday, I watched Team Spirit pick it. I always feel like they're not really pairing it well with the right position 5. I think with Tinker position 4, you want like a 5 that can do a lot more damage, like in one game, I saw them pick it Tinker with, I think it was with Treant Protector, which I felt like it wasn't really good because you have 2 low damage supports. And when the team fights go late, I kind of feel like they don't have enough damage, to kill the enemy team. Remaining. So I think that is my concern, when you pick this hero. Sure, you can keep people alive, but how are you killing the enemy team?
Sure. I think for C9, this works for them really well because, like Winter mentioned, Tinker's early game got nerfed quite a lot. And the way that they make up for it is they put Fishman on a, I'm going to go 0 and 15, but still like have impact on the game. Like Fishman plays position 6. I think that helps a lot. He's playing stunners. That makes up for the fact that Tinker doesn't have any stuns. And they stack for Katomi on Tinker. He takes ancient stacks. He often will have just below the amount of farm of his offlaner or more farm.
Like a 3.5.
Than his offlaner. Yeah, it's like a 3.5
scenario. 3.5 or
it averages out to 4 and 5.
You have to have a balance in the other positions, and it also helps that no one is playing Monkey King mid in most of the games that he's playing. So he's incredibly active. He's on the enemy side of the map. He's not looking to farm ancients in his own triangle, right? So I think because C9 drafts so uniquely, they're one of the few teams that can still make the Tinker look like it's worth a first phase ban. So I agree with this from Aurora. I think when you're playing at C9, this hero rises in stock a lot.
What I'm not really, or maybe I am agreeing with this, I'm not too sure, is that right now the Lunar and the Wind Ranger could get let through, and I'm wondering why Aurora didn't really look at maybe banning that. I do think there's space for Cloud9 to pick it up here for themselves. They could also ban the Centaur and then pick up the Wind Ranger, which we know has been that counter for them. There's still a lot of chess pieces to be moved around here with this final ban and what could be the 2 strong openers, and we could potentially even see 2 cores as the openers between Cloud9 and
That's
Aurora.
true. Kunkka's out as well, and it's Kunkka and Centaur that we're seeing.
Do you think they should just ban one of it?
There you go.
Okay, ban one of it. Okay, never mind. There's still Naga. I was thinking, because if you have 2 of the top tier carries, maybe you leave both of it in and you just trade. But since there's Naga, nobody's gonna give up Naga. Naga's just way too strong.
This is a Fishman hero.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No,
he hasn't played it yet.
I think this would be Katomi playing.
You
they
mean
haven't played
on
it
the
at all so far right
They
now.
haven't touched it.
Yeah, they've not done this.
So Aurora's taking that gamble. It's like, this is what you guys like doing? we know this hero's OP, but you haven't played it, and we'll just
wait. This is your gamble here at TI. You gamble that Shiki can't play Lash.
Yeah, I mean, that was very true, and it worked out. But that was much later into the tournament because like they already got to like the grand finals without playing it. We're not that far yet, so they're testing Cloud9 here to be like, I don't know, you haven't played it yet. Let's see how good you are at this hero. And they have a read, and all these players have been playing against each other, and not only pubs but other officials. So you kind of get a feel for like what type of player each of these players are and what you think they're good at. And they're probably just like, we think Naga's a 5. Maybe we don't think this is Fishman's best hero. We know he loves playing these Banes and these Clockworks. In fact, maybe what they're probably trying to do is like, yeah, pick your Bane Clock. We'll pick Naga. It counters those heroes anyway. And even if you do pick it, it's something you're not comfortable on. So this is definitely very strategic from Aurora. But it is going in blind, giving away what I feel like is probably the best hero in Dota right now. I feel like Naga is, I don't know if you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Dota's right now, Naga is the best hero in Dota. And that's why we don't see it very often.
Certainly looks like it in the games that we've seen. She does.
And I feel like people aren't even playing it well, to be honest with you. Like, the ceiling for this hero is really high. So far, I haven't seen anyone do, like, triple or quadruple stacking with illusions, which you very well can do if you have good micro. And oftentimes the micro of just, in general, like, using all the Nagas to, like, get the maximum vision. All these 5 players don't play Naga, right? They're still learning how to play it. The ceiling for this hero is very high.
And you have to be able to have, like, specific control groups. Like, you send in your real hero, like, all the real Naga specialists, they send in the real hero with 1 illusion, and you think it's 2 illusions, and they use their spells to kill you.
Yeah, I've fallen for that recently. That wasn't my most proud moment. I'll put that one out there. The second phase of bans, it's Tusk. It's Tusk gonna be.
My boy, 23 Savage.
I don't even need the chat log to know that's 23 Savage spamming Jenkins' line.
I know it is. Good lad.
Good lad, yeah. Well, Treant Protector has been looking a little cold, I want to say, even in games that he's been winning. Most recently played by Extreme Gaming there, kind of steamrolled, and it's yeah, I don't know where I want to sit with this hero anymore.
I feel like it's reliable position 5. I mean, outside of Naga, I think if you're talking about protecting the carry in the lane with the lead seed, he's one of the best ones to secure your carry's farm. You know, I mean, last game was maybe a bit different because you have a PA which is extremely weak and against one of the strongest early laners as a Visage. So you kind of maybe don't see that in that game, but I think in general against most matchup, Treants should be able to secure the farm of the carry.
It's like oranges and apples, trying to compare a Treant in this game and the last game. Okay. Well, Centaur left in the pool, even though it could have been that counter to Wind Ranger, they still didn't want to let it over by any means. Cloud9 picking it up for themselves here.
10 seconds remaining.
Very clearly going to be in the off lane. What else you got here? Do you just pick up your other support? Fia?
I'm wondering, most likely yes, but I'm still wondering where this Naga's going. Because like, Naga Centaur doesn't really sound like the strongest lane of all time.
Maybe though, with Deluge and you've reeled them in.
Into the Centaur? I mean,
it doesn't sound that bad.
It doesn't sound bad, but it also doesn't sound like enough damage to really
no, I think
anyone.
I mean, the thing is like you don't really get the net early. Level 1 you get Deluge, level 2 you get Mirror Images to block the camps.
You get net level 2. That's definitely very viable. It's something you can do.
This is definitely the Katami hero.
Yeah, you would certainly think so.
So we're getting a Fishman or a Watson Naga. You have to keep in mind Naga. It can still be played as a carry. I will say you have to see a lot for that to be a reality. Whereas like the support Naga, whatever, just get it in the game. Everything.
What are the matchups that you want to play Naga carry into?
Well, I definitely think that Naga carry against Treant feels great. It's almost. I mean, he's a Manta Buyer.
Mirana too, very single
dispel,
target right click. You just don't want to play it against a lot of the big AoE cleave heroes like Luna, DK, you know, these type of heroes that can just deal with your illusions very easily. So if they do pick single target type of heroes, that's when Naga can shine, like they pick an Ursa or something like that. A lot of heroes that aren't really popular, that's why we're not seeing the Naga carry. It has to be a very specific situation. Maybe it'll still be open, but Fishman hasn't played it yet, but he's up for the challenge. Maybe he's been spamming it in his pubs. Might actually check that out.
I mean, for Wyvern, they've only picked it one time. They've picked it against IO, Relocate. So here I'm not sure why they decided that this is the right course of action. I mean, it's kind of maybe they think that it's decent against a Mirana carry.
I think it's that. I think it makes the Mirana carry feel really awful. Any hero that's within curse range of her will guarantee die.
So it's more about like enemy has high physical damage to lineup, right? So they are seeing this pick as a block to that. You know?
I think so, yeah, honestly, and I see the Centaur as a bit of a block pick too, because if they do want to potentially pivot the Naga to be a carry, then a lot of the AoE heroes that we mentioned, like let's say Gyro, for example, it's all non-targeted damage, which Centaur loves to play against because he builds 4 bracers and a blade mail.
5 bracers. Maybe.
5 bracers and a blade mail, depending on the game.
Fishman has played Naga, and has 4 games in the last week in pubs. I don't know about their scrims, of course. And he won the both in very Fishman manner, going 0-3 and 13 in one game with the win, and 0-4 and 6 with the win there.
Sounds like Fishman.
So he is comfortable on the hero.
It doesn't matter, how you get there, as long as you get the win, That's all that matters.
That is so true.
Doesn't this seem like a good Naga carry game though, so far? Like, none of these heroes do very well against a Naga as a carry. I feel like if I'm Mars, she spawns illusions, I spear, I hit one of them.
It is
1
good
in
for
4,
Mars, yeah.
1 in 4 chance that I hit the real guy, never happens. Nope, never mind.
Now it's no longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like you either pick up your mid laner here and then you just ban like a Luna Lena in the last 2 for Cloud9 if you want it to eventually be a Naga. But they go to Luna. Then it just solidifies for us. They don't want to pick a blind mid matchup. They're giving no one that priority to essentially ban and try and give him the better matchup for what they want to lead into.
You have to realize these pro players have insane egos, right? Like this Luna is crushing every single game, but the offlaners and other carries like, no, I tried this in pubs, this hero's not good. They're gonna get slapped in the face by it once, and then they'll start respecting it.
Yeah, okay. That's very true. Like every time I tell my players, oh, this doesn't look like a good idea. Nah, don't worry, bro. I've beaten this hero 10 times in pubs, and you're like, okay, what else can I do?
Yeah, he's got the confidence.
And then we walk off the game, everyone's quiet.
5 seconds
Not a single word is being spoken.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
Sometimes words don't need to be spoken. Everybody's thinking the same thing. Looks like 23 is doing a bit of thinking. He's not talking at all, so I kind of feel like that means that Mirana is his hero, and they're looking for
turn to
a mid. Yeah, they're looking for a Lornoff hero, which the puck ban makes a lot of sense. Lornoff special and amazing with Snapfire, long range damage. Mirana throwing an arrow into the coil, like that would have been really good.
I mean, for Cloud9, they ideally need another initiator. I think Centaur alone probably not going to be enough because you have Wyvern and Naga support duo, which kind of, in my mind, is a very heavy support in a way where they don't really do anything on their own. They need other people to do something, initiate, and then they can follow up. So ideally, I want to see like no one on something more active.
Yeah,
no one's had a really small hero pool this tournament, and the Monkey's banned already. The Storm is banned.
DK's out.
DK's out. Leshrac is like the last hero that he's played. We'll see if they just like...
Oh, that's interesting. That's very nice.
Right.
So we are going to see what Earth Spirit against Earthshaker this game? Mid?
You reckon that's the easy counter for Lornoff?
Does Lornoff play like these dazzles and stuff that just make Earth Spirit not have a lane?
10 seconds remaining.
Earthshaker... I've seen Earthshaker make Earth Spirit not have a lane. Not as bad as a Dazzle.
It's not Dazzle level, but it's...
No, but it's very good.
And Viper he's played. That also makes him not have a lane. What other Lornoff heroes? Timber's out, right? Yeah, Timber's out. That would have been too easy.
Yeah, that was like the first ban or whatever.
Did he play like DP? Oh, okay, let's check that.
Choose your hero.
I think that one, out of all the other options I mentioned, is just way better for the game, right? Like, these Dazzle Vipers are good in the laning stage, but after that, don't offer a lot. But if you can, I feel like if you can ever make Shaker have a lane, he's amazing to just have in the game. So I like this pick a lot.
We've seen Mid-Earth Spirit have like placed higher and higher teams wanting to pick it up for themselves. It's done really well when it gets to that later. It's done okay for the majority of times within lane, but sometimes it feels like there's that middle part where you're not really sure how this Earth Spirit's gonna go. And for me, it's my first time seeing no one playing this Earth Spirit, so any insight on this and the supporting cast, how this 5-hero lineup is going to work for Cloud9?
I'm only looking at one hero right now, unfortunately, and it is Mirana carry, and I just don't believe.
So you believe in Cloud9 because you don't believe in Aurora's Mirana carry?
Correct.
Great.
I'm only looking at Aurora because I'm from SCA, so that's the only place I'm looking at, and I think they got what it takes to win this game.
Oh, wow. I was expecting SCA Flame from Winter. That was a
Yes, so was I. That's why I was like, okay.
That was a curveball.
Very quickly, Jenkins.
I'm with Fear. I think there's a lot of burst damage from Mirana, and she's very squishy, so a lot of eyes on 23 Savage right now.
All right, well, luckily we're enjoying Cloud9's draft a little bit more because we have our Cloud9 coach, Astini, with Nomad.
I'm here with Astini, and my first question is going to be actually about kind of confidence, because you guys have just been owning recently. So how do you measure kind of confidence versus overconfidence?
I think confidence is way too good. I don't care about overconfidence. The more confidence we can get, the better it is.
Awesome, strong answer. Well, I also want to know about your confidence about this mid lane matchup. Of course, you've got the Spirit versus the Shaker. How do you think that one's going to go for you guys?
I think it's good for the Earth Spirit. It feels like they might think Earth Shaker is a good answer on lane to Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit will rotate, win side lanes, and Shaker is slow mid laner. You need to farm dagger, you actually need stacks, you're quite slow in the game, and the Earth Spirit pace is way too fast for it.
Great answer again. Yeah, I'm very excited to see the Lenovo versus no one mid lane matchup. And I mean, finally, just in general about the Aurora team, you know, what's your opinion on them?
I think they're a good team, but I don't like to overthink the opponent. I don't study them that much. I study what we can do and be our best. I don't care opponent.
We've certainly been looking at your best recently, so looking forward to watching this game and looking forward to our casters who are going to be Cap and SVG for this first match.
That's right, Cloud9 are coming into this, and I think they look like a very hot team. They had very strong performances leading up to this tournament, and well, they're now here in the upper bracket up against an opponent that has struggled throughout the year. I mean, Aurora, this squad, you know, different organizations going back to Talon or T1, but like they're supposed to be the premier Southeast Asian team, and it has been the worst year for them yet. No places past 7th, 8th, no top 6s whatsoever throughout the year.
It's been a rough couple of years for C in general. Like you said, this is the team that has stood above the pack. They've been the most consistent by far. Their ceiling is extremely high. I don't think anybody doubts that.
Yep.
But like you said, I mean, how do you get to that top of the ceiling if you can't perform well on lane, get the experience, gain the confidence? This is a C9 squad that everybody's saying they are confident. They know what they want to do. They're picking heroes for them. They don't care about what their opponents are playing. I think they're a little bit outside the meta as well. If you look at no one's hero pool, if you look at how they're picking supports and what they're doing with them, they're not afraid to pick things like the Bane, the Winter Wyvern. DM has been playing his hero pool like the Enigma, the Centaur, Timber, what he's comfortable with. This is a team that's going to do what they're going to do, and you have to be the ones to upset that pattern and come to them and disrupt that. I also want to note that I think when we look at this C9 squad, there's a lot that's going well for them right now, but to me, what stood out the most has been the synergy they've developed over the course of the year. And for me, particularly, between No One and DM. I think DM was a player where he played on that OG stint for a bit, and he had multiple rosters before that, and nothing really clicked super well for him. This is the first roster I've seen where he is actually just shining, and he's been overlooked to a degree. This is currently the player with the highest KDA in the tournament as an off lane. It's absurd. It's over 11 right now, I think. This guy just doesn't die in games. So if he gets to teamfight alongside No One, they have their two bruisers. This is another game where you have like Centaur, Earth Spirit. We're seeing a lot more of these two frontline stunners. These are deadly combinations. They start to roll over you in a team fight. You just get routed very quickly. So that's the threat that Aurora are dealing with here. And they have some stopping power to deal with it between the Mars and the Treant. They're going to have to make good use of it.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out DM's history just because, I mean, this guy was looked at, you know, a number of years ago as, you know, one of those rising stars coming out of the Eastern European region.
Yeah, I looked at him.
You looked at him.
I picked him up.
And he had a very rough streak of teams, including your own. So
yeah, I did him no favors.
Yeah.
We knew he was good back then. Like, I'll say that much, you know, give me some credit. Ali
is going to go down, and that'll be your first blood for Kataomi, one of the players who makes up the very interesting hero pools that Cloud9 have tended to draft. I would say most of the unique heroes comes out of him and No One. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think Fishman's hero pool is also pretty unique compared to a lot of the other 5s at this tournament.
Sure.
Like, he's not traditionally this kind of backline saving support, which is where I think a lot of the meta's gone. He plays his melee heroes, he plays his Clockwork Banes, you know, he's going to get in there. I respect that playstyle. I think it makes the rest of your team feel pretty good when this guy's always the first in the fight. But I agree, a lot of their games come down to what No One and Katayomi are playing and what they can do in that team fight.
And this is definitely a mid-hero that has been on the rise a little bit, but Cloud9 scouted it early. They played it throughout the year. They have this stint where they were playing it a good 6 months ago, and it's really interesting they stopped playing it because they were doing nothing but winning with the hero.
I think it's very strong. I think it's an underrated mid. I mean, you want to get it later in the draft, but it can be hard to deal with. I think Shaker's similar. Like, Shaker in a very good mid-Earthshaker game, he takes the game over. Yeah. Like, it's a hero that can scale, it deals a hybrid amount of physical and magic damage, it can give you the big AoE presence. His laning tends to be pretty strong on mid with the Water Rune and Totem abuse. Like, this is a lane where both heroes are kind of just going to free farm. I do think, as Astini said, the rotation power probably favors Earth Spirit, comes online faster, but maybe that mid-game punch can be stronger for the Shaker if he gets a fast blink treads.
We can see them pretty close when it comes to CS. Not too much surprise, though, that the Earthshaker is walking away with more denies, just the nature of the totem spam, but we'll see whether or not the Earth Spirit is able to even things out through the rotation power that you and Astini talked about. Meanwhile, the side lanes are going all right. This Luna, though, has been tearing up the tournament. Cloud9 opted to pick up the Luna here, and she's already off to a great start, 19-5. Do you agree with Fear? And that this is kind of like an S-tier carry for the tournament?
I mean, the win rate tells you all you need to know right now. Nobody has answers to what Luna's providing. Fishman, no answers for the right click.
Well, maybe a Fairy Fire is good enough an answer, and he actually drops a Blood Grenade as he walks away, hitting both Q and Jab, slowing him down long enough that Watson's able to pick up the kill. 1 kill, maybe 2. He's going to be speared back into the tower, but he could still go for the kill on Jabs. He's healthy enough for that much. He's missing out on a fair bit of lane, and Jab's making the long run through the river. So Watson's going to head back and pick up some creeps. Fishman does manage to hit him with the Deluge here, slowing him down.
It's
but
a fate worse than death in some ways.
Yeah.
Jabs is not happy about this. Also note that bottom Water Rune got denied by Fishman with an illusion. Fear was talking about the skill ceiling of this hero. It is really high if you can put these illusions to use. Like, we've seen things like Wisdom Runes get denied, Water Runes get denied, Courier kills, all this stuff. You can send these illusions around the map and get work done with it. And it counts for a lot in these early games. 23 Savage. Ooh. Not having a fun time on this lane. In fact, I think Aurora are not having a fun time in this laning phase overall. All 3 of Cloud9's cores are sitting atop the network chart. Feeling pretty about this laning phase. CS is all favoring them as well, and I think it's only going to get better. Like, these 2 side lanes in a Centaur Luna, if you get past the level 3, you kind of only get stronger. You're looking at a level 5 beam timing, which is very powerful. A very fast hero during the nighttime as well. You're looking at a Centaur who, once you get to Bracers, you're not forcing him off the lane. They're strong side lanes as they continue to scale here. I think Aurora are going to have to look for Snapfire rotation.
Oh no! Even the neutral is playing against 23 Savage as it hurricanes him right into DM Stomp.
Brutal. Fishman continuing to harass the runes. Won't be able to contest it. Still, you gotta look towards Q here. I mean, if there's one guy on this roster that can make some plays happen, kind of recover a little of this laning phase, I'm looking at the Snapfire. High damage early support that can sync up with the Treant, try and bail out these lanes, but that
needs to do something soon.
Yeah,
that safe lane is struggling, so if he doesn't win this lane, he maybe needs to make the rotations happen. Q turns around, throws out a blast. Lorinov, yeah, these rotations aren't going to have the same kind of punch as they do when the Earth Spirit shows up. Earth Spirit gets a kill and gets a magnetize onto the 2 of them, and might actually take out Q if you could hit him with another boulder, but Q's going to TP back and make sure the damage isn't done. But Fishman is currently looking to steal a Wisdom Rune, and Aurora, they got to act fast. They know this is happening right now. Lorinov, he's going to challenge and manage to fisher back Fishman, so they'll be able to secure it for themselves.
I think if you study this team, you should know Fishman is going to contest your Wisdom Rune at this point.
Every time. The man does not fear death.
He will be there. No matter what happens, he will be there. It's just a question of how much do you get out of it versus how much he gets out of it.
True.
We'll get the split here. And I think Katayomi, happy about that. This is a support that you you get through the early game, he is incredibly powerful, and he scales very hard. You saw how confident they were in this hero. Not a hero that's being picked up a lot, but in theory, he kind of fits what you want out of some heroes this patch. He can push out lanes and farm very fast. He has good lane shove and nuke capability. Strong in the team fight. Good healing save potential. One of these backline supports that if you eventually get into the Ags or Orchid, stuff like this, is a huge threat to cores as this game goes late. I conceptually like Wyvern this patch. I think just mechanically the hero can suffer in some of the early games of the pace that gets set up. Like if you get run over on this hero, it can feel pretty sluggish. But right now, you're looking at this Wyvern's net worth. He is living the dream right now.
I guess the thing that I don't like about the Wyvern so much is I feel like, does Cold Embrace have that much value in a meta where all of the carries have a lot of mixed damage, right? Whether or not they have their own round of nukes like the Luna and the Mirana and the Wind Ranger have, right? They all have some magic damage to throw around, but they're also building a lot of Gleipnirs, right? So even their attacks are throwing in a lot of magic damage. Is that at all a concern for you?
I think it's nice to have Versatile Wyvern, but I think there's another component that I like about this hero, which is we're seeing a lot of frontline spellcast brawlers.
Okay.
Centaurs, Earth Spirits, these types of big tanky heroes that go in Kunkas. The heal's really nice on them.
The blast is not going to be enough. Hit him with the double edge, but a roll in from no one might be able to collect it. No, he rolls past him and straight into the arena. Now he does manage to get off of Magnetize. It's not going to be enough damage to take out 23 Savage, Katomi, and DM on the run. They made a heavy commitment to try and kill that carry of 23 Savage. It seems like he just had too much HP, where they just completely underestimated how much 23 Savage was able to take there.
And no one just didn't see the TPs in the trees. Just goes into his own demise as they're even going to pick up Katayomi, slay him, and spew his corpse over the battlefield here. Very pivotal power rune as well for Lornoff. He's had power rune control, and it's done a decent amount for him in terms of keeping the Shaker's resources up on the map. Allows him to make some of these moves. Honestly, this Shaker is having a pretty good early game considering how the lane went. Even gonna get to steal some stacks. This is some extra juice as long as you get out.
He's going to be caught for it, though. Kicked over his own Fissure, hit by the Ensnare. Now the Eclipse is going to be put to use to quickly kill Lornoff's Shaker and try and chase for more. Now it's Aurora, who are going to be on the run with a lot of catch on the side of Cloud9. Very likely they can get multiple kills out of this one. A good spear back might be able to spare Jabs' life, but he has been slowed down to a crawl. A roll that doesn't land, but a little mini stun and a Splinter Blast slow. That'll be enough for the dive past the mid-tier 1 tower for Watson's triple kill.
This is the power of Luna. She can join anything in the early game once you have those beam points up, and at the same time you're threatening a huge amount of scale on this hero. You start losing fights to Luna, she just takes over the map. She massively outfarms you with the glaives. She takes objectives, buffs up the team. Watson is in prime carry position now. 4K gold lead, tier 1 mid dead. We have seen this before with Aurora though. I mean, if there's one thing about this team that they do better than almost anybody else, it's probably, you know, maybe lose the early game, but outside of that,
they're really good at losing the early game.
It is recover in the mid to late, right? Yep. That is where they always shine. They can push the games late. They can hit their point, you know, somewhere between that 40, 60 minute mark and just slowly grind to there where they suddenly turn that game around. Can never count this team out.
Yeah, I mean, we had a rule when we were casting the CDPC was that, like, if Aurora, as they were, what, Talon or T1 back then, it was like, if they were winning the early game, then, you know, that was actually cause for concern.
Yeah, get worried.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst thing you can see as an Aurora fan is a 6K net worth lead.
Exactly. You want these guys to be behind, and they're coming into this series behind as potentially the underdogs against Cloud9, and now they're down 5,000 net worth and more to go as DM's going to take this tower for free.
The one concern with the comeback potential is, I mean, part of it's this Mirana. Like, how much is 23 going to be able to recover with a hero that isn't necessarily a huge flash farmer? Like, you don't have glaives, you can't do ancient stacks like a Sven or something. We're going to see an Echo Slam to farm out all of this, get Lornoff to his Blink Dagger. So this is some recovery farm, but again, it's not going to the Mirana, so 23's going to have to make it up in the fights later on. And a big question is, like, how much can you commit into the fight with this kind of lineup from Aurora into multiple saves and just team fight stops? You have Song, you have Embrace, you have a Silence out of Earth Spirit, you have Stampede that can reset some heroes. Like, you go in with this Echo Slam and Kisses, and you just throw a Wyvern's Curse on top of the Shaker. It's one of those old school counters to the hero, honestly. It's miserable to play into. The Wyvern always can interrupt your chain stun combination, bail out Watson if he needs to get a BKB off, stuff like this. This Wyvern's going to be big priority for Aurora, and on top of that, they have to worry about Naga, who can also bail out the fight. Yeah. So these two supports are going to be straight bullseyes for Aurora if they can get on top of him and take him out at the start of the fight.
Do you think that means that BKBs are particularly important for Aurora because they have these combo heroes in the Earthshaker and the Mars, you know, setting up an arrow afterwards? Like, they have so much combo, but because there's two combo breakers on the side of Cloud9 coming from the supports, they kind of need BKBs?
You have learned nothing.
I think yes, but you have to get them at the right point in the game, right? Like, you do not want to get BKBs too early here. And then go into the late game having them wear down and you don't have them for a pivotal Roshan fight, stuff like that. It's a very fine line to walk. I think the other route is you get more mobility and gap close so you can find these supports at the start of the fight, right? Get jabs in a position where you can arena these supports, lock them in a cage. Then those BKBs become way more straightforward. The other thing is these heroes on Aurora's side are not super early BKB buyers. Like, you need at least 1 or 2 damage and farming items on Mirana. You need this blink on Shaker into Ags if you want to, you know, scale and farm a bit better. Second item BKB is optional, but you're still fighting into the Wyvern Curse, which, like, Shaker going in with BKB getting cursed does not feel great.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting puzzle to see how they solve. You could also just go for more utility, things like Lotus Orbs or Yule Scepters to kind of try and control what these two supports are going to be able to do on the side of Cloud9. But I think the real thing is Katayomi's not afraid to scale on this hero. So while you're worrying about the control in the fight, at some point he will have Blink, Ags, Bloodthorn, I don't know, whatever he wants.
Man, look at the efficiency here. Cloud9 stacking up in multiple areas as the 14-minute mark approaches. While they're still making plays here, no one's going to be able to roll away as the song comes out from Fishman.
Does have a shield rune.
DM, he doesn't approach, they actually wait for the curse. That's what they're going for. They do hit the arena, but inside of the arena is this eclipsed up Watson, who looks to finish off Lornoff, and he's got him dead.
Just couldn't do anything there with the Shaker.
Just kite it out constantly. They'll collect the extra kill in Ollie, who cannot run for his life. Dream Protector being far too slow for that.
Man, I always forget that that new curse has Dispel built into it. I think Lornoff felt a lot more confident with shield rune sitting on top of there, and then poof. It is gone.
Yeah, no wonder they didn't try and combo off the stomp. Kataomi was making the call. No, let me curse him first. I mean, get rid of that shield rune and put them together.
And I think Cloud9 always makes sure they have stuff to combo off this curse. It's a big component to the hero. Like, even if you land a 2 or 3-man curse, you want to be able to punish Aurora for a clumped into that spell. Having AoE stuns, AoE silence. Well, okay.
Lornoff gets his revenge at least, comes back to life, and instantly Blink Echo slams the solo Kataomi.
It shows you how much he is despising the Wyvern interaction so far this game. And honestly, I feel like you might take that over the course of this game. Like, if you can just kill this Wyvern at the start of any sort of fight, even if it costs you Echo Slam, might be worth the trade.
Aurora have yet to be able to take a tier 1 tower off the map. And that struggle will continue as no one sets up to defend his safe lane tower and catches out the Dream Protector, who was left behind. The other 2 cores had already backed out. Honestly, Aurora's not even trying to get towers away. They're just trying to conserve their own part of the map as much as possible.
Did recover 23 into an okay position here, though. Like, you are not going to keep up with Watson, given the start he had and the stacks and the farming power of Luna, but Smarana's doing better than I thought he was going to be.
Stampede used, trying to chase off Lornoff. Between the stun, they do manage to get him inside the arena here, so Watson can't do any damage with his hits, and he does not opt to use the Eclipse to try and get the kill. Some kisses go out, Fishman able to dodge a little bit with the illusions. Jab's still going to try and hunt him down, though. He's got a Blink Dagger coming up, gets in melee range, hits him with a spear to finish him off.
Very nice finds from Jabs. That Blink just got delivered before that fight. Instantly gets 2 kills out of it. I mean, honestly, this is the strength of Aurora, right? Like, you can be up against this team, you can feel like you're controlling the map, scaling, but they find these little openings and grind this net worthly down. Suddenly, it's not looking the worst for them. This Earth Spirit's really been slowed down in this game, despite investment into the early fighting items between the Vessel pickup and the Blade Mail, these type of items that are supposed to be winning you these early fights. You're supposed to be really tanky on this mid Earth Spirit. He's just kind of getting melted to the totem hits and some of the extra magic damage.
Now, being that you're both NA legends, you and Fear usually on the same page when it comes to Dota, but I noticed...
That is not an accurate statement you should have said. I rebut that statement just for the record. Do not
a North American legend in Avery Silverman.
Sure, man. Not my words. Just for the, again. That is Austin Walsh.
Yes, that was me. I'm calling you a North American legend. Now, when you guys talk, Dota, usually you're on the same page. I noticed, though, that Fear did not believe in the Mirana carry whatsoever, and you thought Mirana might be one of the heroes of the tournament going into this, particularly since for one of the things you cited was the flex power, being able to run carry and support.
I like Mirana support better than core.
Okay. So you also are maybe not loving the Mirana carry?
I think it's felt a little weak.
Okay.
I think a lot of these ranged carries are getting figured out a bit, so that's part of the issue. But it just feels a little slow to me. Like, you really need to go late with this hero, and I think another big component is you need a lineup that utilizes it well. And there's a lot of pieces of that to figure out, as Ollie's going to drop. Like, you need frontline for this hero, which I think sometimes is missing. You also, I think, need other heroes that benefit from the Solar Flare. Like, I don't think you want a lineup with Mirana where she's the only one using Solar Flare in a fight.
And she doesn't have that in this game, right? Like, really not that much value in Solar Flare.
Exactly. I think they do have the front line, which I like. And this hero can do it on its own. But I almost feel like it's an old Drow Ranger strategy in some respect.
Okay.
You know, you want the frontline hero like the Tide or Underlord or whatever it was at the time, and then you want the other pseudo right clicker like a Puck or Storm or whatever, you know, gives you some initiation and can benefit from the Solar Flare. That's my kind of gut read. I think it's hard to figure out, but I do like Mirana support. I think it's quite good.
Okay. So you are on the same page with Fear?
No, Fear's entirely wrong, but
okay.
He's legendary according to you, so I can't.
Wait, I thought you were refuting the fact that you are a North American legend. You're refuting the fact that Fear is a North American legend. I understand now. 11-6, 8,000 net worth lead for Cloud9. They continue to stay in the driver's seat. They own more of the map. And this is also what happens when you get ahead and you have a Naga Siren support. I mean, Naga Siren just in general, but you know, he's spilling these illusions onto your side of the map. He's constantly getting information about what Aurora is up to. It's very hard for Aurora to be able to make any offensive moves, which is maybe why they're turtling so much. They're also turtling so much because that's kind of what Aurora does.
They're just trying to get to their BKBs. They're going triple BKB here. That's what they've opted for. They're all going to come out kind of around the same time here. They're actually getting pretty close on all three. That'll be a big power spike for them. If they can translate the triple BKB into a teamfight win into Roche, that is something that could completely put them back in this game on even footing.
Is this the right timing? Because you said, you know, yes, the BKBs are important, but you don't want to be getting them too early. They're getting them all second item, right? We're not even finishing up Gleipnir first on the Mirana.
I mean, maybe they've just felt like the teamfights are going to be too hard without them.
Okay.
And I can agree with that. But like I said, you know, if you get these early BKBs, you go in that fight, you lose it, it's going to feel real bad. So you're going to have to make good use of them, find the openings. A lot of it is on jabs. Get him into a good position where either vision or smoke allows him to find a solid initiation on ideally one of the supports or a big core. The power of the triple BKB is you can ignore the supports to a degree. Like Naga doesn't do anything in that interval, and the Wyvern can interrupt that play.
But only on the single target, not anybody caught by AoE.
This is not a, you know, multiple BKB piercing ult like it used to be.
Yeah.
You have to keep that in mind.
Which also makes the curse very, very, like, it's a very small duration if you don't get anybody in it.
Yep. It's irrelevant, basically.
Yeah.
But that is something that forces Aurora to pre-BKB almost, right? Like, when you jump in with all these cores, you have to BKB early in these fights.
Yeah.
And that might not happen. Like, players are pretty greedy with this item.
Both teams are going to take their Tormentor very early here.
That's also a big component of the team fight for Aurora. The Greaves we just saw come out on the Snapfire.
Yeah.
Q has been building up. This is maybe the most important team fight item they're going to get in this early game. It's the one big aura they'll have. It's the extra armor's nice versus Luna Naga, and it's a dispel for the Earth Spirit that is going to help the Snapfire survive in the fight. So
this is really awkward. I feel like if you're hitting this BKB timing, one of the ideas behind it is being able to play for Roshan, or at least contest Roshan, right?
Ideally,
because you have all this team fight, and they're not going to be able to do it. In fact, they're trying to hunt on the other side of the map, go for Kateomi here, but with his Blink Dagger, he managed to get away from the scouting kisses that were coming out. So Cloud9 will get this completely uncontested, and Aurora didn't get that much out of it in return.
Just a heads up Roche play. Abusing the fact that Watson is just so far ahead here. 7-0-0.
It's huge.
He is cruising through this game and right on track where you want to be with the levels as well. Almost level 20 at the 22-minute mark. Power of ancient farming. He is well ahead of the pack. Now, you know, everything in Dota is a double-edged sword. If this Luna does manage to die in a push, There's going to be a lot of experience going Aurora's way, but it's a big target to take down. BKB arrives for jabs. Continues to hunt here. Cloud9, not interested in pushing too aggressively. Just going to play it a bit slower, farm, maybe look for the Luna level 20. And I would assume they make some kind of smoke play with the Earth Spirit taking the lead and try and crash somewhere around mid. Just snowball it into some tier 2 pushes, something natural like this. Might be waiting for no one's BKB. He has been suffering in the early team fights, and he's very close to that item.
Yeah. It really has struck me how much Cloud9 are trying to play very farm efficient. Again, like every single time on the minute mark, we're seeing multiple heroes stacking up neutrals for themselves to be able to farm. Do you think this is, is this part of Cloud9's general playstyle, or do you think this is something you specifically employ against Aurora, knowing they like to turtle and like games to go long?
I mean, Aurora definitely not a team that's going to steal your stack, so
yeah.
You're not worried about that component.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I think it's just the lineup more than anything. Like, when you have Luna, you need to have these ancient stacks off cooldown, basically.
Sure, but I'm saying they're stacking other neutrals, and it's not for the Luna.
Well, Naga also is good at it, although Watson gonna get jumped. I mean, he does have Aegis here.
He managed to get off the Lucent Beam first, and yeah, he's got a BKB and an Aegis. This is really just not a good target for Aurora, but if they can get the Eclipse off and still not lose anybody for it, well,
backside of the fight.
Dead. They are still going to go and engage on the rest of the heroes. The curse! Right as 23 Savage was trying to go for the backline supports. He's still going in for it, but now the Cold Embrace is going to bail out Kataomi, and this Mirana is in trouble now as no one's going to try and hunt him down. He got the support, yeah, that he was searching for. Kataomi finally died, but look at, yeah, DM recognizes Kataomi completely saved that back half of the fight for Cloud9.
That almost was a disaster for Cloud9. If the Shaker Mirana did what they wanted to do there, which is, Echo slam that backline, and 23 did pop BKB early, so he was just going to go to town with Solar Flare. But a very clutch curse hit the Mirana in her BKB, and Shaker did not use his. So this is where those BKBs, you really have to commit them early. Otherwise, they come back to bite you, and not the best interactions for Watson, but Wyvern salvages the backside of this.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two cores gunning for a support here. That leaves the rest of the heroes completely open for Aurora to contest if they could get the initiation. But because of Kataomi's Winner's Curse there, completely stopping the play there from 23 Savage, and then also the Cold Embrace just stalled things out even further.
It's a completely different fight if Shaker or pre-BKBs.
Yeah.
Because then that curse lasts half the duration. The Mirana gets to play the fight a lot more. This is the biggest decision-making process for Aurora in this game, is when you pop these items. It determines a lot of the team fight, and, well, Gabe says this game is very one-sided. I don't know if it's that one-sided, but we can definitely see this lineup powering up for Cloud9, and...
What would you give the number?
I mean, that was 89-11.
Yeah, would you get 80-20?
87-13.
All right, 23 Savage is going to be forced to use BKB defensively here.
That's right.
And for now, the Ensnare does not stop him. We'll see if there's ever going to be an Aghanim Scepter for the Naga Siren support. But Watson, the game may just end before that point, because he's got a minute left on the Aegis. Very clearly, he is posturing to go high ground here. But we'll see whether or not Aurora are able to pull off the ultimate turtle defense here against a 12,000 net worth lead on Cloud9.
Just don't have 23 Savage's BKB. It's so hard to go into the 2 lives of Watson here. 45 seconds on this Aegis. You could wait it out. Just give up some buildings, look for the better team fight.
It seems like that's what they want to do, especially with the living armor slowing down Watson's damage on the tier 3.
This is not bad. If you can kind of push through this period, get your cooldowns back. Still struggling to find openings in the fights. They're looking at no one. Actually got him.
Got him before the roll, but the arrow is going to miss. Tried to chain it with the Gleipnir there, but the animation too slow.
The thing is, this is the part of the game where I just feel like Naga makes your fight impossible. You can't find him at the start of the fight, and he's got his first item in this Solar Crest. Everything he gets past this point is just deadly, right? Like, if you get to Grease, if you get to the Shard, it's so much healing, so much stall. You can always bail somebody out. It's incredibly difficult to team fight into. They're going to find no one.
No one. on the high ground. Spot him with the kisses. The spear goes in that spot. The kisses will not be enough damage, but the Echo Slam is. And he went for Fishman too. So he's got him down to half HP. The Stampede's going to be used in the arena. Catches Fishman before he can slip away into the river.
No one not happy about that play at all. That cliff did him no favors. Just gets 5-second arrowed, and you're sitting there getting kissed on the whole duration of a song. Basically the best type of setup for Aurora. Find an isolated core at the start. The Centaur can't really do anything to bail him out. Also, he's stuck on the cliff, so he can't stampede anywhere.
Yep.
Just incredibly awkward.
Yeah, really awkward. I don't know what, which of the interactions it was, but him getting speared but not actually getting pulled down the cliff.
Yeah.
Right? Because it still pinned him to the tree, but he got stuck in that spot. That happens with certain interactions of spells.
He got speared to fissure.
Yeah.
I think so. Or maybe a tree, I don't know.
I think it was the tree behind it.
Yeah, maybe.
Area.
It was weird. If he got speared down that cliff, it would have been better for him. Yeah, it was probably the tree. Either way, he tanked the arrow, and then your fate's kind of sealed. No BKB pop for the Earth Spirit. Shield Rune for Lornov and pushing towards that Ags. I mean, Aurora continuing to grind out some small wins in this game.
Yeah, I mean,
that is their MO.
They're slowly falling farther and farther behind in net worth, but they are getting certain items that could maybe allow them to turn the game around.
I'm honestly impressed with how much Jabs has found this game. I think he's played it quite well. From how tough their position has been to try and find these openings versus double save lineup with a Mars. It's not easy, and he has found a lot of net worth as well. It's going to be really important for Aurora as this game goes later and later, because if this Mars can get something like Hex into Refresher, then suddenly, you know, you have two BKBs to play with. You can go and spear somebody and Hex the Naga to prevent a song going off. These type of multi-control plays are something that could break the team fight later on. But you need the gold to get there.
You need the gold to get there, and then that is also some high execution stuff.
It is, but I mean, that is what Aurora is known for. High execution in the late game, until you take your hands off the keyboard.
That is all theory, though, while Cloud9 have a pretty tight grip on the game and continue to just scale up on every single one of their heroes. See Kataomi, healthy net worth lead ahead of any of the other supports. You've got Watson, who is just scaling and scaling and scaling, and I feel like he is about to get peak Luna.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Which, you know, maybe at that point in time, you're going to get a little bit more serious about ending the game. This last Aegis push, they didn't even try and really use the Aegis for that high ground. Seems like they are content to let the game go to a second Roshan, which is going to spawn a little bit later here. Longer Roshan spawn time, 2 minutes till it shows up. Cloud9 smoke and try and find a pickoff to set themselves up for a free Roshan play.
They do love the Mirana here. Might have to settle for support, and they'll take it. Nothing bad about this. Get to control some of the map. More.
This 23 Savage's Arrow Gleipnir play is just really not lining up for him in this game so far.
I mean, you know what he's doing.
What is he doing?
Psychological warfare, Austin. You missed the first 8, then they assume you're not going to hit it. And then when you need to hit it in the fight, bam. It's right there.
I mean, it is true. Every single one of these Arrow Gleipnirs that is missed hasn't really mattered too much. Exactly. I feel like it's just been like, whatever. They weren't really
Savage playing the long game.
These guys think I'm terrible.
How's it that bad, actually? What? How is it that bad? Is this like neutral creep misses or something?
Oh my god, we brought it back. Dota 1 Legends. Dash HA, hook accuracy.
I do miss that.
A command all the way back from Dota 1 you could use. We have it live here at TI.
I'll be honest, I do miss that Fada arrow number 218.
Fada arrow number
That's
578.
A good one. That's some legacy memeage, you know what I'm saying?
Say goodbye to my brother, arrow number 579.
23 Savage, arrow number 52. Sailing off the map. It's a bigger map now too, so it sails farther.
That's true, that's true. Satanic almost done for Watson. My goodness, he completes it now.
He was thinking about like Hurricane Pike. I'm sure maybe Butterfly Dados were options, but Satanic just seems the safest here, especially when you have heals and bailout spells, right? Like a lot that can, if you try to get focused as Luna, then you stop the fight with Song or a Curse. pop BKB Satanic, reheal up, makes total sense to me, and you're just gunning for this Dex Roche.
I legitimately like have a very hard time seeing how Aurora can win this next fight.
Hex on jabs.
If there is an Aegis on Luna.
Hex on jabs. That is all I'm looking at. This Mars has to make the big plays. He has to find a really nice arena, get a solid Hex down, and open up the fight for the Marauder and Shaker to pop early BKBs and just get in there.
They're pushing out the smoke. Aurora, they are going to try and wrap around, but Watson drew an exact line of what Aurora was going to do here. They are well prepared for this move. They're going to get spotted. No one's going to break the smoke. Doesn't get hit by the arrow. Once again, another miss. Jabs, BKB, and instantly goes for it. Goes straight to the Luna. They have to be able to burst him down here. There's the curse and the embrace resetting, and Watson, now he has a chance to be able to both use his Manta and his Satanic. This is not a carry that's going to be brought down early. Lornoff goes for the kill onto the Winter Wyvern and tries to jump away, but he's still caught in the area of the Eclipse. Watson brings him down and looks for the enemy carry of 23 Savage, who is out of lead charges, and one loosened beam cuts down the rest of his HP.
Oh, those beams are so deadly, man, at this point in the game. They just do so much damage with the Conda on top of all of it, and I mean, that fight was maybe not the cleanest for Cloud9. I think Aurora got a pretty solid jump, but Embrace, man, just bails this Luna out of the one-on-one against the BKB Mirana, and there's nothing 23 can do but look on as Watson prepares to come out of it and heal straight back up. No one will sacrifice his life, but that is a teamfight win that Cloud9 are happy to take here and push base with it.
That'll be Elena Barracks, and they can back up to do Roshan kind of at their leisure. And if Aurora want to try and take another Roshan engagement, by all means. Cloud9 are actually not going to back up. They still have 30 seconds left for 23 Savage, so they'll go for a second lane here.
I mean, Aurora missing ults. This next teamfight is not necessarily easy if Cloud9 want to commit for another lane, but safe play is go Roshan here. You just got a lot of big items. Shiva's on the Earth Spirit, Greaves for the Naga, BKB for the Winter Wyvern. 3 very strong defensive items just arriving for Cloud9 here. Why not continue the siege? No Echo Slam.
Jabs.
No Marana.
He gets spotted by Kataomi, so he's not going to be making any initiation anytime soon. His Blink Dagger put on cooldown by the hits.
Can look for like a Fissure and a Spear back.
All 5 heroes back up. They don't go for the Spear back at DM.
Oh,
he hits the back line with a beautiful stomp, and no one rolls in after him. Hits a beautiful magnetize onto 4. They almost managed to burst down Watson. This time 23? It was much closer, but 23 Savage jumps after him, and he's not going to get it. He turns to kill the support, but his life is forfeit in the process.
DM just beautifully interrupts that entire engagement for Aurora, and the Spear back is nowhere near clean enough. That is just the game, I think. Yeah. These glaives are just going to rip through your base. Man, Cloud9, I mean, this is a team that when they get their lineups rolling and this ball starts to hit, it is very difficult to take the 5-on-5s. And I think we saw the frustration in the team fights here from Aurora. There were glimpses of what their lineup can do, but ultimately, you're just fighting into so many saves, so many resets, and Luna, her early game was so strong that Watson is well ahead of the Marana in terms of the one-on-one status. He's just able to power through these Roshans, put a second life on himself, and it's just too much to cut through here for a lot of heroes that have to go commit in the fight early and either get the job done or not. Very interesting game between the two teams, but ultimately it does feel like Cloud9 are continuing to play Dota how they want, and that is not being stopped.
Yes, they looked incredibly comfortable in this game one, had the lead the entirety of the way, starting from the laning phase, going through the mid game, stacking up more and more of an advantage, and leading to an easy high ground push for Cloud9, taking over game one.
It was great execution from them, getting that win for themselves. Aurora, they just weren't really on the same page, wasn't really sure the pacing of this team lineup for themselves, these 5 heroes, what they were really being able to do there. And also brings the biggest question around this Marana carry. There were a lot of different options that they could have gone for, and this Marana carry for yourself, Fia, you said, I just don't really have faith in it, therefore I'm going to go with Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it was that simple, and that's pretty much how it played out. Also, we've seen how good Luna's been looking as well, so
true.
It's a little bit of both, where Luna looks so good and Marana has not looked good. And furthermore, to add on to that, I also don't think Marana carry for Centaur is very desirable. You are a very fast attacking hero, and you're playing against Retaliate plus Blade Mail, which is not really fun to do. So the one thing that they did have an advantage in this game for some time was the mid lane, at least. But outside of that, this is pretty straightforward, methodical game for C9. You get really farmed on all your heroes. then you can just walk down a lane with an Aegis and Luna can do what Luna does best.
I will say Aurora were trying to make space, or at least trying to get something for themselves here, especially in this clip that we're seeing. This was an early invade that they tried to make happen, but I'm wondering, Winter, if they just weren't really sure of their timings or Cloud9's timings or when they were going to be strongest, because they went in thinking they'd have the advantage. The Lunar just comes in, eclipses with the Lucent Beam, and it's enough that they end up losing out on this initiation and this engagement.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of the engagements, they were like rushing, they were pressured because they knew they were behind from the early game, and execution like was pretty bad, like the way they were layering their spells. Like there was this one fight in the river, Earth Spirit rolls in to take the rune, he missed the rune, he couldn't get the rune, but the Treant just roots him right away, even though his roll is still on cooldown, right? And then they end up didn't killing the Earth Spirit because Earthshaker decided to not use Echo Slam. He enchant and he couldn't get the enchant off. Earth Spirit rolls away, and those are the type of things that tell me the mental aspect of the team. You know, they're like not really calm, they're really rushing things, they are nervous, and you make a lot of coordination mistakes like that.
But Jenkins brought up the point that they should be hot though, because they just beat Zero. So
I think Lornoff was. Like I did feel like his impact was pretty good in the early game. Like the rotation that he made towards top, getting a couple of kills, and then running towards the stacks of C9. I was thinking like, damn, like they're actually gonna come back. They're gonna bring back from, you know, a pretty miserable early game. But then the rotation from Watson on this Luna with his ult absolutely shredding the Earthshaker and stopping him in his tracks. Like, this is the weird thing about Luna, or the interesting thing about Luna. I know we talk about it a lot, but it really does seem like the hero of the week. She is a hero who takes stacks, but also is like fully capable of defending her own stacks. You want to run up a high ground into a Luna that can do like 2,000 magical damage because she's maxing beam, like go right ahead. That's not going to work for you. So what do? You farm? Do you stack your own caps so Mirana can farm them? Like who on Aurora is going to farm stacks? They had to Echo Slam Ancient stacks. That's what they did. But Luna can farm her Ancient stacks and then go to another set of Ancient stacks and then farm those. Like you're not going to outpace, you're not going to outfarm a Luna, but you're also not going to outpace a Luna. So what the hell do you do?
Yeah,
what's the answer?
On top of that, the lane, like you're not as strong as Luna in the lane too, you know. So you have a lot of like problems compared to the Luna.
It's a lot of problems to solve.
Now you can keep for yourself, you could potentially ban it out. The supports are what I want to talk about for Cloud9 though, because they're the two opposite ends here. Naga being a hero that is almost always banned out, and we don't get to see her because of that. We very luckily had Purge sort of break it down and explain why this Naga was so potent and so important for teams to ban out. But Winter Wyvern just not getting picked up anywhere near as much, but extremely impactful in this game, Winter. Like the ultimates were great at zoning out this Mirana.
Yeah, I think we mentioned a little bit, we tried to discuss, I was discussing with Andrew during the draft where I felt like maybe they just see this as like a block, a physical damage block, because Mirana is mostly physical damage, and the Cold Embrace is going to be very good against that hero. The Curse is also going to be useful in team fights. I think not many position 4 players play it because it's a hero, I think very similar to Trent. You need to play this hero a lot. It's not like you come into a tournament, oh, somebody else is playing it, I see someone else using it, and oh, it looks good, you know, then I'm going to have the confidence to play. I think it takes a lot of time to be really proficient with the hero, know what you need to do. His spells are either you are griefing your teammate or you're going to be amazing on it, you know, so it's very difficult to use the hero.
Very rarely an in-between.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game in particular is interesting for a couple reasons, and I think Aurora learned a lot. First of all, they got their slap in the face with the Luna. Like, now they know this hero is really good, and they need to respect it more. And second of all, they took the gamble with the Naga, and they lost that one. So you're going into this next game here. You had some ideas of how this game one was going to go for you. Didn't work on any front here. They didn't respect the Luna. They thought that Fishman wouldn't be able to perform on this Naga, but he did, or he wouldn't play it, either or. And now they got in a situation where they kind of got hard outpicked here. The only thing they had going for them was maybe this counterpick Earthshaker mid, but it's too much work for just one hero to do in this particular game to win it.
Yeah, he tried, and we saw what happens when you have one guy that's owning. You just bring all 5 heroes and kill him, and then all of a sudden his game is not snowballing. And then in some of the fights, we saw like Katomi on Wyvern using Winter's Curse on him to stop like the backline initiation. And you know, that's what happens when you have a player like Katomi that has these real specialty picks. Like, he will outplay you in the fights with comfort. And that is one thing that makes me think C9 could go really far in this tournament, is that obviously they're winning. They did very well in the group stage, so their win rate is high, but their picks look completely different from everybody else's. So everybody's playing one meta, and they're playing, I like what you said, it's like their own version of the meta.
Right.
It's adjacent, it's parallel. They almost like run in the same way. It's not exactly the same heroes, but just that slight bit difference that is almost executed the same way, or leans itself to the same way in a team.
Right, like Wyvern is a save support and a decent aura buying support. You can buy the forces and the glimmers, but people don't really have the muscle memory right now to deal with the Winter's Curse, to deal with the Cold Embrace and committing on one target with physical damage, because it's just not picked by anybody else.
I feel like the position 4 is in kind of like a weird spot right now. I don't know what the best pos 4s are right now. Like, we're seeing, you know, Slarks. Other teams are still running the Dark Willows, Snapfires.
Yeah, lane.
And we have other teams running like the Tinkers,
the Snipers,
the Wyverns. Like, it really just feels like, at least for now, that it's up to what preference, I guess, at this point of these particular heroes. But I did like it this game with C9. Their supports were, these are like hybrids, I want to say. I feel like Naga is super strong right now because she's not like just like an Omni that sits behind people and saves them, or a Tinker. She's a little bit of a hybrid because she has offensive capabilities with the Deluge and like the Reel In. And I feel like Wyvern at the same time also has those offensive and defensive capabilities. So it's like, do you want to kill someone? Well, good luck. We have Sleep, we have Curse, we have Cold Embrace. But at the same time, you can be a carry too on both of these supports right now. And I really like these type of support heroes. Maybe we'll see more Wyvern in the future. We'll have to see if it's like good enough, but being able to be defensive and offensive, I think is really nice on POS 4 right now.
Especially Katomi. Like, this guy last year when he was on Entity, I feel like was one of the people that popularized the scaling supports. Like, the game that I always have in my mind is that Entity versus RNG game, the really long one where he was tiny, Aghanim Scepter, Rapiers, and the thing is, it was his build every game. Like, not the Rapiers, but the Aghanim Scepter, and everybody started realizing, like, you can build 1 or 2 support items and then build into, like, legit just straight up core items, and if the game goes late, you win because you have an extra core, and now that's the meta. Sure, back then it was Blink Force. Those were the support items people were going for. And now maybe it's like, I don't know, Solar Drums. But it's the same concept. Like, Katomi is really in his comfort zone here with the current meta.
It's quite ironic that as our game times have shortened, we've now lent ourselves towards picking position 4s that scale. Whereas when we had longer game times, you know, the average was like 45 for a tournament, you thought that that's when it would have been the meta, that everyone was going for a late game scaling 4. But now we have more average game times of roughly 30 minutes, and that's still what's in the meta. That's actually still what people want to pick for themselves and hope that their position 4 can have that.
And this is a product of the meta in some ways, where the auras made everyone pretty tanky, or very hard to kill. A lot of items don't give you a lot of HP, the Glypnir, the Bracers. So you kind of need someone else to step out on the plate to do damage. Otherwise, the 3 cores are not going to be enough. You guys mentioned 3.5 core, you know?
Yeah.
Like every game, like position 4, it doesn't feel like a support now. If it just feels like you have a 5, then kind of be farming as well. But the other 4 players on your team are mostly going to be looking to scale to do damage. That is the best way to play Dota right now. And you kind of have to also find a balance between doing damage yourself and mitigating the damage from buying auras on your team.
Yeah, I really like that team comparison as well, if you guys were able to catch the stats there. But Aurora's longest game was quite significantly longer than Cloud9's, as well as Cloud9 only having 1 loss for themselves, meanwhile Aurora only having 4 wins. It was wins that mattered though, Jenkins. You've already talked about it. They should be feeling themselves coming off of that series win against Team Zero, but that's also where they picked up their longest game time. That series was by no means fast-paced or high kills. There was a lot to be left to desired in the way they executed it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's 2 arguments here. There's the argument that anytime a game goes past an hour, which their 3rd game in that series did go past an hour, both teams screwed up. You are never playing for an hour into the game timing, I can guarantee you. Sometimes the window is small. Sometimes the window where you can win the game is 5 minutes. Sometimes it's 15 minutes if you won the draft. I mean, like 5 minutes isn't like between 40 to 45.
Okay, I was going to say...
I don't mean 5 minutes in you win. That's like some nature's prophet. Anyway.
Yeah, I was like, what is this man on about?
But nobody plays for an hour. So there's one side where you there's the side where you can what is going on?
Well, I'll say this. I remember last year when we were having those longer game averages, it was like 60 minutes, and so many pros always talked about that late game was a whole different game of Dota. It wasn't something that you could practice, especially not in scrims. The only time you would get practice of late game, that is 55 minutes plus is what I'll put it, is in a pub, right? When you're in scrims and things are going downhill, teams will most likely just GG out. We want to reset. We want to go to our game number 2 of a scrim. They won't actually sit it out and see if they could come back in that 60 minutes. So you're not getting that muscle memory, the repetition of late game.
All right, my aneurysm is over. What I was going to say is that you have this like momentum from a 60-minute game, right? It's like there's excitement versus like also the coach is going to yell at you after the game. So the players are going to be excited out of those 60-minute games.
Because you clutched it up.
So you feel good and you feel bad about it at the same time. And I feel like Aurora is the type of team that will probably feel good about it because they like need something to feel good about.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Hopefully Sunby isn't going too harsh on Aurora, though. Hopefully he's picking them up and going, all right, guys, our mistake. We let through that Luna. We've learned our lesson there. Naga, we gave the gamble away. Let's maybe not do that. And we're going to get to see exactly what those adjustments for game number 2 is going to be here. Now, neither of these teams are getting eliminated, but they are going to be able to secure themselves going to the Royal Arena, making the International, playing in front of a crowd. For Cloud9, it's only 1 win away. For Aurora, they're going to have to try and tie this one up. And it begins here, our draft for game number 2. Right now, nothing changing up. Timber, Enigma still being panned out, but hoping to see a slight change up for at least on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, definitely not going to see them giving Naga away. I mean, you're second pick. You have 4 bans. And that's a hero I feel like it's just too difficult to find a solution to, because if you then find a solution to it, it's a support, you know. Then what, you know? What are you actually picking to counter just for a support?
Yeah. I think Fishman played it very well too. Like it's a micro hero, and I do agree that the cap on it is really high. But also, the way that people are playing it is like running in and maybe feeding yourself away, like giving information to your team. You know, ideally you're doing that with illusions, but that is exactly Fishman's playstyle. Like, he wants to run around the map, he wants to give people information. So as long as you can kind of get the micro like okay, Naga offers so much utility elsewhere that it's definitely worth picking.
No other support does that in the game.
I mean, this hero is kind of funny because like the ceiling is really high, but if you're at the floor level of playing it, it's still OP. Like,
really?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be good at the hero and it's still OP.
She's like,
anyway, I'm gonna go queue up.
Should I play Naga instead of Trian now?
Yeah,
you might have changed my mind there, Fia. Thank you. I needed that confidence. Everyone else, he's talking to you as well, all right, guys? Go out there, queue it up when this series finishes and look in Naga.
That's generally the case for most like OP heroes in Dota. It's like they're pretty easy to execute. That's why they're so good. There's obviously special cases of like you have to be really good at the hero. It's like Timber Saws and stuff. You have to have like perfect like spell casting. But yeah, right now Naga is a hero that is the best hero in Dota in my eyes. Should not be given away in any circumstance. Ever.
5 seconds.
Are we looking down to see a potential centaur picked up for Aurora here, because Cloud9 are wanting to pick up the Wind Ranger.
Mars or Centaur right away. That's what I want to see.
Cloud9's turn.
There it is.
Yeah, I think this one makes the most sense. Retaliate against uncontrollable damage, quick damage instances, blade mail. You know, we've talked about it. Even the fact that you can centaur ult away from the whirlwind and, you know, kite out the whirlwind plus BKB and then re-engage when she doesn't have that.
Guard buyer too. Crimson Guard buyer.
Yeah, true.
Also, like, I feel like you have to have a Crimson against Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
And I think the solution for the Wind Ranger is you need to draft an offlaner that buys blades for you, so that you can handle the blade mail and the retaliate.
Right.
I mean, they buy
part of it for sure.
Satanic every game, but it's just like.
But that's like later, right? You're
yeah,
gonna
sure.
get it like your 4th or 5th item.
But that puts you in a weird spot. It's like if you just have to have an off lane with the Vlads. There's not many, right?
Enigma and Visage. Those are the two I see.
Tide Hunter, I guess.
No Tide.
No Tide. Well, they could ban 2 if that's
remaining.
the only option you two have, but it definitely helps a lot to have.
5 seconds.
It's not a great situation to be in. I think that's what he's getting at. Like, you put yourself in a situation where this hero is buying all the items you don't like to play against, just naturally, because that's just what this hero does. And because the Crimson scales now with your HP, well, this guy doesn't even have to buy boots. He can just buy bracers. More HP, the better. More damage block. It's definitely proven itself to be a good counter.
They left the Tinker in this time.
And Luna.
5 seconds remaining.
It was Aurora that banned out the Tinker, so they could still ban it here with the one ban that they
quite
have.
surprised with the Luna being left in. I thought
Aurora's going to pick it this time.
That's what I'm thinking. They might ban the Tinker or another support and then just insta pick up the Luna for themselves.
I would love to see a team solve Luna. That would be great. If C9 leaves it in, lets Aurora pick it, and then they have some solution. Because I currently don't know what it is, especially with the Windrunner carry. I don't know if that beats Luna.
I don't think Luna is just like unbeatable hero right now. I just think it's an S tier carry. You're gonna beat Luna the same way you're gonna beat a lot of other heroes, and it's just like you also can farm quickly. You have a good laning stage. It's not like Luna's unbeatable in the laning stage. And you're just going to play a game where that's very oppressive, where the carry's going to not have a great time to farm.
I mean, you get to see the Gladiators game. They picked Underlord against Luna. Do you think that could be a viable solution against Luna?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, you do buy a lot of the auras. You are mitigating her damage. I feel like it's a similar type of hero as to like the Wind Ranger, right? But the only problem that Wind Ranger has that Luna doesn't is like you're on that timer, right, where you can just kite her out. So that's the part that hasn't been solved for Luna. Like, can you play the long game with this hero? Because she's just going to spam beams Laconda from 10 miles away, and she can indefinitely do that.
You probably need like maybe a mid laner that can go in and just stop her from doing that. I don't see like one hero being able to solve everything. Like you probably need like some other parts from other heroes to deal with that problem.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist. Like, the Shadow Demon used to be good, but now you just get the Moon Guard facet. I don't even know if that's called, but I'm just gonna...
Shadow Demon?
Yeah, but you used to be good versus Luna, but now you just press W and the illusions just get melted immediately. Terrorblade used to be good, make your own Lunas pretty much. Classic strategy. When a hero's OP, just become that hero. Morphling is an interesting pick, actually.
It's very slow.
Yeah.
It's like a combination with Omni, which I mentioned before. Whenever you have a 5 Omni, you want a hero that can go in so that you can use your heal and abuse the facet. Because Omni, whenever your spells do damage, you're going to heal yourself. So you're healing the Morphling and you're healing yourself at the same time. That's how you play the lane now.
I mean, I already like Aurora's draft better this time. I feel like the Batrider Centaur lane is strong. You have the knockback into Centaur stun. It's a lot of magic damage. You can knock the clock out of his cogs so he can't do what he wants to do to you in the laning phase. Morphling against Windrunner. You turn into her, you get the Wind Run, you can turn back into Morphling. It's the same concept where like if you can get something which works on Morphling when you morph back into him, these are often like the really good heroes that you counter. And the only issue is like I do think that Tinker has like a slow first like 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But then once he gets the aura items that he wants, then it's really fast, and there might be a window there where Morphling isn't exactly like a Morph Omni is not ready to deal with a group up and sort of push lineup that could come from C9. But Windrunner's not particularly good at hitting towers, so I don't think Aurora has to worry about that too much. Not with the Whirlwind facet, at least.
And when I say morph, the first thing I always think about is like the laning stage, and I could think of a few options that looked really good, and Enigma being the best of them, but that was banned in the first phase. I hear we often don't see in the first phase. Underlord, great versus the morph in the lane here. Feel it probably going to be paired with the Tinker as well. Katomi does like that. Fishman does love his Clockwork as well. Feels like Fishman will be playing Clock or Bane, and I guess Naga if it does get through the pool. So I'm a little worried for the laning stage here, because Underlord has particularly been known as one of the better heroes against morph. He has very high base damage. You reduce that. More than importantly, you get a lot of damage from CSing. The one way you will win that lane is if you can keep Underlord off the lane, but I'm not sure a Morph Omni can do that versus the Tinker with the mischance that is going to be applied. And if you get ahead, it's basically a snowball lane. If the Underlord gets ahead in the first few waves, he's going to dominate lane, get every CS, vice versa for the Morphling here. So the first wave is going to be super important for this particular matchup here. But, 23 Savage, I'll never be sad with him playing Morphling. This has always been a hero that, when I think of him, as like his comfort pick and one of the best heroes that he has in this arsenal.
He always goes back to it, I feel like. Back against the wall. Like, this is...
Every time there's a game where he has to win,
Pick me morph.
If Aurora ever looks like uncomfortable or unconfident, he just gets his morph lane.
Trust me, bro.
We'll see.
Yeah, they're gonna have to place a little.
Do the line.
What line?
Go, Joe.
Cloud9's turn.
No, I don't want to do it on
Do it.
broadcast. No, I'm not doing it on
Well, that's
broadcast.
23 Savage.
That's 23 Savage right there. Ember Spirit, Puck, a little mid lane is taken out. Earth Spirit, Invoker there does leave Cloud9 to pick up that Storm Spirit. That's going to be their final hero that they want to lock in. And now Lorinoff, he's got a big question. The Batrider could potentially be his if you wanted to do it against Storm Spirit.
Just pick
5 seconds
Quap?
remaining.
Would that be good?
Question mark?
Yeah, co-op's decent. I was also kind of thinking of Rubik. I think Rubik mid has always been one of the counters to Underlord, like stealing whatever Underlord has in the game.
I just like Quap is pretty good versus Storm. Doesn't crush him, but I think the options that do crush him, I guess DP is one of those options. But
Viper, is that still in the pool? I mean,
it's in the pool.
It would mean that they really lack lockdown.
yeah, I mean, I only mentioned Quap because like your lockdown on C9 is not great either. At least not versus a Quap. It's kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's mainly the Underlord route that's the problem.
And you can always solve that by getting an ATOS early before you get your Aura items.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Let's just look at what their draft needs, which, you know, they have the Centaur, they have the Bat. This pick is pretty free to just try and punish the Storm in any way possible. I've seen Leshrax be used before against Storm as well in the mid lane. They have an Omni. Could run in there. You are playing versus Pipe, though, but do that any game anyway. So it might be interesting. They're really thinking about it.
I mean, do you like a greedier option, like Shadow Fiend type?
Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, just to win.
That's making a statement. I'm not sure if they would want to do that, but
Shadow Fiend against Clock is rough. Oh my god.
Got it. This guy
What a
knows
call.
the Dota.
What a call.
He knows SEA through and through. He's seen Aurora do this before.
Wow.
His first rodeo.
This team is like, oh, you got a lot more carries than us. We're gonna one up you. You know, we'll pick another carry.
We need one more carry. We're gonna be that slightly big greedy.
Man, I don't know about that. That's a rough matchup. I mean, the thing is, Clock is not the best at ganking an SF during like the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game. But then once Storm is 6 and Clock can dive under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what they were thinking. They were looking at the supports and they felt like, oh, this Clock and Tinker, early game, they're not going to be able to do so much, especially the Tinker on 4.
Yeah.
So we can get away with a greedier position 2, you know, in this game.
I do still, though, worry about the Clock. And it's not like, okay, Underlord also can portal in behind the SF. And I remember a lot for a while, people were picking like Nature's Prophet to counter the SFs and the Lena's mid, these heroes that you want to gank because you TP in. That's it. You just make it so you have a numbers advantage. And then there's TP rotation to counter rotate, but they die before that happens because these heroes are so squishy.
How are we feeling about the team fight, though, from Cloud9? That's something that they did really well. They were able to take advantage, dismantle all these initiations. Aurora wanted to get onto them. So do we like it a bit more for Cloud9? Is it very clear-cut in how they want to execute it for you?
I mean, both these teams have really good team fight. I just think for Aurora, it's very easy to see what they need to do. They have SF Morph, which is like very passive, don't do anything type of heroes. So Jabs has to have one hell of a game and get an early Blink Dagger. Otherwise, the map might get hard to play. Tinker's going to be TPing ever. You're going to be TPing with Underlord. You have the long range initiations. Wind Ranger has stuns, buys Gleipnir. You're really low on lockdown this game for Aurora, and that's a little concerning. So Jabs has to have a great game.
Any final thoughts for you, Winter?
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. They are very greedy on their mid and carry, so the offlaner needs to do so much this game, and if he gets that to the point where he has the items to hold down the game, to slow the game, yeah, I could see them winning this game.
Okay. Well, game number 2 is ready. Our draft's all done and dusted, which means we have one final thing before we jump on into it, and that's to head down to Nomad and Sunbee.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Sunbee, and we're going to be chatting about this game. But first, I want to get your thoughts on what you think went wrong in game number 1.
I think we just didn't fight very well, and I think we overplayed our Shaker position invading their jungle. I think the game was okay. I think we just messed up too much. We lost mid tower and just lost pacing. And then we fought badly with the 2 BKBs. Yeah.
All right, well, game number 2, hopefully you guys can recover that. What do you think about your Morphling? Because it was answered by the Underlord. Are you worried about that lane at all?
No, the lane's gonna be fine. I think like they're just gonna push out and go stack. But really, it's just figuring out how we can beat their auras in the mid game, I guess. Yeah.
Or as it always comes back to that, doesn't it, Sunby? Well, that's going to do it for the interview. We could jump into the game with Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Nomad. That's right, Aurora. One game down in this series, looking at potentially heading down to the lower bracket when your backs are against the wall. So many times, this squad goes back to the 23 Savage Morphling. In fact, they did this last TI when they had elimination on the line against a very tough BB team. In Game 3, what did they go to, Avery?
Morphling?
That's right, the 23 Savage Morphling.
Oh.
When they need a win, that's what they go to. Unfortunately, in that situation, that was also...
They didn't win that game, did they?
They didn't
yeah,
win that game. No.
I vaguely remember. That's like, I don't know if that's a good game to bring up here, but I mean, he is the self-proclaimed best Morphling in the world.
Yeah, it's his most prolific hero. They have a very good win rate on it. But on the other side, we have one of my personal favorites. No one was always a beast on Storm Spirit. Back when it was him and Sumail as the 1 and 2 best mids in the world, one link they shared was that they were both monsters on the Storm Spirit. So I'm looking forward to see how no one performs in this game.
He's level 30 on it as well. One of his signature heroes, absolutely. This man likes to be able to jump everywhere, style with some disjoints. He's going to be trying to look for this Omni Knight probably in the fight, unless you're just at an overwhelming point where you can break through the front line. And if you can take that save out of the engagement, then this lineup really kind of breaks apart for Aurora because, like somebody mentioned, I think they are out-aura'd in this game. Like, Centaur is not going to be able to match Underlord in terms of boosting up his other cores, which could come back to haunt them a bit in the 5-on-5s if the Morphling and SF aren't independent enough in the team fight. That's where Omni Knight can boost those cores up and really help them take the engagement. But if the Omni Knight's getting jumped, if he's getting hookshot, rocket flared, if the Storm Spirit's on top of him, if the Wind Ranger gets to the back line with a Whirlwind, you fear for how much sustain and, frontline capabilities Aurora lineup necessarily has. So Stampede can help with that, and of course you can always just get the jump first with the Bat Rider. That's the flip side. Like, if you can use this Bat to find the Tinker, take some of the sustain out of Cloud9's lineup, then they maybe suffer the same issue.
We made kind of an adjustment meta-wise from, like, big-time auras, like everybody had to do auras, and that decreased a little bit. But what really came up in the last few weeks leading into TI was these healing supports.
Sorry.
Not the hype denies, please. The healing supports. That's been like
another big one. He didn't get that one. I mean, this is the lane right here. This is the Morphling Underlord lane. It comes down to range denies.
That's true. That's true. All right, you want to keep talking about
continue.
denies? No? Are you sure?
Continue with your point.
Healing supports. Why is that the meta now? It's been a while since that was a thing, but now we've got Treant Protector, Omni Knight everywhere. Tinker was big meta for a while. That was just plain broken. Now it's been nerfed back to a little bit more reasonable point. Why is this a thing now? Why hasn't it always been a thing?
I think the healers got buffed.
Okay.
The heroes are just better. I think people are still in this mindset of if you can make your heroes invincible or extremely tanky, whatever that method is, it makes the game a lot easier to play, makes the team fights a lot easier to play, right? You just put this guy on the front line, he can't die. I mean, it's pretty simple, puts a lot of pressure on the enemy, and it helps you go high ground ultimately. Like, sustain is a mechanic that lets you push, helps you do Roshan, helps you go high ground. Those were issues for some of the lineups and some of the past metas, so these heroes just feel good to play with as long as their laning is okay, but that's a big component, right? If you look at heroes like Omni Knight, one of the things that's plagued him in competitive Dota is, like, can you actually lane with this hero and get a carry out of it in a decent position? That's the part that's been buffed a lot. So you're starting to see these heroes come back, Treant, similar position, and if you get away with them in the early game, they're just really strong in the mid game. They fit the Aura group up meta pretty well.
Yeah. We're going to see, obviously, with an Omni Knight on one side, Tinker on the other, a bit of that action. Meanwhile, the mid lane matchup seems to be going all right for both sides. A little bit more denies on the Storm Spirits, but Loradov is doing fine in CS, 22-1. He is topping out the board right now, which is just where you want to see your SF. Was this too greedy, Avery, for them to go for the SF? First of all, they're matched up against Clockwork, but also just you already had a Morphling. Did you need a Shadow Fiend on top of that?
It's a little awkward for sure. Like, only one of these heroes is going to get the benefit of the Omni Knight in a fight, right? And you kind of want it to be on both. Only one of them can carry an Aegis if you get later Roshans. Only one of them can go and hit the high ground. I feel like they're both heroes you would want the entire lineup to be focused around, and it's going to split a little of the resources and attention from this Aurora squad. But of course, if they feel like the SF can do well in the lane and in the early game and give you that extra damage threat in the fight, I could see it pay off, but he needs to have a really good game here. Like, this is not a game where the SF has 3 or 4 deaths, you're going to be happy. I don't know if that game exists for this hero, but it's definitely not this one. Because you were going to run into some Auroras in that mid game, and it's going to negate a lot of the Shadow Fiend's damage.
Now, are you assuming we're going to be seeing, like, this is a match? Oh! More TP rotations coming in. He already forced the Clockwork to try and rotate. Now it's the Tinker who TPs and then cancels the TP as Lorinov gets outside the range. So he is keeping the pressure on no one because he wants to get this kill or force the Storm Spirit out of lane before he gets 6. And it looks like he's managed to do that. No one's actually going to head back to the fountain. And so that'll give Lorinov a bit of an experience lead.
Raindrops for both heroes, but it was Aurora who were looking to deny Water Runes from the Storm and get one of those for this SF. He would have completely taken the lane over if that happened, but nice little Remnant play from no one, and the contested top rune means both heroes did not get a refill. And it shut down a little the aggression the SF was able to get, still forced them to base, though Cloud9 looking mid this clock. I mean, this is kind of a hard go. Not a really good angle here for Fishman unless he can push the lane into the SF, but that's a little difficult.
Yeah.
That's a bold attempt. I respect it.
I'm not sure that I do, but that's fair.
I mean, again, you gotta implement some psychological warfare, you know, just set him up for later. Big
surprise! Get blood grenaded.
Yeah, maybe later he won't throw that. Lorinov won't know what he's doing.
Well, he's certainly not going to be throwing the same blood grenade, as that is a consumable that is now gone.
If you can get these stacks into the SF, that could be a difference in this mid matchup. Like, push him ahead of the Storm, get him to... I don't know exactly what you're looking for this game. It'll be interesting to see if Lorinov goes more for like a tanky or right-click frontline, just, you know, damage-dealing SF, or if he wants to go for something like a Blink Yules, Kaya, Yasha type deal, and maybe try and catch the Storm in the fights.
Jabs trying to fight his way out of the cogs. He has triple bracer plus a chainmail here, so he's pretty tanky to the physical damage, but the magic damage that is being provided by the Storm Spirit with the extra shield rune allows him to freely dive the tower.
7-minute wisdom.
And I think he was thinking about going for the wisdom rune, but ultimately he wouldn't have been able to do so as Lorinov has counter-rotated. On the other side of the map, he did have an attempt by Ollie to steal the wisdom rune. Katomi did manage to outclick him though.
He's gonna blind wait for him. Nope. Feeling it. Interesting Morphling rotation too. Wisdom runes get split, Omni goes down, but 23 Savage TPing top to try and bail that skirmish out off the Storm rotation, not the mid SF. It's this carry Morphling who makes the move. So now he has to gate back towards bottom. It's not terrible for him, but it is an interesting play. Like, he wants to get active in this game, make his presence felt, maybe relieve some of the pressure on the SF to have to move or stabilize this early game. Just let him play greedy, take the stacks. Lorinov did get a big boost out of that jungle. He's level 8 now.
This isn't going to be a magic damage SF.
Oh, he's going Dragonlance, so...
I assume when you had a Morphling, it meant that you were going to be playing more of that Blink Kaya Yasha build that has become more popular.
I mean, Yules is really good in this game. Like, versus the Tinker, Dispels, you can Yules the Storm when he jumps in the fight and then just stun him when he comes down. But it's not going to feel great later on the SF, like using that item slot for a utility item like that.
And I do think we saw the magic damage SF like really fall off.
Yeah.
It was very popular, but it did not seem to be able to close out games so many times.
I will say, this right-click SF in pubs is going ham. I think it's actually destroying a lot of pub games, and if you can play behind it, give him some sustained auras, like Solar Crest Vlad's at some point, plus one other buff, he does go ham in the mid-game. This is a hero that can just end games, even in that 20 to 30 minute mark, if you really snowball. I don't think this is that type of game, but the hero has that potential, so I do think this is the better route for the hero at the moment, but it is a little greedier. You're going to need some more time to get both these cores online, though. I mean, looking at this early game, I think Aurora are okay with this kind of position, just stabilizing their early game and getting their heroes up and running.
23 Savage is burning through his mana pool. It's the second time that he's gone through the gate and doesn't really find anything to do with it, so he comes back to the lane again. And DM's not even bothering. He's got the global rotation power, so if something does actually happen, he can gate to it. Meanwhile, he's cutting waves and being as efficient as possible, pulling them into neutral camps to double farm.
There's been a lot of stack clearing in this early game.
No one is also trying to be efficient, getting into the enemy jungle and taking away their stacks. Multiple of them.
Good work from both teams, actually. But we are pretty limited on early initiation power in this game.
Yeah.
Particularly Aurora. They can't really start ganks or little skirmishes. Your best tool is Stampede into, I don't know, Purifying Hammer? Like, I don't know really what
Well, you could have said Stampede into Stomp, but...
Yeah, but I mean, we're not going to see that. So.
Okay.
We are going to see some Ancient clearing for the smoke.
Yeah, using the smoke to make it so that the Ancients don't go anywhere when you put damage on them. It just makes it
going mid.
A little bit faster. Trying to go on Ollie here, but he's already propelled himself up.
Power Rune.
Power Rune is bottom lane. Arcane Rune for a Storm Spirit. The highest net worth hero in the game just got a big Power Rune to play with.
He's just going straight Orchid. Gonna be very obnoxious item for both the Omni and the Morphling.
Instantly pops it, try and go for Ollie. Ollie, Stampede goes off, and that final bit of damage is not enough.
Well, he survives, burns out mana from the Storm. Stacks being cleared right now from Cloud9, so I don't think they're too sad about missing out, but no one's not finding early Galvanized stacks or any sort of momentum on the Storm in this game. As Watson back through the gate, I mean, he says, I can do that too.
I like how this has become such a norm that carries go through the gate to try and put pressure on the enemy, that it's not working. Both sides are aware that it's going to happen. Both sides have warded up their side of the gate, knowing that the enemy carry is going to be playing a bit of peekaboo.
I do like this Vlad's, by the way. I think the Vlad's on the Morphling here, it's a standard Morphling build-up, but it's really nice in this game because you have the SF to benefit as well.
Sure.
So it's just extra raw value here. I do think if you're Cloud9, you kind of want to get this 12-minute Power Rune on the Storm and ideally get to this Orchid and make a play. I don't know if that takes too long, though. It feels a little slow. They're going to refill him here. I mean, this might just be a slower game. There's not a lot of early initiation. Both teams kind of want to get stacks and abuse the efficiency, but I think that does play towards Aurora.
Yeah, I would agree with that for now, but I do think Cloud9's heroes, like, they also take advantage of it, right? Like, Tinker is super good as a support to be able to take advantage of these slower games because he's able to, you know, move to different parts of the map, farm up, stack up these neutrals like he's been doing. So Kataomi is going to get pretty big at this rate. You could already see he's 1,200 ahead of the opposing Batrider, another support that's usually good at farming.
And they do not have much for the Tinker outside of if the Bat finds him. It's kind of your best tool here.
Yeah.
I mean, Omni Knight can help you just kind of push through it, do similar things. But then it's a matter of, can you force objectives? Like, can you be the ones forcing the Roshan and make Cloud9 fight into you instead of the other way around? So, I don't know, man. I mean, you have 100 CS Morphling basically out of the lane phase. I mean, you have to be relatively happy with that.
Yeah. Jabs, triple bracer, and a blade mail. Meaning that he is just tough to get out of the lane. He's going to be able to farm a lot, and he's going to work towards his Blink Dagger as the next item.
Ganked up here.
Ollie trying to burst him down, not let him get off the repel, but he does manage to get off his full swing of abilities, and that ruins the initiation from Cloud9. The team fight goes against them initially, but with DM in the back end, does mean Aurora. Oh, they got him on the lasso. Can they kill him, though? Not with the barrier. Put out by the Tinker, and it's going to be Jabs who dies instead. Q, as well as 23 Savage, are still trying for it, but he had enough mana that no one is able to zip down the cliff. A fear goes out. Lorinov trying to blow up Watson. Not enough damage. The neutrals almost finish him off. He went down to like 2 HP. That was crazy close.
I honestly don't know if he would have mind dying to neutrals there, get the trip to base, but 23 had bailed on that fight after the Storm refilled his mana. Just not enough lockdown for no one. Not enough burst damage yet to commit on the lasso. Frustrating fight for Aurora if they brought everybody to that engagement, but Cloud9 using Gate to its max potential. Really nice pit, disjoints the fight, and able to get their cores out of there with some key kills. Continuing to power up this Tinker. I mean, you were talking about it, but now he is really pulling ahead in Fishman. I mean, he's always on your Wisdom Runes.
He is always there. You gotta prepare for it. And if he pops out and tries to hit him with the Clogs, he should be able to get the Wisdom Rune. Hits him with a hook shot instead. The Wisdom Rune is all his.
Big win. He's not even gonna die for it, man.
Nope. TP rotation coming in from the 23 Savage Morphling, who gets pre-repelled.
It's another wasted TP unless you just want to push the tower.
Yeah.
And Aurora not finding a lot with their strength right now. And Cloud9 powering up all 4 cores. That Tinker is going to be a menace. He just got so much. He's just been farming Ancients the whole time. Like, this is disgusting. This is the Tinker of pub nightmares right here. He's higher net worth almost than your offlaner, and it only gets worse because he takes all this side lane random farm that no one else is going to take anyway, so it's just free extra gold. And you can't catch him. I mean, who's going to catch this Tinker this game?
It leaves Cloud9 with an opportunity to make moves like this. I cannot believe he got off that Strength Morph in time. Invis Storm Spirit comes up, but because they had a Ward Sentry combination, he got just that little bit of a glimpse of what was coming.
That's a big dodge. That was a powerful Orchid reveal. You wanted a big core target off that. Didn't get it if you're no one. Now you're going to have to re-engage off a smoke. Still would like to find the Morphling or the Omni Knight. If they're together, you have to take the Omni Knight, but it is a nice opening into the fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was a little close.
Hook shot. The SF gonna be the target here. The Stampede cannot get him out in time. Ollie. Split focus, right? He's sitting on the Morphling, which leaves the SF available for the go. That's why no one TP'd away from that situation in the first place. They saw 23 Savages farming up Ancients. They saw that the Omni Knight was with him, so that leaves the SF the perfect target to go for.
Very heads-up play. And this is kind of the part of the game where Ollie's... It's just going to feel rough for him around the map because you can't babysit everybody here. And you don't even feel good babysitting someone because you're just getting nothing off the map. Tough spot for him. Ideally, you'd want to just group up right now if you're Aurora. So you don't lead some pickoffs to this gate and you can start to use your lineup for what it's good at, which is just objective taking with the 5-man ball.
Yeah.
But the lanes are just getting shoved into you. So you keep having to respond to this Tinker pressure, you keep having to respond to this Storm who's poking you with power runes. Rocket Flares are scouting you a bit. You don't have this SFBKB. That is mech done for the Tinker. He has officially overtaken this offlane Centaur.
So as much as Aurora love a slower game, and they've got two carries that are enjoying it, the whole of Cloud9 are still being more efficient around the map, and they are getting a net worth lead mostly off of their 4th position, Kataomi Tinker, who is currently sitting, backing Cloud9's push on this offlane tier 1 tower between March of the Machines, barriers all over the place, and a mech. This is not a fight that Aurora could possibly take, and they seem to know that. They are not even close to that area of the map. They are just trying to farm up wherever they can elsewhere.
By the way, that Tinker is the highest level on their team.
Damn.
Just want to throw that out there. Like, level 12 and a half. I mean, that is the power of, I guess, an empty bottom lane and Ancients.
That's what I was saying. It's like the slow game early on. It may favor Aurora if the game continued to be slow for like another 20 minutes, but early on, I feel like it's really not that bad for Cloud9.
Oh no, this is prime Tinker gameplay. You might not like it, but this is what peak 4 position gameplay looks like.
That's right.
I farm Ancients for 15 minutes, and I buy 3 sustain items. What are you gonna do about it?
What, you thought these Ancient stacks were for you? No. Not for my carry, Tinker, not for my mid, it's for me.
At least Tinker has to, you know, hit the big skill shots later on, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right,
the warp flares and the lasers and, you know, hit these really difficult spells. In the
yeah, he definitely doesn't just sit there and spam March of the Machines and Barrier over and over and over again.
Found the Omni Knight.
Yeah, good kill. 23 Savage cannot protect his support.
Well, Ollie will trade his life for an Observe reward.
23 Savage says that's a fair trade.
Regen Rune's gonna get no one straight back up to full here, so they can keep looking for plays. Miss out on that one. Just more passivity from Aurora. Like, they have the Bat Blink. They're closing in on the SFBKB. Maybe that's the big item here.
First
hook shot accuracy, a bit more accurate than the Mirana arrows from last game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, something's got to happen here for Aurora. I do not think this type of just farm trading is going to work out for them in the long run. It's hard to imagine it does. Especially if Storm just gets the free BKB here, like, he's a god in the fight. Basically untouchable. You have to lasso him and burst him with physical in the lasso through all the Tinker heal. I just don't see that happening.
I would love to see a stat where it's like average number of kills in the first 30 minutes of the game. Because undoubtedly Aurora has to be at the bottom there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's them for sure.
2 kills in 20 minutes. This is a standard Aurora game, I feel like. A little bit of reveal there from the Rocket Flare. Again, the Fishman's playing a support that gets information on Aurora, which is maybe part of the reason of the passivity. It's very hard to make moves.
Yep.
But as that Rocket Flare gets used, they smoke up as a 4-man here. 23 Savage is going to show on the wave mid while the other 4 make a move and catch Fishman. Cogs locks him in, makes it a little awkward, can't actually pull the Clockwork back to his team, and the Clockwork's gonna go back in with a gate coming in from the other side. Lornov does have BKB. Cloud9 jumped in and jumped out. A gate that came in from behind, and he does actually go through it. Hits him with a big pit on 4, then backs away. Cloud9 did a great job of poking at Aurora there. Got the BKB out of Lornov without committing too much. All they lost was the Fishman Clockwork. Nothing too bad.
That was such an awkward fight. I mean, it's the last hero you want to find with this 5-man smoke.
Yeah.
Or the last player you want to find, too.
It's true.
I think 5-man smoke for Fishman, you don't even kill him, and then he goes back in. It's just like... It's a morale loss or something. I also like he went back in there, you know?
Oh, yeah. It was a bold move.
That's the Fishman way, you know? Oh, you think you didn't get me? No. You will get me in the end.
You will kill me.
If your gank's not successful, I will make it successful.
And you're gonna feel bad about it.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
It's like every time you kill Fishman, he makes you feel bad about it.
I mean, they got the SFBKB. Like, I don't think Lornov's happy about this gank, you know? Look at a Tormentor here out of the Morphling, fairly efficient. 23 Savage still pretty farm. There's some okay heroes to steal in this game. This is a scary late game carry. You're gonna have a lot to fight through. These auras are stacking up. You get this pipe on the Underlord. The Grease is already done on the Tinker.
It's a really nice shard that they got. The Omni-Knight shard, the Purification, like the double Purification. They did nerf it recently because it was too strong. From 75% to 65%, but...
Some decent value, though honestly, I feel like you want to see this bat keeping up with the Tinker. I know you probably can't do it 1-to-1, but that would probably make Aurora feel a little better if Q could get out on like deeper parts of the map and kind of match some of that farm.
I mean, I think Aurora would feel better if the Centaur was able to keep up with the Tinker at this point, but...
I mean, what can you do? You've just had less map space to work with. Cloud9 have controlled the power runes, are constantly pushing in mid. Tinker's constantly pushing in all these random lanes that are not where Cloud9 want to go in group. Like right now, he's pushing out top as Cloud9 group bottom for Roche. So you're maintaining your map control, constantly pushing the waves in, and then he can join all these moves. That's the power of the hero.
Yeah, it really does feel like deja vu from game 1, where it's like Cloud9 very early took more map control, and then use that, like, you know, they hold 60–65% of the map, and then they use that to be able to out-farm you for these longer droughts between action. They're once again going to be able to take very early Tormentor into very early Roshan. It's like the exact same timings.
Yep. We'll give it to no one here. They're aggressive fight starter. Don't need it on the BKB Windrun Windranger, who in theory shouldn't die in the fight. It would take a lot to bring him down at the start. Do you have your Blink Shadow Fiend? I mean, if you can land like a good hoof stomp, you don't have that Kaya super speed, but
yeah,
could still get some combo action.
It does feel like this time around Aurora should be able to fight earlier and more often than they did in the mid game of game 1.
Okay, well but that's irrelevant.
What?
I mean, saying Aurora should be able to fight earlier. That doesn't matter.
I think they're going to.
Will they fight
they're
early?
Smoking up. They're going for it.
I can't wait till this lands. Another 5-man smoke on Fishman.
Fishman, where are you? There's a smoke for you to tank.
I mean, Cloud9 feel like they know this is coming.
Yeah, they're pretty grouped up, pre-barriered.
Yeah, that is not a target you can jump status resist.
I've never seen a more defensive smoke.
This feels so bad right now, right?
They smoke back to their triangle.
The problem is every time you make one of these plays, it's everybody, your lane just becomes worse. The Tinker gets more off the map.
I just can't believe if they didn't want to go on mid, that they didn't like push up into the enemy jungle and see if they could catch somebody on like the tier 2 area or the sides of the map. They just straight up saw like 2 cores mid and said, nah.
This Warp player it's coming soon. He already has Aether Lens. You got to remember, this thing can just perma-root heroes.
Yeah.
It's going to make the Morphling so sad in the fight.
We saw the anti-synergy in the series yesterday where they had Batrider and Tinker on the same team.
Yeah,
and the Warp Flare killed the Lasso. But here, you could actually kill the... I'm not sure if it works, but you can kill the enemy Lasso, maybe. Warp Flare. No one is trying to make use of this Aegis. Unfortunately, Aurora playing so grouped up and so defensively that they have caught a Centaur underneath a tier 2. That's just not a good target to go for. With a Pipe Blade Mail and Vanguard working towards a Crimson and an Omni Knight behind him, there's just no way you're gonna really force this. So, chilling out for now.
This has got to be one of the weirder Aegis periods I've ever seen.
I would say another difference between game 1 and this game is also the fact that Aurora feel a lot better going late game, right? I think, just because difference between Wind Ranger and Luna, they also have like SF and Morphling scaling up. Like I feel like the pressure is on Cloud9 to be more active than they were. Yeah. Tempted go on to 23 Savage with the Orchid. Not going to be good enough initially, but with the follow-up there, Shackle Shot, Hook Shot, Cox pushing him backwards, Rod of Atos holding him in, then a pit, and a disable after disable after disable that will finally bring down the Morphling.
Just infinite root ability. Need the BKB on the Morph to even play this game at this point. That's a big pickoff. You say you're happy you're going late here if you're Aurora, but not if you bleed out a net worth lead on this map. You've kept it pretty close so far. I will also say this Wind Ranger in the late game it's no joke. Like we saw what this hero could do yesterday, particularly in that game in series. You just get to this Daedalus Ags late game, you run in, BKB Whirlwind, everybody's getting crit down. It's nasty.
Yep.
You have some Guardian Angel to play with and some stuff, but you don't have the big Aura buyer really, so it's gonna be annoying.
I mean, the Crimson Guard's gonna be pretty effective from
I
Centaur.
guess you have Centaur.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a lot of damage block with his no boots, all strength build.
This is a good Crimson carrier, so you have that to fall back on. I mean, I almost forgot the Centaur was in this game. Cause
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't know if he's had a lot to do.
I mean, this is a game that you probably could have taken a 20-minute nap and woken up for the conclusion at 45 minutes to see what happens.
Amp damage room though.
Oh, are they gonna do anything with that?
The Crimson's done.
Of course they're not.
Hey, don't rule them out right now. Never know.
Like 23 Savage is already moving away from his team.
Aegis gonna run out here.
28 minutes, Aegis running out, amp damage room. If they have a smoke, I feel like this is definitely a time to use it. But,
yeah, but how do you... Like, you don't have a vision mechanism. You just have to smoke into them and jump somebody with bat. I feel like it's been the problem the whole game. Like, that play is not that simple.
Isn't it? I feel like Cloud9 are spread around the map, and there's always somebody farming the top part of the map. You know? Maybe it's not, the target you actually want to go for, but it's somebody.
Tinker just makes the map difficult to play. Makes the jumps hard too. I mean, you got to be looking for it, but...
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The map
all your lanes are pushed in constantly. They do not have the best wave clear on the side of Aurora, nor the best mobility to push the lane and then quickly get to some other part of the map. So instead, accept the waves that are pushing into you. Accept the mana from heaven. Continue to build up gold. Cloud9 are obviously not shy about doing the same. because they are getting the better exchange of it when it comes to net worth.
I mean, if you get this Morphling BKB in time for Roche, Daedalus is done for the Wind Ranger. Both these carries are kind of hitting a nice little peak here for both teams. I think neither is going to want to give up this next Roshan. It's going to determine a lot in this game.
Well, I didn't think Aurora wanted to give up second Roshan in the last game with their BKB timings, but they did.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that one. I don't know if they know.
So we went back to Yashikaya on the SF. So we are still looking with this Requiem build. It's just started off with a Drag Lance.
Okay, here's the play you were asking for. The smoke to top.
Will it be good? Will it be good to smoke into an Underlord next to a Tier 2 tower? Is Cloud9 going to rotate back to it? No, because they found something else. They were also making an aggressive move. They ran into the Centaur, and Jabs is going to be able to get off his full swing of spells. He may still be dead, but his team is coming into it. Fisherman really goes and hits the hook shot onto the Omni Knight. A Requiem goes out, but most of the Cloud9 heroes have already popped their BKBs and backed away, and they're trying to get 23 Savage. Big burst of damage, though, brings down no one. They do manage to hit a shackle. That finishes them off. A big crit from Watson. Nails him right as 23 Savage is looking to waveform away, and another root comes out. The SF, we talked about it, once the BKBs are down, there is seemingly infinite number of disables. A shackle shot that lands. Can anybody stop Watson? No, he just mows down hero after hero after hero.
Watson, God, he just absolutely took this fight over. I'm not even sure if that crit went through the wind run, because 23 Savage
damage.
He had stolen wind run there, and he got shackled down. I think it was running out right at the end. But that is a timely crit, a timely set of disables from Watson. I think every shackle landed that fight. He's still looking for more. I mean, this might be a little too much here.
Yeah, he doesn't have Whirlwind yet.
Look at the poke. This Wind Ranger, man. Once you have this Daedalus, you are just disgusting in the fight.
Yeah, the Omni Knight, I think, they mass TP'd into that fight, and he did have his ultimate up, but he just got hook shot so quickly. Shout out to Fishman for recognizing that play. Omni Knight comes in, boom, instantly hook shot, no chance for Guardian Angel. That was huge. Or any purification saves. That would have made a world of difference.
See, 23 Savage, he pops Windrun here. I feel like this crit just went, I don't even know, like, it just timed out or what. And the Warp Flares, I mean, they're going to start to add up if this Tinker's still alive towards the end of the fight, too. Yeah. Cannot sleep on it.
Lornoff not doing the best positioning there. Really set himself up for the shackle at the end.
That didn't help him, but...
Got off the repel, Ollie. He has got to be really quick on the fingers, as you could see from what happened in that last team fight. There were multiple jumps by no one to try and get this Omni Knight. He is going to be hunted down constantly. And he's done, honestly, a pretty good job of reacting, especially to no one's aggression.
Not an easy game for this Omni Knight. He has very little time in the fights to make very important decisions on who his spells go out on and where his positioning is. Maybe the most important thing for Aurora. Can this Omni Knight stay alive, and does he get his spells off at the right time on the right person? It's a lot to ask for in a game where there's a lot of backline jump and like a Whirlwind Wind Ranger going through and a lot of nonsense. So be the Roche contesting smoke, try and push out on the map, find something, get some vision out.
Yeah, they had some very deep vision from the side of Cloud9. One really deep on the mid lane, and this bottom ward is still up. So Aurora make the right call of smoking from within their own base. And Q, his smoke breaks, but he doesn't get the jump. He blinks after no one, but no one is already, and you blew it. You blew your one opportunity as Aurora to maybe get yourself a free Roshan. I mean, if you get the lasso on this Storm Spirit.
Okay, but here's the question. If this Roche spawns, do you just start doing it with this Vlad's Morphling?
Sure.
With your BKBs, you can position the Omni Knight really far in the back. Like, you make the Tinker go into you. Unfortunately, it is not going to spawn, so this decision is irrelevant as Cloud9 are just going to force the fight. But you do have high ground positioning here. If you can protect your Omni Knight, this is the type of setup that could work for Aurora. Yeah, they're going to do it. I think this is the correct decision, but you have to be fast on the clicking. You have to pop your BKBs at the fight, if the fight comes to you, and you have to think about the hook shot, contesting Roshan.
The gate, right next to the pits. They're about to finish up the Roshan. Can they get there in time? No one. Hook shot goes out, but he grabbed the Aegis. 23 Savage. Now it's an opportunity to win the fight with two lives. Lornoff already hitting the big Requiem. Watson's dicing him up, though. This Whirlwind is kicking in. The SF inside of the pit. Heels coming out. Ollie in the corner trying to save Lornoff's life, and he does it. He gets the SF out of there. Jabs is still stuck, though, as is the supports. Ollie has been left behind by his cores. 23 Savage is still around. Not sure where he went to, but it looks like he is angling for DM. That's not going to happen. Too many disables, and he's going to lose his first life. And on his second life, is there anything he can do about it? No one's around to be able to help him out. Well, no one himself. The Storm Spirit is going to go for it. Nice shackle shot. Ollie is here on the side, but if he shows himself, he's dead, and it probably wouldn't save 23 Savage anyway.
Not enough gas in the tank to tank the second half of that fight with the Storm Spirit buyback. And Watson still standing strong. No one's contesting this Wind Ranger. Huge problem for Aurora, despite the fact they managed to snatch the Aegis out of that hook shot. It's the only thing that really went right for them there. Plus that Requiem, I mean, it did delete the Storm instantly. But you have this Tinker just doing so much work. Hex was completed before that fight, and Katayomi just lives throughout the entire thing. Plus Watson going in here. It's just so much damage adding up. He has another Whirlwind on the second half of this. Surprised Lornoff got out of there. Didn't look too bad at this point, but when your Centaur and Bat are gone from the fight, no one coming in the second time, you don't have any control left. Like, this Warplane just gets permanently rooted, can't hit anything, doesn't have BKB. You're useless.
Yeah. And they also, like, they used the Requiem on top of DM. It did hardly any damage because he's a pipe carrier and super tanky. And then 23 Savage also tried to put damage on the Aurora. Didn't work. Obviously, his damage being cut down quite heavily by the Atrophy Aura. So, this combination of just disgusting amount of sustain. Barrier after barrier after barrier. Defense matrix on all of these heroes from the side of Cloud9. You've got pipes going around, you've got heals, you've got Greaves, he's got the individual heal of the Holy Locket as well. And he's got a Scythe of Vice. Get the grab on the Wind Ranger, try and blow him up with the Requiem. Is it all gonna be enough? So much commitment, but Watson is fine. He went down to about half HP and has about 2,000 HP and barriers left, and now he pushes forward, pops his Whirlwind, pops his Satanic, heals himself back up to full, and you have blown your initiation as Aurora. You don't really get a second chance now.
On cooldown for a minute here. You know, right before that fight started, I was about to say, you have to find this Tinker. They did not find the Tinker.
No.
And you can't kill anybody. You don't find this guy. This is what makes this hero broken on a certain level. It's find Tinker or bust, and this hero's very difficult to find at this point.
In the trees, defense matrix for everybody, a little bit of Solar Crest action. I mean, Aurora, if you want to take this fight, it feels like you have to be able to smoke wraparound or something. I mean, you said the Bat Rider has got to be hunting his counterpart in the Tinker, and I'm not sure if we've seen that interaction once.
You just have no dispel for all these barriers and everything going out. Like, you don't really have a Hex of your own. So even if you're pulling Watson into Requiem, there's just not a lot of long-term control in it. And Tinker's just going to keep throwing out these barrier shields. He's going to keep healing you with Greaves, Locket, Matrix. Someone's getting warp flared.
I mean, MKB would go a long ways if he could get it. But he's spotted right as he's about to complete it on the hard camp. He just needed a little bit more farm to complete the MKB. Gets caught in the act with 2 lanes of barracks already down. No buyback available. It is inevitable at this point that Cloud9 will get Megas.
You had one team fight left in you, and that might have just been it.
Q, he's gonna go for it. Look at the damage. It's nothing. Not a damn thing they can do to Watson with so much effective HP put on this guy. No 23 Savage, no carry to actually get you there. And that will be a 2-0 for Cloud9. I mean, I feel like they were the favorites coming into this series, and they absolutely showed why.
This team has a near immaculate record at this event so far. They are picking what they know how to play, making it look really strong. They're playing some of the meta heroes, some of the off-meta heroes. They're winning lanes. They have some of the highest KDA players. They have won a lot in a row right now. This team has momentum. If you are not watching Cloud9 right now and afraid of facing this team, you do not know what's coming for you.
And Aurora, it feels like they're just not able to keep pace with some of the European teams as a result. They may have taken down the Chinese team in Team 0 to get here in the first place of the upper bracket, but ultimately they will fall to the lower bracket anyway, right away. And we'll see how they're able to perform and if they're able to bounce back from there.
We will be seeing that Aurora, there's a big question mark around how they're going to be able to come back when we do see them in 2 days' time. So they won't be playing it tomorrow, but they will be having that lower bracket run for themselves to begin in 2 days' time. As for Cloud9, getting the 2-0 here, they're going on to the upper bracket. In fact, they're going all the way to the main event. They're going to be playing in Royal Arena in 4 days' time. That's when it starts all the way on Friday. So 4 days, is that 4 days? I believe so. 5 days?
I think it's
I couldn't tell you what day today is.
3.5.
Yeah.
Sunday today.
Sunday today. You can do the maths at home, and while you're doing the maths, we're going to break this game down a little bit more because Cloud9, it was a very different pace of game for them in the way that they wanted to play. They just kind of passively farmed up. There wasn't a lot of action. They did end up with a great KDA, great scoreline for themselves, but Winter, it wasn't exactly what we saw in game 1, but it still gave them a phenomenal win.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora just basically came here, parked their buses in front of the goal, just waited and farmed, didn't do anything. I felt like, I mean, sure, it's their draft, they drafted the SF and Morphling, It's not much you can do in the early game. Centaur is kind of your barricade. You put him in front of the goal, you stop the opponent from coming to your towers with his Blade, Mail, Pipe, Crimson. Unfortunately for them, I felt like the only few situations where they could have maybe done something more is when Cloud9, they were trying to attack their side of the Aurora side of the map. They were trying to get kills on the Morphling and SF. They got like 2 crucial kills in the early game. I felt like the Omni should probably be around to break the smoke or to at least, save, repel, save your teammate. And instead he was like off on the map. He was trying to put some deep wards and doing some other things, which I felt like, yeah, it's a tough game for a support when your draft is like that, but you gotta really realize what you have to do in that game and you have to make it happen. I think if he would have done that, if he would have prevented the early game kills, I think maybe Aurora would have a chance when they are moving into the mid game.
Yeah, and in both games, they were just always that little bit behind, a little bit lower in net worth there, and they always had to try and make something for themselves. Sometimes you panic, you feel that pressure for yourself, Jenkins, and it showed a lot more in this game number 2 towards the end there. They went for that Roche, they picked up the Aegis, but nothing was able to actually come from it. In fact, 23 found himself in some really rough positions and ultimately not there to be able to help his team defend that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, that play, I feel like we've seen a few teams do it. Liquid also did that in their series. I can't remember who they were playing against. They ended up losing the game, but they almost came back from the Roche sneak, of course, the VP team, naturally, yes. So teams do this, and it is something that shows composure in that moment. I think for the rest of the game, there's a little bit of a lack of composure from Aurora, but the team that is composed was C9 because their response to it was like, okay, they snuck Aegis, sure, but we know that we have such a lead and such an advantage right now that even with the Aegis, like, we can kill this Morphling twice. Like, they're going to use so many resources to get out here on the map. They're going to be positioned in a way where, like, 23 Savage is isolated, that we can kill him despite the Aegis. And that, like I said, that's just something that requires you to be very composed to make that call.
Something else that was really great across both games was Watson's performance. Carry here for Cloud9. He was on the Lunar in game number 1, and now the Wind Ranger here for himself. In fact, that Lunar went completely untouched in game number 2, and he was like, I want to show that I can also win on a different sort of carry.
Yeah, this is a very popular hero still, and a lot of the big counters that we do see, like the Centaur, didn't really work out in this particular game, but it also felt like it was a classic game to play Wind Ranger, but what he was playing against wasn't necessarily threatening him either. So he was able to get everything he wanted in this game. His laning stage was good, transitioned that into a good mid game. He had the Gleipnir, which helps his team get kills. And I kind of look over at the other side here for Aurora, and it's like, yeah, your mid lane's an SF. He doesn't really provide much control either. You don't have your typical Gleipnir type of hero on your carry. You have a Morphling, you have an Omni. And then so at some point, Watson, there's no control for him. He just runs in with all his spells. And sure, Crimson is good against the hero, but when you're that far ahead, it's not going to be enough. And I think Kateomi was also very important in this game. They have a really good formula right now. It's like, Fishman, you're going to be on Bane, you're going to be on Clock. These heroes don't need farm, right? Not at all. So Kateomi is going to play these Winter Wyverns, these Tinkers, stack for himself, get really, really farmed. He had higher net worth than the Centaur offlane, so it's working for them.
Yeah, well, you listed a lot of that players, but one player you didn't really talk about a list was DM, and luckily for us, we're going to get to hear from him himself as Nomad is joined by him.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with DM, who has just made it to the main stage of the International. It's going to be a first International appearance in front of a crowd on the big stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. Obviously, like, big love to this tournament. Everything is going cool, and maybe with viewers it's going to be even better.
Hope so, hope so. I mean, it's been a fantastic vibe, it feels like, from all of you guys. You know, every time we're talking to the Cloud9 guys, everyone seems pretty happy. You know, is that what it's like in the practice rooms and everything?
Yeah, everything is amazing. Practice rooms are big and very, like, comfortable for everyone. Yeah, so tournament is nice. It's much better than it was in Seattle, to be honest. So I respect it. Great.
Enjoy the tournament, absolutely. So, in terms of your team, you know, who do you think is the standout performer? Who's the key to your success so far in Cloud9?
I think our mid laner is doing a huge diff in every single game, which I see. So yeah, I can name him, but I think everyone is playing very well. Like, let's say Watson is a bit of skitter mentality right now, player. Like, he's using Arcane Boots and Gleipnir very well, so it leads us to having early advantage into game win. So I can admit every single guy from the team.
Yeah, of course, it's always a team effort. But so would you say your character player is kind of like taking a step back and enabling no one to kind of really pop off in these games and take the limelight a bit?
Could you reply a bit? You said too fast. My bad.
That's all right. That's on me. Would you say that your carry player is kind of taking a step back a little bit and allowing no one to kind of take over and be the big playmaker of the team?
In some games, yes. Obviously, like, let's say he played Luna today, he was like pure carry, you know, like super standard. But the game after, he played Windranger and he was doing an amazing Arcane Boots into Gleipnir combination, which led us to having resources and disabled to kill heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks fantastic. And of course, now you're on a 4-day break. What are your plans?
I want to have some look on the city. I think it's quite beautiful. Also, I'll combo my Dota games with Deadlock, which is also amazing. Like, I really like this game. And yeah, I'm looking forward to having some more matches on Hazer. Amazing hero.
All right, multi-game drifting a little bit here, but yeah, that's DM. Very excited to play on the main stage, and we're very excited to watch him. Back to you, Nat.
Thank you, and of course, I'm super glad that Cloud9, they're making it to the main event. DM, we'll get to see him up there in 4 days' time. Something that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, right? Because we talked about it for the first series with Liquid up against Extreme Gaming, is how Nisha didn't die a single time. He went 12-0 and then 2-0. Watson did the same thing. He went 12-0 in his first game, but then he went 9-0 again. So right now, there is a bit of a consistent theme in these matchups, how there is that one standout player that is going deathless, putting up a phenomenal performance.
Yep. Back to you, Jenkins.
And he was playing like an insane maniac, too. Like, in the Windrunner game, he has no BKB, no Satanic, and he goes in with Whirlwind. It's like, what are you doing? You're trying to die, man. But that's the thing. He trusts his team.
If you were on his team, would you flame him?
Would I flame him?
Yeah.
I'd probably... I mean, I just flame everybody in general, so yeah, but he played very well. He played extremely well. I think that there's a level of trust that is required to do such behavior. And that's the thing, is we talk about these 10-0 players, these deathless players, but they have the supporting cast of their team that they know that they're going to save them. There's the auras that are being bought. There's the positioning required in order to be in range to use those auras and the force staffs and things like that. Lots of kiting going on in this patch, Natty.
Thank you, Jenkins. Back to you, Winter.
I don't like pushing the narrative of 0 deaths, man. Like, it's like you're telling people, oh, you shouldn't die in your game.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's a support player mentality.
Okay, I want to say I'm not pushing you shouldn't die. I'm saying it's impressive that they're playing the way they are and they're not dying. It's one of those causation correlation things.
It's
you know?
Typically this happens when the game is just a bit too easy. Like, let's be honest here. Like, you have a good laning stage. Like, your draft is good, the enemy's draft has a little bit left to be desired, and then you're just, like, rolling, and then all of a sudden, you're not dying because you're snowballing the game so well. And as a lot of these carry heroes, like, you do not die, and then they continue to not die, just because, like, you have your item times. You keep hitting every timing that you need to hit, and then it just leads to a perfect game.
Yeah, well, look, teams are steamrolling in their games. We're steamrolling through this schedule. It is a rolling schedule. We have our next best of 3 coming up. We're going to have a bit of a panel swap over, but while we're doing that, we're going to leave you guys with some fun content between Nomad and Crit.
Hello, I am joined by Crit from Team Falcons. Crit, first of all, how are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. It's nice to be home for a tournament.
Nice to be home. Yeah.
It's rare.
Are you from Copenhagen?
Yeah.
So this is literally just an easy commute for you.
Very close, yeah.
How many TIs is this for you now?
8.
8.
Yeah.
Do you still get excited ahead of TI?
I think just it being in Copenhagen just matters a lot more to me. I remember when I saw the news that it was going to be in Copenhagen, I think it's like the happiest I've been Dota related in my entire career.
Really?
Just the news of it. Yeah, it's massive. Just because all my friends that know what I do, like they don't really follow Dota, but like they're interested in how I'm doing, and now they actually get a chance to come and watch.
So all of those school friends and family friends, they can come and watch the tournament and be like, oh, that's what he does.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think my friends they're just not really interested in Dota as a game, but I'm happy that they get to go to an event and just experience like the crowd and like how it is as an experience. Because like I understand like watching video games online, like it's not for everyone, and like not everyone kind of gets pulled into it.
Of course.
So for them just to be, because they're all like very normal people, you know, generic people that like to go to football games and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you can go to the event. You'll have like a beer. It'll be a good time, you know. And then I'm just happy that they can experience that.
Just let me actually read you the results from this year. Okay, you had first in BetBoom Dhaka, first in Dream League 22, second in Elite League, first in ESL Birmingham, third in PGL Wallachia, first in Dream League 23, third Riyadh Masters, first in Fisher Universe. In hindsight, do you regret leaving Shopify Rebellion?
No, I mean, I don't regret my time in NA, and I don't regret leaving. I think it was a good time for us to split up, and I think, yeah, it was for the best for everyone.
So obviously, Snake King is like the team captain now. Has that liberated you as a 4 to play more traditionally the way a 4 does, where you're kind of causing chaos and roaming around and all that kind of stuff, and not so much of the captain-y, supporty stuff? Or has the role changed in much the same way that position 5 has changed?
I think in terms of like the role itself on Shopify and EG and then now, like it's not much different. Like I kind of have the same role where I'm not like one of the main, but I think just this team coming in was like kind of relearning a little bit for me, because I think on just being on the same team for so long, you kind of get stuck in the way of playing. We're all like a new team, but Skeeter and Sneh had played together before, and then Marine and Amar knew each other, and Skeeter and Sneh also knew Marine, so I was kind of like the odd one out, and I kind of had to fit in, and I also had like more of a, I guess like a set view on how Dota is, because I was with the same people for so long. So I think for me, that was the biggest change in terms of my role.
Okay. And I suppose if you could just sum up how this season has felt for you in general, were there any lows, or has it just pretty much been riding a wave of highs the whole time? Because that's how it's looked.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always lows when you compete. I think, like, thinking back on it now, it's been a very good year. Like, there's always like some lows when you lose a tournament. Like, when we got third in Bucharest, I think was a little bit low just because we were good enough to make it to the grand finals, and then we lost. But at the end of the day, we were playing with a stand-in, and then it's not like I look back and like, oh, that was miserable, you know. It's more like in the moment, like you feel a little bit bad about it, and then you move on. So I think, I mean, this year has just been very good for us. It's been very enjoyable, and I think it's hard to not have a good time when you're winning in Dota. It's kind of just eliminates that. I think that's the biggest thing about winning. When I talk to like Quinn as well, we kind of agree just like the winning is only nice because you avoid losing. Because like as soon as you win, like it feels okay, you know, but it's not like you're on a like euphoric state for like weeks. It just, that evening feels good, and the next morning you're on a flight and it feels bad, you know, because you're leaving the tournament. And like it's just the stopping of playing is just not that good. But just not having to lose feels good.
Not losing feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I wish you all the best, Crit. Hello, I am here with Whitemon from Tundra. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, I know that you've played in 3 different regions. You've played in C, NA, and now EU. A lot of people say that the differences between the regions are not as big as they used to be. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly, what are the differences, in your opinion, between those regions?
In SEA, it's like they're playing kind of slow, so everyone just want to farming. They farming to buy items to play for the late game, mid game, something like that, to play for the team fight. So they don't really like know how to cross the map or like play to snowball the game, like close the game early, so they just play for the team fight and late game. That's what I know.
Okay.
And then in NA, they playing like more objective. So it's like there's a pattern. So you need to take like tier 1 enemy safe lane, and then you need to take mid safe lane. I mean, you need to take mid tower, and then it's like objective, every objective, something like that. But if you like mess up, and then the plan is kinda like you don't know what to do anymore after that, something like that.
So everything goes to pieces.
Yeah.
And what about EU Dota?
EU is like we learn about how to cross the map, how do you want to play the map. It's like how do you want to catch them, or do we need to catch them? Do we just take objective, or do we farm our timing, something like that? So it's like more details.
More detailed.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on Ringmaster? I know obviously you're not gonna be able to play him, but what are your thoughts on Ringmaster?
This hero is like this hero win rate is like so high because new hero, like everyone doesn't know how to play against it, and I think it's really good on supports because his spells is like, I don't know, have slow, have fear, and then second spell you save your teammate, and then untargetable, and the ulti is like AoE, stun, and damage. I think this hero still need to be nerfed.
You think it's too much? He's got too much, right? Okay. Now I see that you have played quite a lot of Clockwork recently, especially since they changed the hero, I guess. And with that the new facet he's got, you can like shoot the cogs at people. I also know that you play a lot of billiards. Do you think that the fact that you've played a lot of billiards means that you're better at shooting the cogs at people? Do you think there's any overlap there?
No, not really.
Come on, you're shooting a little ball at somebody. It's kind of like billiards, right?
Yeah, but it's not the same because in billiards the ball is like stop, right? But heroes is like moving, keep moving. So you need to like predict where they're moving.
Okay, well if you say so. So you hit 13k MMR last month. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Do you think that it's harder to get high MMR as a support player? Because a lot of people have this idea that if you're like a mid or a carry player, you can just carry the team yourself. But you did it as a support player. Do you think it was harder?
I think it's not that quite hard if you like playing like good lane, something like that. You know, like how to like control them, because sometimes when you play PUBG, it's like they don't know what to do, right? They just want to like farm. They want to do their own things. So as a support, you kind of like need to command them, like need to control them, like can you guys come? Can we smoke, something like that?
So you're sort of captaining in the pub games almost.
Yeah, sometimes like that, but sometimes I can just play like quiet if they like talk too much. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, look, I want to wish you all the best in the tournament, Whitemon, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Wonderful to hear from both Crit and Whitemon before they face each other on the Dota 2 battlefield, because that is where we're at. We're at the halfway point and we're getting ready for more upper bracket matches here at the Road to the International. And we switched our panel around. I'm Shiva. I'll take you through the rest of the day together with my panel. I am joined by Tigov, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, we're diving into Falcons versus Tundra, best of 3. I want to say this comes as a matchup that I wasn't really expecting, and if you would have asked me a couple of days ago, I would have said Falcons are going to take it easy, and now feel like it's fairly even.
I would say so. I mean, Team Falcons, if you want to win a tournament throughout 2024, you needed to be able to study them. This is the most studied team of 2024 for a good reason. And we can look at how many times they played so far in this year. And pretty much every single time except one, Falcons were victorious. So on paper, it doesn't look good for Tundra, but Tundra also, I would say, kind of powered up. Even though they are playing with Saksa, the team is still functioning like he's not a stand-in. I think in terms of stand-in, if you needed to get a stand-in, this is probably the best option that was available.
Yeah, I mean, Sox is no stranger to Tundra either. Won a TI with them, but I do think that Lacoste is right, that the Tundra of the previous year was just every loss and every tournament they played was just a stepping stone to what they've become now, because it feels like they're very confident in their identity and their playstyle, and they know how to enable certain players on their team way better than they did earlier in the year.
Yeah, it feels like they're going to be the team that if they do win this series, like they're going to be like the most improved team from like day one to now, because like they've had to kind of go back to the drawing board, learn like what the Sucks want to do, because like 9Class, he was like so instrumental in a lot of their games. So it's like it is a kind of a kick to the gut, or punch to the gut, whatever the phrase is. So it's like I feel like if they do overcome this one, then they are going to become like another kind of potential favorite for a deep run.
Yeah, we know that both teams, well, first of all, if you are a Dota player, you love learning about the game, because you always keep learning no matter what level you are playing at. And we know that both of these teams, and maybe in particular at the moment, Team Falcons is a team that is learning fairly heavily. I believe, Tigov, you did a little bit of a deep dive in what they're studying.
Yeah, so I had a little look at the old pubs and see what they're doing, because I think nowadays at least pro players have shown such form compared to like old school, where it's like during TI it used to just be scrims and like maybe a couple pub games, but now it's like you always hit the pubs, you're always developing. And like during TI we're already now seeing like Ricky has been across the board, you know, Maureen, Skidder and Cret have all attempted it in their roles. Snaking, after seeing Team Zero play Bristleback 5, he's played it in his own pubs. We're seeing, you know, ATF playing offlane Troll. You might go, why are you playing offlane Troll during TI? Like, you're trying to win it. Well, Omni Knight's one of the best heroes in the game right now, and Troll Aghanims completely removes the Repel and the Guardian Angel. It's a hard counter. So if you can get that into your lineup, it's going to work out. So I think Falcons are showing that during, you know, the biggest tournament of the year, they're seeing things that are working in the meta, testing it out in their pubs, and they keep evolving. And for a team that people often say, oh, you only play 4 heroes each, it's like they are constantly developing, constantly testing, and at some point in a series, maybe now, maybe down the line, we are going to see these experiments kind of hit the game running.
We heard just now, T, good reason for almost every hero. Effie, what could you think of the reason for Ogre being tried out by Snaking? Do you feel like Ogre is a hero that we'll see? Because that's a hero that Snaking's been practicing.
Potentially, because Ogre fits the archetype of what we've been seeing out of Fives this patch, which is a strong melee body that you park in front of your ranged carries, because we are in a meta where ranged carries are reigning supreme, right? The Wind Rangers, the Lunas, the Drow Rangers, we've basically been seeing it all, the Mirana, and they've been just pairing this with the Marcies and the Clocks and the Tusks and what have you. But if those are taken out, and Luna's back in the meta, Ogre is a hero that really does enable that hero well.
Okay, we'll see if it comes out in the upcoming series. We should be moments away from getting the draft. Best of 3 will secure top 6. I wanna focus a little bit on Falcons in the sense that they came in as one of the favorites, but they've definitely bled games here and there, Lacoste. What is it do you feel that they had at the start of the year that they don't have anymore?
A little bit of a surprise factor, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen at Riyadh Masters, they did start the tournament with 0-4, and people started to already say, you know, Falcons, they're not going to go far. They still did, but this team always has some like new ideas, new things that they are going to implement into the game. The big surprise for me is this Mars that they didn't play yet. On the other side, Tundra, they did play the Mars 4 times. This has been their bread and butter when we talk about ATF, and we've seen so many good combinations with the Mars where you keep them in place, so many good performances from the offlaners, and you have these range carry heroes that dish out serious amount of damage in a couple of seconds, and this is where Mars kind of ties all that together.
And that's why we see first phase bans by Falcons. As we're in it, we got Tundra Radiant, Falcons Dire, first pick going the way of Falcons T.
Yeah, also you go asking about like Falcons and maybe not, you know, being that kind of perfect team in the group, not dropping a single game. Like, coming into TI, I think they got like the second most played games of any other team in like plus 200. Like in the other top 5 it's like 160 games, 150 games. Like we're thinking like the journey to get here, they've had to play like the most. And obviously being the best, it's like they obviously, people study them. It's super obvious. You find the tournament winners and you copy what they do. So that's why they need to keep evolving, and that's why it's draining. That's why top teams in Dota aren't able to always hold down the top spot, because to keep that up, it's a 24/7 job.
And it's typically what happens every TI, where the most dominant team in that competitive year doesn't win TI, because they're the team that people watch most, copy the strats from most, and more importantly, they're the team that get their heroes nerfed. When you are the team that's winning with your hero pool, it is your heroes that are going to be most effective in the patches to come. And Falcons, I would say almost single-handedly got a lot of their signature heroes very nerfed. You know, their Pangos, their Timbers, their Razors, and their DKs, which funnily enough are back in the meta anyway. So they're chilling.
They're chilling. We got a lot of the beefy boys removed. But the Doom still win. We saw that even though yesterday and the day before the Doom had a 0% win rate with 8 games picked, we saw Liquid this morning showcasing that it's a skill issue and that Doom, rightfully so, still is very strong. First pick material again.
Yeah, hear me out. So Doom yesterday had a very poor showing, but that's because he was constantly jammed into first pick by teams that aren't Doom specialists. But you have players like 3-3 and Amar who've been playing this Doom forever basically and can first pick it into counters more comfortably than other teams. Like yesterday we saw Doom losing to Medusa carries, we saw Doom losing to Shadow Demons, we saw Doom losing to Centaurs with the Stampede disengage, and like, look, Falcons take out the Centaur anyway. Like, they respect a lot of the counters because their players have a much stronger understanding of this hero.
I also think Crit's going to play a hero that's going to make Doom feel better in the lane. Like, Crit's been playing Lion, Hoodwink, like, bring a 4 that can just fight in the lane. So when Doom gets left alone, like, the lane's already set up for him to be independent. Like, the 4 isn't